Blindfolded, an Alpha Billionaire Romance. By Ellen Lane and Michelle Love. Chapter 1. Ava.
Take me. I wasn't usually a potty mouth. In fact, I was pretty hesitant when it came to cursing, even in the most trying of times. But there was trying, and then there was desperate, and I was rapidly losing my grip on the former and sliding into the latter. Tugging my lower lip between my teeth, I dropped my bag on the floor at the entryway of my cubicle, staring down at the figures on the paper I held. Usually, I was pretty okay with my job. At the very least, it put food on the table, and my boss wasn't too strict. At the most, I met interesting people and got to mold their image in whatever way I wanted. But I always dreaded the first of every month. I tossed and turned the night before and woke up with a headache, which meant that heading into the office was next to impossible. But I knew better than to call out. Anyone calling out on the day of a monthly performance report was immediately red flagged. And that was the last thing I needed. So there I was, staring at the woefully incriminating proof of what I already knew. My numbers were down. Way down. Of course, I had never been the company's star publicist anyway. I was far more content to take the more uniquely interesting clients and make them more palatable to the masses. Transforming introverts into trendsetters was my thing, and I happened to think I was pretty darn good at it. The problem was that the clients I worked with were simply too low-key to garner much attention, and if they did, it was a very niche audience they drew. Case in point, one of my current and favorite clients, Gretchen Boyle. She was the writer of an up-and-coming young adult fantasy series that knocked my socks off. When I heard that she was up on the potential client list, I might have peed myself a little. The reality of the situation was even better than I had imagined. Gretchen was kind, if a little mousy, and very enthusiastic about her work. She was excited about the prospect of me introducing her to a greater audience, and we worked exceedingly well together. The issue was that her numbers weren't increasing fast enough for her publisher, which meant that my paychecks were small. It was a caveat I was willing to accept. After all, Gretchen wasn't my only client. But I didn't have the final say in which client remained with which publicist. If the numbers in my hand were any indication, Gretchen and I wouldn't be entertaining one another for very much longer. While I was still frowning down at the document as if I could challenge it out of existence, the phone rang. It was enough to startle me the rest of the way into my cubicle. Dropping into my chair, I smoothed a few stray strands of blonde hair back into place before answering the phone. Tanner Publicity Firm, Ava Parker speaking. Hey, Ava. I froze, my stomach twisting. It was Gretchen. She hadn't even uttered a handful of words, and she already sounded meek and apologetic. I knew what was coming. Hi, Gretchen. Somehow, I managed to choke the words out. What's up? How's the planning for the new book tour going? The long silence that ensued couldn't possibly bode well. There's not going to be a book tour, Ava. My publishing company canceled it. They say they can't justify the costs. I winced, knowing how hurt she must be. For the past 6 months, she and I had battled together in an attempt to get her company to cut her more slack, and here we had the unfortunate results of failure. Ava, I can't keep this up. You're great. Gretchen's voice hitched in what might have been a sob, and somehow, I felt even more awful. But I can't pay you. And the publishers sure aren't going to do it for me. All this dancing around was starting to make me squirm. I wanted her to say it. But Gretchen wasn't the type. Being cruel, even unintentionally, wasn't in her nature. I would have to do it for her. Ava, the ever magnanimous. It's okay, Gretchen. I understand. My words held an admirable amount of warmth, all things considered. A different publicist would be better for you anyway. I'm a little too bleeding heart committed to things. You're wonderful, Ava. To my surprise, Gretchen retorted almost immediately, her tone firm despite the regret that colored it. And this has nothing to do with you. I wish things could be different. All in all, it wasn't my best morning. By 10 o'clock, I was dying for a bottle of wine and the comfort of my own bed. It didn't help that I was supposed to write a report on how I could further the effectiveness of my methods. The fact of the matter was that I couldn't give a damn about what profits I garnered for the company. More important to me was the client, and that I worked well with them. That they were happy with the route I was taking. That they felt good about themselves. I might be a little too empathetic for my profession, I knew, but how the hell could I work with someone I didn't even like? You look less than chipper. I wanted to be alone for lunch, meaning that when my best friend popped her head into my cubicle, I merely groaned. Thanks. Really appreciate it. Of course, Sandy wasn't so easily intimidated. She'd known me since we started work at Tanner together almost 5 years ago, which meant that she also knew how to dispel my woes. Let me guess, monthly performance report? Sighing, I pushed back from my desk to turn and face her with a frown. What tipped you off? Looks-wise, Sandy was everything I wasn't. She was tall, dark-haired, and voluptuous, so much so that the guys in the office were always hankering after her. Sandy, however, knew better than to mix work with pleasure, though she was a wealth of knowledge on both the former and the latter. Well, it is the first of the month, and I've never seen anything else get you so down. Not true, I pointed out, running a hand through my hair to toy with the fine tendrils of my ponytail. You've seen me down a lot. Sandy frowned. Not for work reasons. Right. This was hardly the time to get into the Christmas catalog of my other woes. I had enough on my plate as it was. Well, if you happen to have a foolproof method to change the way I think, I'd love to hear it. No one wants to change your personality, Ava. Sandy leaned back against my desk with a deep sigh. You have a great personality. Clients love you. Poor clients, I corrected. Which means small paychecks. Oh, come on. You just need 1 or 2 bigwigs to put you on the map. Sandy considered my crestfallen expression a moment before she straightened with a small smile. Actually, what you need just now is a good plate of pasta and a glass of wine. She grabbed my hand to tug me towards the doorway of the cubicle. Come on. Lunchtime. I groaned, resisting half-heartedly. I have to look for new clients. We can talk about it over lunch. Come on, you need the sunshine. Plus, I'm bigger than you. Sandy grinned conspiratorially. I'll drag your skinny ass out of here if I have to. I knew better than to underestimate her. The one time we'd gotten ridiculously drunk together, she had all but carried me home. I didn't doubt her strength or her resolve. 10 minutes later, we were down the block at one of our favorite Italian bistros. Usually, it was sandwiches or pizza. Sandy knew I was desperately saving to get out of my boxy little apartment in Brooklyn, but today, I needed something to take my mind off my troubles. The first sip of wine was like nirvana to my system. The first glass relaxed me enough that I didn't hold it against Sandy when she told me she was paying for our meal. I hated relying on other people. When I was in college, I ate enough instant ramen to choke a horse because I refused to ask my mother for money. But that was another hang-up completely. Here. I jumped the moment a magazine landed on the table between us, threatening to displace my precious wine. While I glowered at Sandy, she merely tapped the magazine cover with a finger pointedly, drawing my attention to it. And it made my stomach clench. The magazine was your run-of-the-mill entertainment rag. How to heat up your love life. Celebrity scandal. Get the body you've always wanted. Nothing I would ever be caught dead reading. The cover image, however, gave me even more pause. Slowly, I raised my gaze to my best friend. Aries Wolf? It was a name everyone who wasn't born under a rock was more than familiar with. The man had inherited a small fortune from his grandfather in his early 20s and used it to build a thriving real estate empire. He was one of the most affluent men in the world. as well as one of its more eligible bachelors. Aries looked every bit like the prodigal war god after which he was named, dark-haired with vivid gray eyes and a cutting jaw that had most women the world over fanning themselves at the mere sight of him. His 6'3" frame was always wrapped in designer suits, and he was known for spending money like it was water, not that he didn't always have more to spare. Aries Wolf, Sandy repeated with a smug smile, the client you need. My eyes almost popped out of my head as my jaw dropped onto the table. If you're joking, Cassandra, that's not very funny. I'm not joking. Sandy cast a gorgeous smile of thanks at the waiter, effectively stunning him for a moment before he refilled our water glasses. You need a high-profile client. Just one to get your numbers up and your name out there. I started to shake my head slowly. High profile is one thing, but Aries Wolf? Sandy arched a brow. What's wrong with him? He's filthy rich, successful, and attractive as hell. He'd be perfect for you. What's wrong with him? I returned incredulously. How about what isn't wrong? There wasn't enough wine in the world to distract me from this line of conversation. The man's a damn hurricane, Sandy. Wherever he goes, he leaves a path of destruction, and that's putting it lightly. I was in no way exaggerating. While no one would dispute that Aries was one of the most affluent men in the world, he was also one of the wildest. It seemed like every other week, there was some article or another with a profusion of pictures of him getting into a bar fight or sleeping with married women. The man was a force of nature, and he used his money to buy enough leeway to wriggle out of the complicated as hell situations he got himself into without a second thought. He was the ultimate bad boy, which admittedly didn't deter most women. But it intimidated the hell out of me. Oh, come on, Ava. He's not a monster, he's a man. Sandy took a sip of her own wine contemplatively, her tone reassuring. And men have reasons for being the way they are. With a sigh, I leaned back against the plush cushioning of the booth, crossing my hands over my chest stubbornly. Or he could just be a jerk. Sandy rolled her eyes. A jerk with a lot of money. A jerk who could make your career. Like he would ever even meet with me, I retorted with a scowl. It might not have occurred to you, but not everyone has as high an opinion of me as you do. Sandy frowned. You're a good publicist, Ava. You're just particular about your clients. She paused for a moment, toying with her lower lip before she continued carefully. What would you say if I told you I could get you a meeting with Aries? I paused with a bite of pasta halfway to my mouth. I'd say. I managed once I picked my jaw up for the second time. That I can't imagine what you did to arrange that. Sandy laughed. Less than you think. I know a guy that knows a guy. I dropped my fork and I am properly shocked now. Wait, what? You're serious? As a grave. She took a bite of her own lunch, cool as a freaking cucumber. I've made you an appointment. I want you to meet him. I shook my head so hard my updo came loose, blonde strands falling messily about my face. No way. Doesn't he already have a publicist? Why the hell would he want to meet me? He does have a publicist, a bad one. It's so bad that his lead stockholders are pushing him to find someone else to help improve his public image. Which is where you come in. I reached blindly for my wine glass to drain what remained in a single gulp. Why me? I was desperate for any kind of redirection at this point. The very idea of being in the same room with Aries Wolf was enough to make me hyperventilate. Even if I was to take higher profile clients, it wouldn't be anyone like him. Why don't you meet with him? You have a history with clients on his level. You're way better at dealing with this stuff than I am. I'm already swamped with clients as things are. Sandy took a long sip of her wine. Richard has been saying I'm at the office too much. He wants me to spend more time with him and the kids. That I could understand. Sandy had been married for 5 years, mostly happily, from what I knew. But she could be kind of a workaholic. She made more than enough for her husband to be a stay-at-home dad, and Richard accepted this with a grace most men didn't possess. Wanting to spend more time with his wife was a completely reasonable request. I pushed my plate away, having suddenly lost any and all semblance of my appetite. "You're serious? You want me to meet Aries Wolf?" Sandy didn't have any problem eating. But she had, of course, just dumped the devil incarnate on my doorstep. She'd probably sleep like a baby that night. Yep. Next Wednesday. Wednesday? Screw my life. Though I wasn't thrilled to be shoved into the situation by any means, I spent the next few days doing research on the man, just to prepare myself. If I expected any information I found to disprove what the tabloids said, I was sorely disappointed. While Wolf had made it onto the covers of several far more reputable magazines, Forbes, Business Insider, INC, and The Motley Fool amongst them, he was also in almost every gossip rag known to man. Every week there was a new woman, a new party, and a new extravagant purchase to reaffirm his billionaire playboy status. And none of it made me feel any better. As for me, after losing Gretchen, it seemed like my bank account balance dropped exponentially every day. There were bills to pay, and the rent, groceries to buy, and everyday expenses made me squirm every time I pulled my wallet from my purse. I was going to have to start dipping into my savings soon, and that thought was enough to incite a mini panic attack. I'd been saving up for a down payment on a Manhattan townhouse for 4 years, and I was so close I could almost taste it, but the past 6 months had yielded little to nothing for my house fund. Which meant that when Wednesday rolled around, I put on my big girl panties and prepared to go downtown. When I went to visit my clients in the city, I usually stay well above Midtown. Rent is cheaper the higher up you go, depending on the neighborhood, of course. All New Yorkers understood that Midtown and lower meant you were shelling out big bucks for the tiniest spaces. Aries Wolf's gigantic office building was smack in the middle of the West Village high-rent district. Of course, it wasn't as if I had never seen the building before. The Wolf skyscraper was in the news almost daily, along with a running commentary on Aries' new business acquisitions and who he was dating. Somehow, the darn thing was far more intimidating in person. My appointment was Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock sharp, and so at 9:30, I was standing at the curb, staring up at the mountain of glass and steel that towered above me. The last thing I wanted to do was go into that building. Despite my mother and sister's constant harassment, despite the insistence that the only way I would ever make money as a publicist was to put my personal feelings aside, I didn't want this. I didn't want Aries Wolf. Ultimately, it came down to my morals. Sandy set this up for me. She was both my friend and a respected fellow publicist. Not going would be a slight to her, which meant that at 9:50, I marched myself through the front doors of the Wolf building and made my presence known. "Ava Parker, here for my 10 a.m. with Mr. Wolf." The girl at the lobby looked like something straight off the cover of Vogue. Tall, slim, bright green eyes with an artistic smattering of freckles and porcelain skin, she wore a suit that had to be designer and tailored at that. It was obvious that Wolf wanted the first impression of his company to be a good one. Parker. Parker. Her face was carefully blasé. I strongly suspected she couldn't feel anything after all the plastic surgery she'd had to make her perfect. Ah yes. Parker. When she finally looked at me, the derision in her gaze made me question the prim black suit I wore. It wasn't the most sensual thing in the cosmos. Truth be told, it was a size or two too big, but I was perfectly comfortable without putting my goods on display. Unlike some people. "Go right up," she finally directed, the corner of her mouth turning up slightly in amusement at something I couldn't imagine. "He's expecting you." As nervous as I was, it was almost a relief to slip from the huge lobby and into the elevator. One more moment with the receptionist, and I might have sunk into the floor in embarrassment. Wolf's office was on the 50th floor, at the very top of the building. By the time the elevator doors opened, it took everything I had not to bolt right back where I came from. Only remembering Sandy made me straighten my spine and find my pride. There was another gorgeous woman present the moment I stepped onto the deep, plush gray carpet of the 50th floor waiting area. This one was blonde, red-lipped, and gray-eyed. What was left of self-worth withered a bit more when she gave me a once-over that made my skin crawl. "Are you the 10 o'clock?" I comforted myself with the knowledge that these women almost certainly weren't here for their brain power, though, in the end, what the heck did I know? "Yes, I am." Somehow, my voice echoed through the space. It seemed like the only occupant of the 50th floor was Wolf himself, which meant that, aside from the receptionist's desk, all that decorated the waiting area were a few expensive-looking chairs, an espresso machine, and the expansive view. And it was expansive. When the blonde told me to take a seat, I wandered over to the row of floor-to-ceiling windows to marvel at the whole of New York laid out below me. I could see everything from the Freedom Tower to Rockefeller Plaza, which was nearly 70 blocks in the other direction. On the opposite side, the Hudson River was laid out like a glittering seam that divided the sky and city. Perhaps money couldn't buy everything, but it could certainly get you one hell of a view. I was still admiring it when the receptionist told me Wolf was ready to receive me, and my wonder curdled to trepidation in my stomach. My feet, rather than my will, carried me toward the only door on the floor, and when I raised my hand to knock, I found myself praying that I wasn't walking in on one of the man's sordid affairs right then and there. It wouldn't be the first time he'd been caught in his office with a woman. I didn't particularly want to be involved with people who sucked up gossip, like so many vampires, so I merely crossed my fingers and knocked. "Come in." When I opened the door, it was immediately apparent that Wolf was alone. I'd gotten lucky, but in the next second, I was wondering if lucky was really the right word for the situation I was in. It was one thing to see the man on magazine covers and TV specials, with many layers of departure to shield you from his raw allure. In person, there were no such barriers. Despite the fact that I had never given the man more attention than a passing glance up until that moment, I found myself staring. Pictures and TV didn't really do him justice. Aries stood before the immense windows, reading from a thick sheaf of papers silently. He cut quite the imposing figure, close to 6.5 feet tall, with his dark hair slicked back from a wide brow. His face, so immediately recognizable, made my stomach tighten as the spicy scent of his cologne wafted over me. High cheekbones and a long aquiline nose were set in a face that was equal parts angular and rugged. After a few days, stubble looked amazing on his trim jaw and that mouth. No man should be allowed to have a mouth that full. As I watched him thumb through the pages of his document, a strange heat ignited in my lower belly. He was all but poured into his suit. The designer cotton hugged him from broad shoulders to trim waist, and the shoes he wore had to cost upwards of $1,000. The man was opulence incarnate. For that alone I should have been skittish. But my nervousness came from another avenue entirely. "Ava Parker?" His low tenor carried across the length of the office, making me jump as he finally raised his gaze to mine. Dear Lord, his eyes were the color of slate. Just being in the same room with him was enough to make me fight the urge to squirm, a fact I knew couldn't bode well for a potential business relationship. "Why, yes. That's me." His gaze lingered on me long enough to make my cheeks flush before I forced myself to cross the office to him. "Pleasure to meet you." I extended my hand in a gesture born of habit and impeccable manners, but when he took it, my synapses misfired. I came inches from jerking backward reflexively. Touching Aries Wolf was like being burned. The feeling was somehow as visceral as it was physical. Intimate when it shouldn't be. I tugged my hand away the moment I could, doing my best to swallow my nerves. "The pleasure is mine," he replied mildly, setting his paperwork aside. "After all, you are supposed to be saving my image." The fact seemed to amuse him, if the upward quirking of his lips was any indication. I felt my cheeks flush. "Well, yes. Your major stockholders have indicated they might like a few changes made." Half of me expected the man to toss me out without a second thought. According to tabloids and entertainment shows, a lot of needless fighting was propagated by those who assumed Aries wanted something he wasn't interested in. For a moment, I cursed Sandy for sending me to a man who had as much a chance of making my career as ruining it. But, to my surprise, Wolf didn't drum me out of his office to be tarred and feathered by the media. Instead, he merely gestured to one of 2 plush leather armchairs before his desk. "Please sit." I sat, noting with no small amount of embarrassment that my new position put me face to face with the man's not inconsiderable package. How many women, I wondered, found themselves in my exact position for entirely different reasons? The notion made me flush, and I suddenly found my scuffed flats very interesting as that strange heat flared again. This time, it didn't dissipate. Instead, it settled somewhere between my belly button and the most intimate part of me, and throbbed dully. "Coffee, Miss Parker?" The question was like a godsend. Anything to get him, his cologne, and that ridiculous body of his away from my person for long enough to get in a decent breath. "Please." There was another espresso machine in his office. Of course, Wolf would have his own espresso machine, and I thanked God for the reprieve it gave me. On the flip side of things, when I relaxed enough to watch him make said espresso, it occurred to me that I would never have thought Aries Wolf the type to make his own coffee. Then again, I had also underestimated just how powerfully my body would react when faced with him, but let's face it, I wasn't exactly the most experienced on the block when it came to raw physical allure. "Sugar." I jumped, jerking my gaze upwards from Aries behind. I had never particularly considered a man's butt before, but Aries had a very fine one. "Yes." I answered quickly, glad he hadn't caught me ogling. "3, please." He arched a brow but didn't question me further, merely adding the sugar before handing me a tiny posh cup that probably cost more than I made in a week. "I've heard you're very good at what you do, Miss Parker." Aries rounded his desk to take a seat with his own coffee. He was a veritable king on his throne, and I cleared my throat as another wave of heat suffused me. Was this how power affected women? Instead of giving into the sensation, I cleared my throat to speak. Sandy had gotten me here, but now I was going to have to sell myself. "I have the benefit of having worked with several clients in your line of work, Mr. Wolf. And I can additionally promise you anonymity. I don't usually take high-profile clients, but my colleague convinced me to make an exception in this case." This, Sandy told me, sounded a lot better than the truth. If I wanted this contract, I had to make Aries believe he needed me. No mean feat for the man who had everything. "And in your opinion, what needs to be done with my image?" It was hard to believe that the man before me, sipping primly at his coffee, was the same playboy that was plastered across the covers of worldwide gossip rags. That he'd been kicked out of as many hotel suites as he'd kicked women out of, and that his parties were legendary. No, the man sitting before me was impeccable in both form and manners. He could have been snide, crass, or rude, but he was none of those things. And most surprising of all, it seemed as if he was genuinely interested in my game plan. Well, I took a sip of my espresso, surprised at how good it was. I wasn't usually a coffee drinker. Maybe I just had expensive tastes. I think what they're most concerned about are certain behavioral patterns. Just because I was out to convince the man that he needed me, didn't mean I wasn't going to approach the matter delicately. Such as? I couldn't tell if he was baiting me, or if he genuinely didn't know that getting caught out on a public balcony with a supermodel was a social faux pas. Well, there's a lot of partying, excessive spending, binging on certain vices. Most of those vices are women. I plan to mitigate past transgressions by focusing on your charitable possibilities. Oh. Do tell. It was going surprisingly well. Far better than I expected, honestly. I proceeded to outline an 8-point plan I had already discussed with Sandy. Over the course of a year, I would help Aries minimize particularly incriminating instances in his past, and propose events and appearances that would help him cultivate a new image. Wholesome, modest, and magnanimous. It was foolproof, especially considering how hard his investors were pushing for the change. Aries continued to mind his P's and Q's. He listened to everything I had to say, nodded in understanding, and asked questions in all the right places. For all his apparent humility, he might have been a customer I handpicked rather than one forced on me. Ultimately, only one question remained. If the man was going to be this cooperative, did I really have anything to worry about? It sounds like you have everything in order. When I was finished with my little presentation, Aries looked over some of the documents I'd handed him. I'd say all that's left to do is sign the papers. Papers? I arched a brow in confusion. What papers? Usually, the company negotiated my salary, and I signed paperwork only after my payment and their cut had been decided. I'd never dealt with a client so huge that the middleman was cut out entirely. Your contract. He drummed his fingers on his desk thoughtfully for a moment before his gaze met mine once more. Damn those eyes. The man hadn't said or done anything inappropriate at all, and I still fought the urge to squirm beneath his piercing gaze. If he looked at women like that with their clothes on, God help anyone who crossed his path without any. You've already drawn up a contract? I redirected my thoughts to the matter at hand. Not yet, but it's a simple thing. I name my terms and you decide whether or not you feel they're acceptable. Was this the part where he proved his true nature and tried to lowball me? I tried to prepare for every situation I could imagine, but quickly found that with Aries Wolf, such a thing was impossible. All right then. I smiled sweetly, ready to play hardball. What are your terms then? Aries folded his fingers together atop his desk, his gaze still riveted on me. 1 year, exclusive working relationship, $1 million to start. I did my utmost best not to fall out of my chair. $1 million? For a few seconds, I was pretty sure I hadn't heard him right. $1 million was more money than I had ever seen in my entire life. It would be more than enough to buy my townhouse outright, and then some. I'd be set for the year without question. And being faced with all that so suddenly made my heart stutter in my chest. Of course, there were other ramifications. Exclusivity meant I would have to cancel my contracts with other clients to work with Aries and Aries alone. Judging from his behavior so far, however, that didn't seem to be too hard a pill to swallow. And the payout would be more than worth it. I wanted to tell him I'd think about it. That was the careful thing to do, the right way to go about it. You never said yes during the first meeting. But I had to admit, Aries was tempting me. This deal could be everything I needed and wanted in a publicity job. Besides the paycheck, there was my reputation to consider. If I could be the publicist who cleaned up Aries Wolf's act, that alone would skyrocket me to the pinnacle of stardom. Every door would be opened for me, and maybe I could finally get my family off my back. For all my inherent level-headedness, I couldn't possibly resist such temptation. How soon can you have the contract drawn up? I thought I would regret the words the moment they left my mouth, but somehow I didn't. This would be good for me. Wolf would be good for me. I'd needed a change in my life for a long time, and if this was it, I might as well reach out and take what was mine. I can have the paperwork sent to your office tomorrow for your perusal. Does that work for you? Was it just me, or did he seem as pleased as I was? That sounds perfect. I rose from my chair, extending my hand over the desk to seal the deal. I look forward to working with you, Mr. Wolf. As he took my hand with a genuine smile, I contemplated for a moment that everyone had it all wrong. This man could be reasoned with. He wasn't the monster everyone thought he was. I could reason with him. I had never expected our meeting to go so well. He came around his desk to address me directly, and I found I was smiling unabashedly. I'll have a courier come to your office with the papers tomorrow afternoon. Will you be in around 1? Right after lunch, I said. I hadn't felt this good in a long time. Wonderful. I was already plotting how I was going to celebrate with Sandy. I could just imagine the shocked, prideful look on her face when I shared the news. When do you think we'll have time to talk about implementing the first stages of your master plan? I turned to answer him, only to have the words die in my throat. Aries was close. When on earth had he gotten so close? I found myself inhaling sharply as I took a few steps backward, and then my spine came into contact with the smooth wood of the door. There was no more leeway. For the past 40 minutes or so, I had no problem getting over the man's physical appearance, at least that's what I told myself. Now that he was literally 3 inches away from me, smelling of heaven and pinning me in place with those slate-colored eyes of his, my body recalled the heat my mind had pushed aside. I pressed my thighs together instinctively, swallowing thickly as my temperature rose. Geez, it was enough to make any woman in her right mind squirm, and I only just managed to avoid being so obvious. Mr. Wolf? I managed, my voice slightly unsteady. I don't think. Call me Aries. When the hell had his demeanor changed so drastically? The man had gone from all smiles and manners to a low, husky tone accompanied by a smirk that was far too knowing for his own good. We are going to be working together after all. Mr. Wolf, I emphasized, oddly breathless at his nearness. What are you doing? Sealing the deal. He replied lowly, drawing even closer to me. When his hand sifted through the stray blonde strands of my updo, I inhaled sharply, a shudder traveling down my spine. Though I certainly hadn't given him any leave to do so, he loosened the band he found. My hair tumbled over my shoulders towards my waist. You, Ava Parker, are hiding a great deal, aren't you? The hunger in his gaze stole whatever words might have been on the tip of my tongue. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Aries chuckled, the low sound thrumming through me so my toes curled. You're very professional, you know. Analytical. Proper. And that suit is precious. He plucked at the worn cotton of my pantsuit, making my face flame. You like fading into the background. Well, I certainly couldn't deny that. I had never liked being the center of attention. That was more Sandy's gig, more anyone in the office except me. When it's convenient, I finally replied, as diplomatically as I could. This was no small feat, considering I could all but feel the heat of his body against mine. All the time, he returned knowingly, that small confident quirk of his lips maddening. I wonder what would happen if I stripped away that shy outer shell to get a look at what's underneath. He tugged at the shoulder of my suit jacket, and the damn thing gave. It was the first time I'd ever regretted wearing something too big for me. The pale, sun-deprived skin of my shoulder was revealed, interrupted by only the dark, lacy strap of my black bra. Aries homed in on the tiny scrap of lingerie like a damn heat-seeking missile. And what have we here? Another secret. When his head lowered to brush his lips across my bare shoulder, my breath caught in my throat as scalding heat blossomed through my system. It seared through me, leaving nerve endings I didn't even know I had raw and aching, my lips slightly parted in shock. No. No, I didn't want this. This was the deal that was supposed to save my career, the cure, all that would put me on the map as a publicist. I couldn't afford to let this man take advantage of me, no matter how many women had already fallen victim to his charms. There's a regular little vixen beneath all this. His hand skimmed over the loose cotton of my suit as his gaze rose to meet mine once more. A vixen with the face of an angel. My traitorous heart stuttered in my chest. I knew well enough that the only thing this man wanted was my body, that he was going out of his way to ensure that our business arrangement would have certain physical aspects. These aspects that I certainly hadn't factored in. I should have shoved him away. A braver me might have kneed him in the nuts he was so obviously proud of. Instead, however, I merely stared into that heated gaze of his, struggling to breathe as he lowered his mouth toward mine. Though there was a large part of me that knew just how wrong this was and was angry at how Wolf had obviously fooled me, there was another part even larger perhaps that wanted him to kiss me. That soft, teasing mouth tempted me more than anything had in a very, very long time. I needed to see if he tasted just as flagrantly of coffee as I did, if that hunger of his translated from his eyes to the way his mouth sought mine. Just then, a knock came against my back, brisk and businesslike. Mr. Wolf? I jumped, straightening almost immediately. Unfortunately, the motion sent me straight into Wolf, who held me almost possessively against his chest. What is it, Margaret? The man's clearly displeased tone answered her, while I tried not to lose my head completely at his nearness. He smelled entirely too good, and I was pretty certain the man didn't have an ounce of fat on him beneath that tailored suit. He was even more dangerous than I might have imagined. Your next appointment has arrived. He's on his way upstairs. Aries sighed, long and exasperated. Very well, Margaret. Have him sent in when he arrives. It took every ounce of willpower that I possessed, but I managed to work my way out of the man's powerful embrace. I was grateful that the receptionist hadn't actually tried to come in. I knew how this must look. My hair was disheveled, my suit hanging halfway off my shoulder, face flushed. It probably wouldn't be the first time she had walked in on Aries plying his charms. I'll be going then. I straightened my jacket quickly, before sweeping my hair into a haphazard ponytail. Of course. Aries slid his hands into his pockets, as if they hadn't just been roaming my body in bold exploration. That knowing smirk of his, however, remained firmly in place. I'll be seeing you, Miss Parker. I don't think I've ever fled so fast in my life. I all but tore out of the man's office, passing his next appointment as I sped into the elevator. My heart didn't stop pounding until I was safely outside the Wolf Building, a good 2.5 blocks away. Once I made it that far, I paused on the corner, forcing myself to take a deep breath. Damn it. Try as I might, I couldn't think of a proper word for the situation I found myself in. My excitement turned to ash in my mouth, my anticipation to trepidation. Aries Wolf was, without a doubt, just as dangerous as everyone said he was. More so, perhaps. I'd let his little put-on lull me into a sense of false security, and in that moment, I began to realize what I'd truly done. I might as well have sold my soul to the devil. Dear God. I stepped into the shade of a nearby building to draw a hand over my face in self-reprimand. What was I doing? I wasn't Sandy. How the hell was I supposed to make this man toe the line when I could still feel his lips on my shoulder? When I was still imagining what his kiss might feel like? No. I shook my head to clear it, straightening my spine. None of that mattered now. I hadn't actually let the man kiss me, thank God, and I needed this more than I feared what might happen. Sandy was right. I was good at my job. I just needed to show Aries how good. It was supposed to be my job to clean up his image, and that was what I would do. I'd show the man that far from falling victim to his charms, I'd drum them out of him. I refused to let myself be walked all over, not when I'd finally been given my opportunity to shine. Aries Wolf might be one of the world's leading real estate moguls, but he hadn't yet dealt with me at my best. He had no idea what was coming.
Chapter 2. Aries.
I was hungry, but not for food. After a long day at the office, I could usually wolf down an entire porterhouse with sides, more if I'd had my evening workout. But I'd been distracted as hell since my first appointment of the day. And I wasn't easily distracted. If you were to ask the general public, they would probably disagree. To them, I'm a master of distractions, parties, drunken antics, and women abound. They're tough critics, even tougher than I thought. Now their opinion has got the stockholders on my case. Apparently, I'm not clean-cut enough to run my own damn company. Makes me wonder what they might think if they could see me now. Where'd you go, Aries? You look like you're 1,000 miles away. I hadn't invited her over to play therapist. Right now, I needed her to do what she did best. Mind you, she certainly didn't look bad as a fixture in the lobby, and she was at least passable at her job. Usually, it took less than 5 minutes to send me to a plane of complete relaxation. But today was different. My mind was full of blonde hair and oversized, ungodly suits. To be more accurate, I was contemplating what that suit hid. The moment I got my hands on sweet, cherubic Ava Parker, I could tell there was more to her than met the eye. And there was a lot that met the eye. I thought of Ava and how she walked into my office. She was the polar opposite of the kind of women I tended to hire. She didn't wear expertly tailored suits and stilettos, and she wasn't made up to the nines. That long blonde hair of hers was pulled into a haphazard bun atop her neck, and her clothes were all but falling off her. I spent a good minute or so trying to figure out if it was personal preference or monetary issues that lent her that particular look. What was immediately clear to me, however, was that Ava used her image as a shield. If you took the time to look beyond the frump she tried to exude, there was an angelic beauty that just begged to be manhandled. While her behavior might have been professional enough, there was something about those wide green eyes and that plump small mouth. I wanted to run my fingers over the light sprinkling of freckles that painted her skin and taste the long, elegant line of her neck. I contemplated what it might be like to mark up every inch of it with bites as she squirmed beneath me. She was small, not quite 5.5 feet, but not even the baggy clothes she wore could detract from the curves beneath. When I finally had her pressed up against me, her trim waist and ample chest were apparent. If it hadn't been for Margaret's intervention, I might have found out right then and there in the office. Unlike most women I dealt with, Ava hadn't tried to play coy. She'd been nothing but professional for the entire duration of our meeting, which meant that I had actually absorbed maybe half of what she said. Something about redoing my entire image and avoiding certain behaviors for the welfare of my company name. Whatever. By the time our meeting was over, I decided that I would have her, if for nothing else than to show her that taming me was a little more complicated than an 8-step plan. But then, something happened that I hadn't expected. When I went after her, the angelic Ava froze. In hindsight, I realized her behavior was more like that of a startled deer in headlights than like a woman who wanted to climb a man like a damn tree. Oh, she had trembled, and her body had certainly gone soft the moment I got near her, but she hadn't given in to me. I couldn't remember the last time a woman told me no. Some might call me spoiled, but I knew better. For the past decade, women everywhere had been throwing themselves at me, young and old, for money and power, or even for just the pure hedonistic joy of it. Ava, I knew now, was not one of those women. Maybe that was why she was so damn interesting. Reaching down, I hooked a finger beneath the leather collar Athena wore. While I usually didn't have a problem bedding women, it was rare that I found one willing to indulge my love for total and complete control. I should have been in bed with Athena, but somehow my thoughts were elsewhere. Shortly after, still scowling, I rose from the bed to stalk into the bathroom. What the hell was it about the new publicist that had me so damned absorbed? If anything, the fact that she hadn't given in to me should have sent me in the other direction. If she didn't want me, there were literally hundreds of thousands of women who did. But damn it, none of them were like Ava. None of them stared up at me with that same wide-eyed, curious wonder and animosity all at the same time. None of them took such affront when I suggested there were darker parts of themselves that they were hiding. Muttering an entire dictionary of curses under my breath, I turned on the shower. How could someone with Ava's wide-eyed innocence please me? The notion was enough to make me smirk. If little Miss Parker let me into her bed, she'd be the one doing the thanking. I'd make her feel things she had only ever imagined, and I wouldn't stop until she couldn't remember her own name. After a life of clawing my way up from the very bottom, I liked to think that there was little that could shock me. Getting off to the face of a woman I'd just met, a woman who I very foolishly gave a vital stake in my future, shocked the hell out of me. After taking a cold shower, I felt better, but I was also pissed with myself and irritated in equal measure. I'd kicked Athena out for no good reason, and now I was going to have to deal with her nonsense at the office. I was wrapped up in the idea of a woman I barely even knew, a woman who, in reality, presented far more of a threat than an asset as far as I was concerned. I didn't like publicists. I never had. I learned before I turned 30 that they were little more than glorified babysitters, always concerned with postulating how every move I made would make someone look bad. They were good for slipping away after I pissed them off, and ultimately, driving away in sheer frustrated agony. But something told me that Ava Parker would be different than the ones who came before her. Men I dealt with easily. I just had to piss them off enough that they went crying back to their companies and begged to be reassigned. Older women tended to give up when they found I didn't think I owed them anything, just because they were potential mommy figures. The younger ones I tended to sleep with, if they were my type. Ava didn't exactly fall in line with standard operating procedure, but I could make her. That was, after all, my modus operandi. I could make most women want things they had never even imagined. Who was to say I couldn't make Ava want me? I will certainly have enough opportunities in the coming weeks and months. I'd draw her to me like a moth to a flame, use her as I saw fit, and then rid myself of another babysitter in the making. In my entire life, there had only been one woman I was unable to mold exactly the way I wanted, and she hardly merited an overly sentimental flashback at this juncture. Laura was old news, and I wouldn't waste another second of my time beating myself over the head over her. I hadn't looked to the past for a long damn time, and I wasn't about to start now. Not when the future was so much more tantalizing. The next week was a busy one. Not that I ever had a week where I wasn't run ragged. I'd long ago learned that the price of success was time. I put a ton of time and dedication into my work and undoubtedly fulfilled my dreams, but that usually meant I was working overtime to maintain my empire. I flew to Seattle for a series of meetings that lasted 3 days and spent the weekend in Dubai negotiating a new land acquisition with some heavy hitters. By the time Monday rolled around, I was exhausted, not to mention antsy as hell. I hadn't been laid in days, and for the sake of my image, apparently, I wasn't allowed more than a nightcap every day. This meant that I was already a lion on the prowl by the time my next meeting with Ava Parker rolled around. I knew that little drinking restriction was her fault, and I intended to see her duly punished for it. Of course, I didn't expect to be caught off guard by the mere sight of her. The woman walked into the conference room just as I was finishing up a presentation, and I had to fight my body's instant reaction. "Mr. Wolf." She waltzed right over to shake my hand with a sunny smile on her face, as if I hadn't thought about being with her against my office door the last time we saw one another. "Nice to see you again." Nice was an understatement. My starved mind was already kicking into overdrive. Not even the sight of the shapeless brown tweed dress she wore could deter my lecherous thoughts. Not when I strongly suspected she was wearing silk and lace under the frump. "You as well, Miss Parker." I held her hand for a bit longer than was necessary, a clear power play, but she merely slipped away the moment she was able with no visible effects. "I was told that you had time to discuss your PR schedule for the upcoming month. Have you finished here?" She might be a tiny little thing, but the woman was certainly the take-charge type. She wasn't intimidated in the slightest by the men in Valentino suits eyeing her curiously as they filed out. "I have." She wasn't going to come easy. That much was easy to see, but that just meant it would be all the sweeter when she gave in to me. "Have a seat." I gestured to the nearest available chair. "Coffee?" "Tea, if you have it." Gosh, I wanted to wipe that lovely professional smile right off her face and replace it with something more carnal. I wanted her screaming. "Margaret." I gestured to my assistant, who was eyeing Ava like she was something she had just scraped off the bottom of her shoe. "Tea and coffee, please." It often occurred to me that certain feelings I cultivated in the workplace were hardly healthy, but I tended to overlook them until they began to interfere with my workday. I hardly had time to admonish Margaret just now, but something in me didn't like her looking at Ava like that. "Now, Margaret." "Of course, sir." "My apologies." At the steel in my voice, she hurried away, leaving Ava and me to our own devices. First, Ava glanced at the double doors, making sure we were completely alone. "I suppose I should ask how you're doing without your—" She cleared her throat, looking for a way to pose the question delicately. "Your libations?" I snorted, unable to help it. So, the dry spell was at her behest. "You think I'm an alcoholic?" "No offense, Mr. Wolf, but there does seem to be a lot of evidence in favor of the notion." It seemed having the contract signed had emboldened her, cheeky little tramp. It was as amusing as it was infuriating. I merely sighed, taking a seat as I rested one arm on the conference table forlornly. "I assure you, while it's not the kindest thing you could have done, I'm hardly experiencing withdrawal symptoms." Wonderful. She beamed as if I'd just given her a compliment. Of course, there should be no problem with you drinking at social functions as long as you keep things under control. I drummed my fingers against the table irately. I'm never out of control. Aren't you? Her question came, saccharine sweet, a moment before she tossed several gossip columns on the table before me, one at a time. Each of their covers featured a less flattering image of me than the last, and I couldn't deny that I was thoroughly soused in all of them. I glanced from the images to her smug expression. Too smug. What happened to the sweet professional Miss Parker, who was so enthused to be working with me? I arched a brow, eyeing the little demon with more wariness than I had a week ago. You tried to kiss her, she returned, just as sweetly as she accused me of being a victim of my vices. So now we play hardball. Dear God, I had underestimated the hell out of this woman. It was hot as hell. I raised my hands in surrender. At least, that was what I wanted her to think. All right, fair enough. Let's talk about the schedule then. Her surprised expression told me that she suspected a little more of a fight. I was glad to have caught her off guard. All right. She reached down to pull a file from the battered leather briefcase she carried, exposing the tantalizing line of her spine. I reached down to discreetly adjust myself before she could straighten. So first thing next week you have an appearance on the Jimmy Kimmel Show. Interesting, but hardly novel. I'd been on Kimmel before, to pretty good fanfare. You're going to apologize for certain behaviors in your past and introduce the concept that you're a remade man. I almost choked on my own saliva. I'm sorry, what? She was smirking. It's fairly common move in the industry when you're trying to rebrand your image. Issue a public apology and then follow up on it. Show people how clean-cut you can be. I stared at her. At 32 years old, I was hardly aware that getting my rocks off and going to a few parties were punishable offenses. It was honestly the least harm I could do. With my childhood, I was lucky I wasn't shooting up in a nearby crack house. So now I'm a goody two-shoes? I inquired dryly. Something tells me that will be rather hard to believe. Not if we do something about this. Ava proceeded to gesture to the entirety of my person, and my brow shot right back up to where it had been at the beginning of this particular conversation. This. My voice was deadpan, my gaze challenging. What is this? Ava merely sighed, reaching up to toy with the blonde braid that hung over her shoulder. It was a tell, I would soon learn, the only sign that the otherwise confident woman was nervous. May I be frank, Mr. Wolf? If we're going there, you might as well call me Aries, I returned, more than a little curious as to where all this was going. Aries. Ava folded her hands onto her lap before her matter-of-factly. When people look at you, they don't think wholesome. The way she spoke, one might think I was running around in bondage gear. In the spirit of the game, however, I bit my tongue, instead inviting her to continue with a wordless gesture. You cut a very imposing figure. And the suits you wear, they show your figure off to great effect. In any other scenario, I might think she was paying me a compliment. But I knew better. She was obviously about to drop a bomb on me, and was buttering me up for it. Even though I knew what was coming, that didn't mean I couldn't enjoy the way she stealthily gave me a full up and down. Compared to her, I was a damn giant, and I would have liked nothing more than to toss her around like a little rag doll. But I think it might help if you dressed a bit more conservatively. I couldn't help the laughter that welled in me. Within minutes, I was chuckling, the sound of my amusement filling the room. Ava scowled, crossing her arms over an ample bosom she couldn't quite hide. What's funny? It took me a minute to get hold of myself, but once I did, I considered that adorable pout of hers. I don't exactly prance around without clothes, Ava. I'd chosen my words carefully, and her reaction was well worth it. The blonde's face flushed darkly as she looked away, finding herself suddenly very preoccupied with the wood paneling that covered the walls. Not naked, but those suits, they're certainly very tailored. I was enjoying this far too much. I think the word you're looking for is tailored. Suggestive, she snapped back, her cheek still burning, was the word I was looking for. Every woman with eyes can see your goods, Aries, and it doesn't exactly detract from the idea that you're a womanizer. She was precious, and had all but admitted to sneaking a peek at me. Do you think I'm a womanizer? In her current state, I was keen on hearing her answer. Unfortunately, Ava redirected the conversation with heartbreaking ease. It doesn't matter what I think. What matters is what your stockholders and the rest of the planet think. Which means you need some new clothes. So there it was. She wanted to play dress up. I suppose I could agree to that, as long as it was on my terms. Fine. I blew out a breath, straightening to look her in the eye challengingly. You want me to dress like a pastor? I'll do my best. But I have a condition. A pastor? Please, Aries, don't be dramatic. It took her a moment to realize what I said, and when she did, her gaze narrowed warily. What kind of condition? I couldn't help the anticipatory smile that split my face. I get to dress you too. Ava's pretty mouth dropped open, and I enjoyed the taste of triumph for a good minute or so while she recovered. There is nothing wrong, she finally retorted tightly, with the way I dress. Of course not, I replied mildly. If you're representing up-and-comers, and will never be forced into the spotlight yourself. If that were the situation, you could dress as you like. I must have hit a nerve as her cheeks went ruddy again. But I assure you, that is not the case here, Ava. You'll be seen with me, and often. I refuse to allow you to appear by my side, as you are now. I was pushing, and I rightfully expected her to push back. I wasn't disappointed. I'm your publicist, Aries, not your flavor of the week. I'm not dressing up just to stand beside you. Well then, I suppose I'm keeping my suits. I leaned back in my chair, pillowing my head on my hands casually. I might have them cut a little narrower too, just for fun. If Ava's expression was any indication, she didn't like that proposal one bit. For a split second, I even thought she might call me a nasty name. But again, I underestimated her poise. The blonde took a visible breath before shifting in her seat, her spine ramrod straight. The motion pulled the baggy material of her dress tight against her chest, and I found myself paying attention like a good little boy, even if I was anything but. All right, fine. One outfit. And I get to dress you for the next month of functions. That was a tall order. This outfit was going to be borderline inappropriate. Done. I rose, moving to the door. Ava's eyes widened. Where are you going? We haven't even gotten through the first week of appearances. I eyed her in mock surprise. You promised me an outfit. So, we're getting you an outfit. You might have picked up her jaw from the floor. What now? It's my lunch hour. I extended my free hand to her. Unless you'd have me go to my tailor instead. That was enough to call back her resolve. Setting her jaw, the blonde popped up from her seat, ignoring my hand completely. Fine. She gathered her papers and turned on her heel to march from the room in righteous fury. I watched her ass wiggle the whole way, quite proud of myself. Ava might be a tough customer, but I was no pushover. The game was just getting started. She was waiting in the lobby when I arrived, still indignant and frustrated with her lack of control. I knew that looked better than anyone. When I made my way over to her, I pointedly ignored the glare Athena shot me across the lobby. I doubted she'd ever forgive me for booting her, and that fact might eventually lose me a receptionist. I cared less about that than I did about the stiff woman by my side. I couldn't wait to see what Ava's sensual little body looked like, half-dressed. Who knew? Maybe some rich fabrics against her skin would soften her a little. And then I'd go in for the kill. I'm not spending a mint on this outfit. She had a lot of demands, all of which she listed while we rode to our destination in the back of my Rolls. And it has to be appropriate. I'm not showing off anything I'm not comfortable with. And it can't be pink. I despise pink. I didn't think I'd ever had a woman fight me so hard over buying something for her. Of course, it was apparent that Ava thought she was paying for the outfit, which was completely out of the question. I had expensive tastes, and that was my decision alone. On the few occasions I had insisted on getting gifts for women, they lapped it up like cats in cream. It was interesting to get the opposite reaction. Funny enough, it made me determined to find out what would please her as well as me, if for nothing else than to watch her eat her words. Where are we even going? By the time Ava finally stumbled upon the only question that really mattered, we were almost there. With every minute that passed, I hated the ratty brown rag she wore more and more. I wanted it off her, and strangely enough, my intentions weren't completely perverse. Here. We pulled up next to a designer boutique I frequented when I was younger, a man far more concerned with impressing women than I'd come to be. When I slid from the car, holding the door open for her, Ava scrambled to follow me. She took one look at the front window of the shop, which featured brands like Prada and Chanel, and promptly backpedaled. This is way too expensive. I can't possibly. Come, Ava. I cut her off with my grip on her hand, tugging her into the shop before she even realized what I was doing. The interior was familiar, a high-class hodgepodge of designer clothing and accessories for women. Since it had been years since I visited, I didn't recognize the girl behind the front desk, even though she certainly recognized me. Aries Wolf. She breathed the words like a prayer, honey-brown eyes wide as crimson lips parted in shock. She was a pretty little thing, dark-haired and busty. If I had been with anyone but Ava, I might have worked my charms on her, but at that particular moment, I wasn't interested. Oh my gosh, Aries Wolf. Somehow, we managed to get through introductions. I signed a few things for her before telling her what we were looking for, without consulting Ava first. Her glare could have melted the polar ice caps. When the shopkeeper held up her first selection, a navy blue sheath with a lace-trimmed neckline, I barely managed to keep Ava from bolting. No, I am not wearing that. This is conservative, I pointed out, torn between amusement and exasperation at her stubbornness. And it's still enough to make what you're wearing look like a rag. No. Yes. My fingers curled firmly about Ava's upper arm, drawing her close to me. Or we visit my tailor instead. Emitting a frustrated sound, she snatched the dress from the clerk to stomp to the ornate dressing rooms. Of course, the dark-haired little nymph she left me with took this as an opportunity to flash her cleavage and put on her best bedroom eyes. It was less of a trial to ignore her than I might have expected, especially when Ava poked her disheveled blonde head from the dressing room, her expression hesitant. I don't like it. I eyed her skeptically. It doesn't matter if you like it. This is the price of the bargain, remember? She exhaled a plaintive sigh before stepping from the dressing room. Instantly, my breath caught. Damn. The prim, proper publicist was hiding a body that just wouldn't quit. The dress she wore hugged her body. In my opinion, Ava needed a pair of heels to emphasize her long legs, but the dress did her so much justice that even the flats she was wearing were okay in my book. For a full minute, I allowed myself the luxury of staring, right up until the moment she blushed and broke my gaze. It's too tight. I suppressed a groan. It's perfect. You look gorgeous, yet still very professional. It wasn't a lie, so I made sure to add that little tidbit specifically for her approval. I have some other stuff for you. To her merit, the shopkeeper seemed far more absorbed in her job than in taking me to bed. Far from being jealous, the sight of Ava in the dress she'd picked seemed to galvanize her. In a trice, she'd selected a handful of other dresses from the rack and shoved them into the blonde's arms. Try these too. The colors will look amazing on you. Even as Ava protested, the other woman was shoving her back towards the dressing room. I, meanwhile, settled back to enjoy the show. This was better than any lunch break by far. Ava went through the garments as quickly as she could, but she couldn't hide how each additional outfit seemed to throw her further and further off kilter. It was almost as if she'd never seen her body in clinging, high-quality fabrics, as if the sight of her killer curves was as new to her as it was to me. She slipped into a long, off-the-shoulder white sundress that made her look just as angelic as I imagined it would. She grudgingly did a little twirl in a green A-line number that looked fantastic with her blonde hair. Quite frankly, I wanted to buy each and every one of them, despite the hefty bill such a purchase would involve. Besides the thrill of getting to choose Ava's clothes, however, I found her confused reactions somewhat endearing. She didn't strut and didn't demand to know if things made her look fat. Rather, she simply looked at herself. Really looked. It was interesting as hell to watch. I can't do this one. Ava's announcement came muffled from the dressing room on her sixth try-on. It's impossible. I can't get this zipper up. I reacted without thinking. Within 5 seconds, I was tugging the curtain of the dressing room back to reveal the interior. The sight beyond had all the blood in my body slamming southward, momentarily scrambling my brain. Ava was undressed from the waist up. Dropping the upper half of the dress she was trying to wriggle into, she covered herself with both hands, her color deepening. Aries, what the hell are you doing? Get out of here. Finally, a curse. She was human. But it would take more than that to scare me off. I thought you needed help with your dress. There it was again, that deer-in-headlights look, as if she had absolutely no idea what to do. I rather liked that look on Ava. It only made me want to corrupt her more. I don't need help, she insisted, holding herself even more tightly in a bid at self-defense. I'm just going to change back into my clothes. Nonsense. I brushed her off with ease, slipping into the small space behind the curtain. God knew what impression we were giving the shopkeeper, but I'd worry about that later. Right now, the priority was the decadent, half-dressed woman before me. Why do that when I can just help you? There was perhaps a foot of space between her and me, and barely room to maneuver besides that. In an attempt to get away from me, Ava pressed herself against the mirror, unintentionally giving me a bird's-eye view of her cleavage, plumped high against her hands and the glass. Aries, don't. I'm warning you. Warning me, was she? Don't get your panties in a bunch, Ava, I replied smoothly, wondering if said panties matched that luscious confection of a bra. Just put the dress on and I'll zip you. I maintained that precious foot of distance, just close enough that she was both physically and mentally aware of my presence, without touching her. At my suggestion, her gaze turned immediately wary. Stay right there. Don't come any closer. I suppressed a grin. Of course. My gaze turned expectant on hers, until she looked away after a lone beat. Quickly, she scrambled to slip into the upper half of the dress, which unsurprisingly fit her perfectly. The low scoop neckline was a little racy, but I was definitely a fan. That said, I could see how she couldn't get to the zipper by herself. In my opinion, most women's clothes were made with the assumption that their owners were contortionists, or that someone else was constantly dressing and undressing them. I took hold of the zipper at the small of her back, gliding it smoothly upwards against her pale skin, until every tooth was closed. The dress was cut so that her shoulder blades and the nape of her neck were exposed, and I would have had to be a saint to resist that temptation. The backs of my fingers brushed over the fine knobs of her spine, and she jumped, whirling to face me. I thought you were just helping me dress. I might have been at least a little intimidated by that hiss of hers if I weren't busy looking at her in the dress in close quarters. This one was by far my favorite. It was jet black and darted in to enhance her waist. Her smooth shoulders were exposed, along with almost the entirety of her arms, and it took every iota of self-control I had not to rip the damn thing off her right then and there. I finally managed, reaching down to pluck a few strands of blonde from the front of the dress to give me an uninterrupted view of her body. Now you're dressed. Gosh, she was gorgeous, flushed, confused, and all but shaking. So you can leave. Her voice trembled over the syllables, and I swallowed a possessive growl. I could. I cupped her face and she swallowed thickly, her back pressing against the mirror. But there was nowhere to run. There was nothing she could do but slap me and shove her way past me, both of which were quite valid options if she didn't want this just as badly as I did. But Ava did neither. Instead, her eyes merely fluttered shut as she pressed her lips together. Luckily, she didn't catch my wolfish smile of triumph. She was just as sweet as I'd imagined, sweeter even. At the first touch of my mouth against hers, she stiffened a split second before she all but melted against me. She was so damn soft and pliant in my arms. At the light contact of a fist against wood, both of us froze. Excuse me. The clerk was knocking on the partition of the dressing room, just beyond the curtain. Is everything all right in there? Ava immediately came back to herself, her eyes widening as she realized how compromising our situation might look. All it would take would be for the clerk to yank back the curtain, and we'd be all over the tabloids the following morning. While I hardly cared, I didn't want that for Ava. She hardly deserved it. We're fine. Ava shocked the hell out of me when she answered in an admirably steady tone. Be out in 1 second. All right. Let me know if you need anything. Thankfully, the clerk seemed satisfied with her answer, and the next sound we heard was her footsteps receding back toward the racks. Ava breathed an audible sigh of relief, her eyes sliding closed a moment before they snapped open once more, blazing green fire. It was enough to make me want to kiss her all over again. Get out, get out, get out, she hissed, shoving at my chest with all her strength. I imagined it much like trying to move a brick wall, and merely grinned down at her. I'm serious, Aries. I will make you wear grandpa sweaters for the next 6 months. Get out. At that point, I decided to humor her. After all, I had gotten what I wanted, mostly. It wasn't just the kiss. That glassy-eyed, hungry expression that had lasted for a few seconds afterward, that was what I was after. The knowledge that prim little Ava Parker had an inner freak just waiting to break free. And I was going to help her.
Chapter 3. Ava.
I was exhausted. More than exhausted. The reality of dealing with Aries Wolf as a client was as tiring as it was nerve-wracking. The man challenged everything I said and did every suggestion I made. And he liked to strike bargains. Bargains meant that I had to give something to get something, and I could already tell that I would come to dread the mere mention of the word for years to come. It was close to 9 in the evening by the time I left his office building, clutching the huge bag of clothes he purchased. I wanted nothing to do with any of it. Everything he made me try on showed off far more than I was comfortable with. I wasn't used to my cleavage being on display, or my legs being more exposed than covered. For as long as I could remember, I'd been a relatively modest person. My mother always told me that ladies always covered their assets, and I had never questioned her. But I couldn't deny that there was something intriguing about wearing clinging clothes. It was like looking at another person in the mirror, and I didn't dislike what I saw. Here was a vixen, someone as powerful and successful as she was stylish. I knew, at the very least, that Sandy would approve, even if I was more confused than anything else. And not all of that confusion stemmed from the clothes. There was the kiss to be considered as well. Aries Wolf had kissed me. I could barely remember the last time I kissed a man, but it certainly hadn't been like that. The moment his mouth touched mine, my body had all but gone up in flames. Every nerve ending was 10 times as sensitive. If I hadn't been clutching at the man for dear life, I might have fallen. He kissed me like I was well in a vast desert, like I was food and he was a starving man. I had never known kissing could be a full-body experience, never known that I could react so flagrantly to a mere touch. I mean, it wasn't as if I lacked any experience at all. When I was in college, I snuck off with a few boys. I hadn't let them get very far, and I always ended up making an excuse for stepping out at the last minute. I'd made out and had a few heavy petting sessions, but the thought of letting one of those slavering, single-minded guys go any further had always turned my stomach. So here I was, a 24-year-old woman getting woozy over a single kiss, and who wondered desperately if I had been missing out on something mind-blowing all these years. As I wandered down West 12th Street, I touched my lips absently. Nothing felt any different. I could have sworn that the world had been momentarily turned on its head when Aries kissed me, but ultimately, nothing had happened. Nothing and something all at once. I scowled, glancing down at the full shopping bag I carried. I'd certainly never shopped anywhere where they wrapped your clothes in tissue paper and separate boxes before tying the entire affair together with a ribbon. The experience in and of itself had been almost otherworldly, though for Aries it had to be commonplace. He was undoubtedly familiar with the store he'd taken me to, and it made me wonder just how many women he'd lured there. Not that it was any of my business. I made it clear that he was never to kiss me again, or that I'd report him for unwanted advances. His answering smile was nothing less than maddening, and it still pissed me off when I remembered it hours later. My scowl deepened, and I briefly contemplated tossing everything he'd bought me in the nearest dumpster. But one glance at the price tag was enough to dissuade me. Geez. Even though I knew how much the man was worth, shopping sprees like today were a mere drop in the bucket for him. The amount still shocked me. It was more than I made in a month. More than I made in 4 months. I was almost afraid to hang my new clothes in my closet. But Aries expected me to wear them. There was the constant threat of his tailor cutting the crotches of his suits even narrower than they already were, and the mere thought was enough to give me a heart attack. If it took me wearing a few dresses to get him to cooperate with me, I'd gladly do it. The man was more than intimidating enough in his Versace, smelling of heaven, lowering his mouth to mine with devastating intent. The loud blaring of a car horn jerked me back to the present, and I lurched backward for a split second before a gigantic SUV roared past. I'd almost walked headlong into a busy intersection, and the realization made me gape in horror. Damn it. What the hell is all this? By the time I made it to happy hour on the Lower East Side, I was thoroughly convinced that I had been brainwashed. The sight of my best friend, Sandy, was nothing less than a godsend, and I collapsed at the table the moment I arrived. She immediately reached for the luxury bag I dumped on the floor, tugging it into her lap. The moment her eyes fell on the receipt tucked into the bag, her face paled. Dear God, Ava. Have you lost it completely? This is like a quarter of your savings. I didn't buy it. I groaned, gesturing desperately for a waitress. I needed a drink. Several drinks as soon as possible. Ulf did. For almost a full 10 seconds, Sandy merely gaped at me. When she finally spoke, her tone was incredulous. Ulf bought you clothes? More like he forced them on me, I griped, ordering both a margarita and a rum punch at once. I strongly suspected I would be double-fisting for the rest of the night. The man is a horror, Sandy. I have no idea how I'm going to handle him. Apparently, clad in Prada and Fendi. Sandy was examining my purchases with a wistful eye. She managed to tear her admiring gaze from a yellow Versace number to address me again. You know, a man buying you clothes isn't normally a bad thing. He's a client, Sandy, I rebutted immediately, exasperated. And it's my first day. I take it that means it didn't go so well. Sandy's expression turned empathetic as she replaced my clothes in their fancy wrappings. You look exhausted, babe. Well, it was nice to know I looked as crappy as I felt. We argued all day, Sandy. All day. And he forced me to go shopping, and he... I winced, not sure I wanted to reveal my shame, even to my best friend. Ultimately, however, I knew that keeping it inside would very likely lend me more than a few sleepless nights. He kissed me. Sandy paused with her own drink halfway to her mouth, her jaw gaping. I thought for a moment that she was going to drop her glass completely and got ready to snatch it from the air. Luckily, my friend snapped back to reality before catastrophe occurred. He did what? I knew very well she heard me, she just wanted confirmation. I could feel my face burning as I repeated the information she wanted to hear. He kissed me. Geez. How was it? With a long-suffering sigh, I told her the entire story about being bullied into the boutique, my technical difficulties, and the assistance Aries gave me. By the time I finished, she was fanning herself, a longing look on her face. I'd give anything for Richard to kiss me like that again, but the kids are always around. I groaned, shaking my head. Sandy, he's my client. The client. He can't be kissing me. I can't let him kiss me. I dunno. Sandy shrugged, ordering another drink when the waitress arrived with mine. I grabbed my margarita and downed half of it in the first gulp, desperate for the liquid burn of the alcohol to dull the heat of my skin. If the kiss was really as good as you say, maybe you should go with the flow, hun. I stared at Sandy like she'd grown a unicorn horn out of her forehead. You're joking. Dead serious, she rebutted, her expression backing her up. Darling, you yourself are always telling me how tactless men are, how they grope and poke you until you literally can't take anymore. You're 24, a consenting adult. If there's finally a guy that lights your fire, why not have him pop your cherry? I flushed red to the roots of my hair, looking around the bar self-consciously. I didn't think there was anything particularly bad about my inexperience, but that didn't mean I wanted a gaggle of drunks to be privy to our conversation. You make it sound like a damn stroll in Central Park, I hissed in retaliation, my eyes narrow. Do I need to remind you that this is Aries Wolf we're talking about? No, you most certainly do not. Sandy was suddenly far away, her gaze wistful and lusty. The man is strutting his stuff. I doubt women do very much walking when he's done with them. The words left my mouth before I could stop them, and I covered the lower half of my face with my mouth, shocked at my own brazenness. Sandy all but cackled in glee. So you have thought about it. You vixen, you. Aries had better watch out. I am not sleeping with him, I corrected quickly. I'm not going to add myself to the long list of victims in his physical predation. The man wouldn't know true romance if it bit him in his butt. His very nice, very muscular butt. Maybe physical predation is what you need, Ava. Sandy's grin was absolutely wicked. How many girls have a mind-blowing first time? This man isn't going to cling to you, or want anything more. He's going to rock your world with no strings attached. Is that such a bad thing? I bit my lip, hesitating for a moment before I downed the rest of my cocktail. Was it such a bad thing? I'd carried a fairly fluffy idea of intimacy around for my entire life. I'd always wanted it to be with someone I had feelings for, someone who would love me so much I could feel it when we were together. What place did that particular notion have now? I was 24 and had never been in a relationship. I found it difficult to connect with most guys I met. Aries and I had undeniable chemistry, but I didn't fool myself into thinking I was anything special. He was a very passionate person, and I was just one of many. Did that make me want him any less? No. But I also had no idea what wanting a man like him meant. I honestly have no clue, Sandy. I reached for my rum punch, frowning. I can't deny that he's attractive, but Aries might be a bit too much for me to handle. Mentally and physically. Oh, shut your mouth. Sandy waved me off with a casual gesture. He's a man, and just like any man, he has his weaknesses. You just need to find them. Reaching out, she took firm hold of my hand, her gaze locked on mine. You are good at your job, Ava. More than good. Remember that. This man needs you. Make sure he knows it. How was it that Sandy always gave the best pep talks? I'd spent the entire day feeling like cow crap, and a few lines from her made things somehow better. I wasn't about to go prancing down the streets or anything, but suddenly, the next day with Aries didn't seem so daunting. That's what I like to see, that gorgeous smile, Sandy said. Was I smiling? I hadn't even known. And if you do decide to bed the man, just be careful about it. It's a possible PR nightmare in the making. That made me snort in laughter. Trust me, Sandy, I know that better than anybody. But did I, really? I knew what a man like Aries did to women. Hell, I was certainly aware of what he was doing to me, but I'd be the first to admit that Aries Wolf frightened me just as much as he intrigued me, and that the conflicting emotions were enough to give me one hell of a headache. Thankfully, I escaped Aries' sphere of influence for the next few days, granting me an unexpected reprieve. He was forced away on some urgent business, and my company couldn't move quickly enough to send me along. Of course, this meant that by the time the man got back, I was antsy as hell. He literally arrived a few hours before his appearance on Jimmy Kimmel, and I was biting my nails in fear that he would miss the appearance. Though the notion of being anywhere near the man made me nervous as hell, the sight of him striding through the backstage doors was better than Christmas morning. I strode up to him with a tongue lashing at the ready. "You're late. You're 3 hours late." Aries cut me off with a swift and surprisingly intimate kiss on the cheek that lingered far longer than was proprietary. Despite the assumed innocence of the gesture, I could feel my panties growing uncomfortably slick at his nearness. "Lovely to see you too, Ava," he all but purred into my ear. "I can tell you missed me." His eyes roved my body shamelessly, making me even more self-conscious of the white Chanel number I wore. "Nice dress." I took a step backward, putting a safe 2 feet of distance between us as I covered my cheek protectively. He was wearing one of his damn suits, and the black wool fit him like a glove. He looked far too good for my health, and I found myself swallowing thickly. "You need to change and get into wardrobe and makeup." "You don't like my suit, Ava?" His slate eyes laughed at me. I'm crushed. I wasn't sure whether I wanted to slap the moxie from that smug mouth of his or kiss him. In the end, I settled for neither. "Just get changed. You barely have an hour before the show starts, and you're the first guest." "As you say, darling." With a jaunty little salute that made my knees unnecessarily weak, he headed in the direction of makeup and wardrobe, leaving me all but salivating. Somehow, in the few days we'd been apart, I'd underestimated the effect the man had on me. Him and those darn suits. I was distracted, thankfully, by a few of the show's technicians, and a writer sent to go over the final list of questions with me. I approved them after a quick perusal before settling in with a headset that would allow me to hear the interview in real time. The single hour that remained before Aries went on stage seemed to pass in an instant, and then he was jogging towards me with a call of 5 minutes before his cue. I had to admit to myself at least that the khakis and button-up I picked weren't anywhere near as flattering as his tailored suits. More wholesome perhaps, but I knew that, whatever Aries might pretend, he was about as far from wholesome as it was possible to be. The only reason he was behaving himself was because his stockholders had men watching his every move to ensure that he stuck to his side of the bargain. "Is it just me, or do you look rather disappointed, Ava?" I did my best to ignore his smug smile and insufferable attitude. Maybe I should have worn the suit after all. "Don't," I warned him, tugging him down to my level by his collar to straighten it before smoothing a few strands of his dark hair back critically. "Look at that. You're the picture of a pastor." He scowled at my assessment, but before he could say a single word, he was ushered onto the stage. It was the first time I had ever been part of such an influential appearance, and I was understandably nervous. Part of me wondered if my mother and sister were watching the show. Maybe they'd finally be proud of me if I told them the part one had in getting the main attraction to the stage. Jimmy Kimmel was just as charming in person as he was on a television screen, and I found myself smiling as he shook Aries' hand in the introduction. "Tonight we welcome the man, the myth, the legend, Aries Wolf. Give it up, people." Half of the reason I enjoyed the show so much was Kimmel's raw charisma, and I had to admit I was a little starstruck with him only half a stage away. "Thanks for coming, Aries." "Pleasure's all mine, Jimmy." With that smile of his, no wonder there were so many women clamoring after Aries. He was charm incarnate until you got to know him. "Great to be here." I feel as if the entire female portion of the audience is salivating at this point, Jimmy returned with a chuckle. "They've heard you're single and they're out for blood." I held my breath. This was the first of many hurdles we knew were coming. We were prepared. "While I'm flattered, Jimmy, I think I'm taking a break from the dating scene for a while." Even I was surprised by the truly repentant tone Aries took. "I need some time for reflection, figure out the kind of relationship I need with a woman and all that." Jimmy's eyes widened in mock surprise. "Forgive me, man, but that doesn't sound like you at all." Cue laughter from the audience. Even I smirked a bit. "Tell me something I didn't know." "Well, truth be told, I've put a lot of thought into my legacy recently, and I think there should be a little more respect towards the female population and fewer wild nights and regrets. Everyone loved a star who genuinely repented, and at that moment, Aries was fooling everyone in the studio. Except me, of course. So, you're really turning over a new leaf, that's amazing. Jimmy grinned enthusiastically. A new man. How do we feel about that, ladies? A huge feminine cheer rose from the audience, and I rolled my eyes. If only they knew their dream man had just been trying to seduce his publicist in a public dressing room the previous week. The memory rose in my mind unbidden, and my breath caught. That kiss, the way he had me against the mirror and taken what he wanted. The way he looked at me, as if he'd never seen anything as desirable in the entire cosmos. Maybe it was practiced. Maybe it was standard Aries wolf procedure. If that was the case, I was falling for it hook, line, and sinker. I'd never had a man look at me as if I was the only woman in the entire world. We have so enjoyed having you on the show, Aries. Can't thank you enough for being here. This transformation of yours. I think it can only do you a world of good in the long run, and I, for one, am impressed as hell. A smattering of applause brought me back to the present, where Aries was finishing up his segment. As far as I was concerned, it had been a roaring success, worth celebrating even. But then came the coup de grace. Not to pry or anything, Aries, but I'm sure we're all wondering, what do you think your father would think of the path you'd chosen? Would he be proud, or would he acknowledge these lessons you're learning? What's your opinion here? Aries' smile froze on his face, and my breath caught in my throat. What the hell? Where on earth had that question come from? I grabbed the script from a nearby table and flipped through it. My search came up empty. That question was spontaneous, unrehearsed, and unexpected. It was a ridiculously personal question, considering the casual nature of the interview, and one look at Aries' expression told me that he was completely unprepared for it. His eyes met mine over the length of the stage, and I shrugged helplessly. Thankfully, the man's silver tongue came to the rescue. Well, I think he'd first have to get over the fact that I've been on Kimmel. Twice. The man was a TV addict. If he were still around, he'd never get over the fact that I've even been on the show. Part of me wants to get your photo now and take it to the cemetery with a bouquet or something. The audience burst into laughter, and crazily, just like that, the crisis was averted. It was the end of his segment, and all at once, Jimmy was bidding Aries a fond farewell. He walked off the stage to thunderous applause, and I was surprised that women weren't throwing their panties at him. The moment he was off camera. However, the man raked a hand through his hair, a scowl coloring his face. Damn. He shifted back and forth on his feet, visibly disquieted. I don't. He exhaled a long breath before dragging a hand over his face. I need a drink. I'll get it. Any wariness I had where the man's allure was concerned evaporated. He'd been thrown off kilter, and right now he wasn't out to get in my panties. He needed his drink, and I needed to speak to the producer. I grabbed the nearest courier, or coloring my demand. I need a bottle of 12-year Glenlivet in the next 15 minutes. Can you do that? I couldn't imagine how I looked, but if the courier's reaction was any indication at all, I was an avenging angel on the warpath. Yes, he squeaked, a kid all of 18, freckle-faced and pimply. Yes, ma'am. That done, I turned to a nearby tech. Where's the producer's office? The young woman grimaced. He's on the floor. He doesn't like to be disturbed during runtime, unless it's an emergency. It is an emergency. And if he doesn't want to speak with me, he'll be hearing from Mr. Wolf's lawyer instead. The young woman paled visibly. He's in the booth back there. She gestured around the side back of the stage, and I nodded curtly, righteous indignation bubbling through my belly. I wasn't normally confrontational, but I knew what it was like to contend with old demons, and this production had pulled a nasty switcheroo on Aries. I needed to make sure that it was addressed. Glenlivet, 12 years. I turned back to the courier to reiterate. And you now have 10 minutes. The kid hurried off as I stormed around a partition, towards the main production booth. I noticed errantly that Aries was hot on my heels, but I hardly cared. Luckily for the producer, they were in the middle of a commercial break when I made my presence known. "Mr. Hyatt." The moment I stepped into the booth, the man's head popped up, his expression irritated. "What do you want?" Usually, such an expression would have given me pause, but in that moment I was driven by pure rage. "My name is Ava Parker. I'm Aries Wolf's publicist, and I want to know what the hell happened with that last question." The man straightened, taking off his headphones as all eyes in the booth turned to us. "I don't catch your meaning." His expression was carefully neutral, and it only made me angrier. "Let me clarify then." I stalked across the space to him to stare the man directly in the eye. The list of questions was to be submitted in writing, reviewed and re-reviewed. And then Jimmy comes out with some personal baloney just to bump your ratings. That wasn't what we agreed on, and I can guarantee I will have a line of lawyers willing to prosecute by tomorrow. Is that what you want? The man immediately paled. Though he was taller than me, he seemed to shrink in stature. "No, of course not. I can assure you that it wasn't our intention to catch Mr. Wolf off guard. We don't need to involve legal proceedings here, do we?" "You tell me," I retorted bluntly. "We'll accept nothing less than a formal apology on a major news outlet and no further appearances on your network for the next year." By this point, Hyatt's complexion was ghostly. He swallowed thickly. "Of course. I'll get my people on it tomorrow morning." "You'd better." My tone was pure venom. "If there's no apology circulating by the time I wake up tomorrow morning, we will eviscerate you and the entire network. Are we clear, Hyatt?" It wasn't an idle threat. There weren't many people in the world with a high enough net worth to stand against an entire TV network, but Aries made the cut easily, with plenty to spare. Pissing him off was a very costly endeavor, but if handled delicately, it could also impart a host of lessons on the guilty party. "Crystal, Miss Parker." "Wonderful. Thank you for your time." With that, I turned on my heel to stalk from the booth, still running on spit and vinegar. As I made my exit, I could feel numerous pairs of shocked eyes following my progress. I should have been embarrassed. I'd probably been a bit too forceful, but damn it, I was pissed. Trying to exploit someone's weak spots was about as low as it got, even when Aries was involved. As I made my way back to the stage, Aries fell into step beside me. I felt his gaze burning into the nape of my neck, but was too concerned with cooling down to worry over much. "Miss Parker." The courier appeared out of left field, jogging towards us with a very familiar 12-year bottle of liquor. "I got your whiskey." "I got it." Other couriers and technicians were shushing him as the show went back on the air, but he was too pleased with himself to be cowed. Where he'd found a $500 bottle of whiskey in 10 minutes, I had no clue, but his smile was surprisingly infectious. "Here." He handed us the whiskey bottle, along with 2 glasses. "Enjoy." I poured 2 glasses of whiskey, despite not being a whiskey drinker, before turning to offer one to Aries. I paused, taken slightly aback at the way he was looking at me. The man's gaze was fixed on my face in a mixture of wonder and disbelief, as if he had never quite seen me the way he saw me in that moment. He snapped from his reverie for long enough to take his glass from me. "Well, cheers." I raised my glass in his direction to an excellent first interview despite a few unexpected hiccups. "Cheers," he replied, his gaze never leaving mine. "To publicists who get things done." I couldn't hide my grin. "I will certainly drink to that."
Chapter 4. Aries.
The drink was like nirvana to my system. When Jimmy had pulled out a question about my father, I wanted to strangle him, nice guy or not. I didn't talk about my dad, not in public. Not ever. I didn't do personal. Thankfully, seeing Ava's furious expression was enough to jog me out of my shock stupor. Watching the little blonde lamb grow fangs to rival a wolf's had done a ton more than that. Ava had accomplished the difficult feat of shocking me speechless with her transformation. I did little more than follow her around like a love-struck puppy as she eviscerated everyone in her path, from the courier all the way up to the producer himself. The way she unloaded on the man, a petite blonde less than half Hyatt's size, was both awe-inspiring and a little frightening to watch. I emerged from the situation feeling both aroused and determined to reevaluate my publicist. Though the company had assured me that she was good at her job, it was a horse of a different color seeing her handle business in person. And she had handled it. It didn't help that she was wearing the little white number I picked for her. Though she didn't have any heels to match, she looked every bit the power player, sauntering around backstage. It made the way she choked and spluttered as she sipped at her whiskey cute by comparison. Not a liquor woman, I take it. She grimaced, staring at her half-full glass as if it had morally wronged her. Not really. Gosh, how do you drink this stuff? Slowly, I replied with a chuckle. With panache. She rolled her eyes, setting her glass aside on a nearby table. I prefer rum punch. Of course you do, I smirked. With little umbrellas and pieces of pineapple. Screw you, Wolf. She was smiling through the insult. Let's get out of here. If she were any other woman, I might consider that an invitation, but this was Ava we were talking about, and she'd only had a few sips of whiskey. I knew better than to count my chickens. Lead the way. The sun had long been down by the time we made it outside, and the whiskey had me pleasantly buzzing as I contemplated the evening at the office that awaited me. There was never any rest for the wicked. When I directed the driver back downtown, Ava frowned at me. You're headed back to the office? At this hour? I sighed, leaning back against the seat with a faint smile. There's always work to be done, Ava. I'm sure that part of you assumed I was all playboy with little business involved. Even in the dim light of the car, I could tell she was blushing. I could all but feel the heat of her face. I never said that. You thought it. I loosened the first few buttons of the shirt, wondering how on earth anyone could last a whole day getting choked by their damned clothes. At least my suit was tailored to fit me. Everyone thinks it. Ava ran a hand through her blonde hair, loose for the first time since we'd met. The long, wavy strands made her look like a goddess incarnate, making it that much harder to be on my best behavior. We're working to change the way they think, Aries. That should console you some. I snorted. Just because I make an observation doesn't necessarily mean I care what other people think. I had stopped all that a long time ago. Being too invested in other people's opinions made you vulnerable, and I didn't feel vulnerable. Your stockholders care, and they have the welfare of your company in mind. Rather than accusatory, Ava's tone was merely matter-of-fact. And I happen to know that the only person who cares more for the welfare of your business is you, Aries. That's undeniable. She was too astute for her own good. Sitting next to Ava made me contemplate the last time I'd actually had a decent conversation with a woman. It had been a while. I had to admit, when it came to women, I was usually pretty single-minded. If they weren't under me, they were busy trying to worm their way into my good graces otherwise, and that always made me wary as hell, but Ava forced me out of my comfort zone. I couldn't decide if I liked it or not. You make it sound like I have a few redeemable qualities, Ava. I'd be careful if I were you. I grinned at her, and was rewarded with that telltale pink flush that had me messed up. If you do have any, it's my job to highlight them, she finally replied once she'd found her voice again. We're focusing on the wholesome now, remember? The old, predatory, crazy party boy is officially out of commission. I smirked, turning to her. There was, in reality, plenty of space in the back of the rolls. I could sit across from Ava if I chose, or at the other end of the seat, but far be it from me to take it easy on her. If she wanted to banish the old Aries, it was going to take a little more than her say-so and some pressure from the men upstairs. Am I? The moment I slid across the seat towards her, she pressed herself against the door, her eyes blown wide. Her hand came up just in time to inhibit my progress, pressing flush against my chest. Aries. Her voice held a definite note of warning, even if it was slightly unsteady. Don't what? My fingers curled around hers, tugging it gently out of the way. I thought I behaved quite admirably tonight. I could smell her perfume, or perhaps it wasn't perfume. Ava didn't seem like the type. She probably bathed with some sweet-smelling soap. I'd never been a fan of overwhelming flowery scents, but Ava's was subtle. Lavender, vanilla, and something softer, something I needed to taste. You did, she finally replied, looking anywhere but directly at me. You were a perfect gentleman, even if I know better. I chuckled darkly, reaching down to cup her chin gently and redirect that lovely green gaze of hers. Can I help it that you bring out the worst in me? She exhaled a shuddering breath that I was very proud to be the instigator of. I can't imagine, it's very hard. I lowered my head to inhale her heady scent as my thumb traced the neckline of her dress. I had never been more glad. I'd invested in the thick pane of darkened glass between the passenger section and the driver. Of course, Mac could pull back that partition anytime he wanted. Hopefully, he wouldn't. Not if he knew what was good for him. I liked watching you tell Hyatt off. The line of her neck and shoulder was so damned inviting that I had to heed the call. I kissed her there, lingering and indulgent, relishing the way she trembled. Kitten's got some very impressive claws. When I nipped at the point of her pulse, her hands came up to rest hesitantly against my chest, but they didn't quite push. Not yet. I'm not a cat. Ava shifted beneath me, whimpering as I explored the length of her throat with my lips and teeth. She was right, I was deplorable. She told me no, and somehow that only made me want her more. I don't know about that, Ava. I chuckled against her ear. I bet I could make you purr for me. My mouth found hers before she could protest any further. Since the first time I kissed Ava, it was hard to think of anything else. Sure, I traveled, worked, ate, and slept, but that sensual little body of hers was never far from my mind. After the dressing room incident, she made it clear that I wasn't to touch her again. But what man could ever get enough of Ava? Her demeanor was more than enough. So much demure innocence wrapped up in a surprisingly aggressive shell. But now she was wearing that damn dress. I'd seen her working backstage at Kimmel. While she was absorbed in making sure things ran smoothly, all eyes were on her, and it had little to do with the fact that she was my new publicist. She was stunning in her white dress, all her curves accentuated perfectly. And that mouth. Oh my, that mouth. Her fingers curling into the front of my shirt. She was a woman who did everything tentatively. Every touch, every sentence, every action, as if she were desperate to keep from losing control. I knew about control. Ava was going to give it up to me, and the moment she did, I'd make her body sing. Why she kept it up was beyond me when she looked so good with the golden waves tumbling around that cherubic face of hers. She tasted of the whiskey she disliked so much, which only made me want more of her. So much more. I plucked her from the seat with ease to settle in my lap, ignoring her small sound of surprise. Almost as soon as it escaped her, I was kissing her again. Underneath all those manners, little Ava was far more hedonistic than I gave her credit for. I resolved that this time, I wouldn't stop until I knew just how wild I could make her. Aries. Her soft, breathy sigh drew a possessive rumble from deep in my chest as one hand curled firmly into the softness of her thigh. We can't, you can't. Beneath the silky material of her dress, her skin was soft and smooth. Tell me to stop. I dared her between leisurely kisses along her shoulder blade. Say the word, Ava, and I will. When I tugged her earlobe between my teeth, she shuddered, her head falling back against the seat. Ava's fingers threaded through my hair as she tugged me against her, drunk on sensation. Despite the claim that she wasn't a cat, her fingers kneaded at my scalp in a very feline way as she whimpered and writhed. By now, I consented that Mac probably knew exactly what we were doing. But thankfully, the partition stayed shut. It was, perhaps, the first time I very much cared about anyone else catching me in the act. For reasons even I couldn't fully comprehend, the idea of someone else seeing Ava like this burned my blood. She was mine. My publicist and my woman wrapped up in my arms, as I made her feel like she'd never felt. Sometime after. I should go. I was able to keep Ava from escaping because I anticipated that she would flee. While she was aggressive when it came to her job, deep down, she was a little too innocent for my particular brand. She attempted to slip past me and out the curbside door, but I caught hold of a slender wrist and held firm. For a long moment, she refused to look at me, instead wriggling and squirming in an attempt to get free. It was so much like what she'd been doing mere moments ago in my lap that a low, pained sound escaped me. It was time to stop messing around. Look at me, Ava. Now. While she didn't respond immediately, the danger suggested in that last word was enough to get her to face me, albeit reluctantly. My deer in headlights. No more running, I demanded, my tone low and authoritative. You run from me one more time, and I'll see you regret it. My reward was the little shudder that traversed her slender form. My grip on her wrist tightened slightly. Do you understand me? She nodded almost immediately, her eyes wide. Now, where will you be tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock sharp? Your office, she answered after a slight bout of hesitation. For our meeting. Good girl. I wanted to pull her back into my arms. To kiss her until all that hesitation and fear melted away, and I could mold her into something malleable and primal, but the moment was already gone. If I tried anything further, I knew I'd just scare her off if I hadn't already. Aries. Her voice gained a bit of steel now that she sensed I'd gotten what I wanted. I need to go. Let me go. My gaze narrowed in warning, and she backpedaled with admirable speed. Please. In response, I merely drew her across the smooth leather seat and back into my sphere of influence. Brushing a few stray strands of blonde from her face, I searched her wide green eyes, fighting the need to show her just how vulnerable I could really make her. You can fight it all you want, Ava, but I'm telling you now, one day you'll find yourself in my bed, and denying me will be the furthest thing from your mind. Her lips parted, and for a moment, I thought she might let me kiss her again. She certainly looked like that was what she wanted, and I was all for giving it to her. But instead, she caught me off guard, snatching her hand from my grip as her gaze hardened. In your dreams, Wolf. With that caustic profession, she slipped from the car in my grasp, slamming the door behind her with undue force. Unfortunately, I found myself feeling far less confident about the entire scenario the next morning when 8 o'clock rolled around. I busied myself with my coffee and pretended not to pay attention to the clock until a good 20 minutes had passed. At this point, I threw down the portfolio, which I perused in disgust. She was late. Ava was never late, and I could only think of one reason she might keep me waiting. I had gone too far. She told me no, and I pushed too hard. While I couldn't deny that I had enjoyed the hell out of the experience, I now found myself questioning my motives, and I didn't like it. She was my publicist, the last in a long line of men and women who came before her. Just because I decided I wanted her to be mine, didn't mean I was suddenly watching her like a hawk, waiting for her next move. I had better things to do. I had a multi-billion-dollar company to run, for God's sake. I wasn't, and had never been, the type to fawn over women. Not since Laura. Just like that, my morning was ruined. I didn't want to contemplate what might have kept Ava away from me. If she came, she came. If she didn't, there was one less babysitter for me. Wasn't that what I wanted? Trying to play goody two-shoes when I was more rough and tumble was grating on me. It went against my nature. Who the hell cared if my nice guy routine made Ava smile? This wasn't about her, it was about the company. What made me angrier was a toss-up, the fact that I scared Ava away or that I cared that she'd gone. Mr. Wolf? What, Margaret? When I snapped at my PA, she flinched, caught off guard by my dark mood. She stepped into my office with extreme reluctance, her expression wary. I've brought you the files for the Beijing properties. And I also wanted to tell you that Mr. Lin called. He wants to know if you'll cut your asking price by 20%. I scowled. Great. More bad news. Tell him I'll call him back in an hour, and not before. That should give me enough time to gather my thoughts and come up with a politer way to say, get lost. And let me see the files. Of course. The way I winced instinctively at the notion merely added to my ire, and I dismissed her, my mood thunderous. When the door opened again, not a minute later, a few very choice words were on the tip of my tongue. "I'm sorry I'm late." My head jerked up in surprise at the very harried, very familiar tone. Ava stood in the doorway, her updo mussed, clothes windblown. The sight of her was enough to garner the complete tension of both my upper and lower brains. There's a storm and the bus was delayed. Then a train signal stopped working. It was a nightmare. As she smoothed herself back into a presentable state, I imagined my hands in her place, smoothing over that awful skirt suit she wore to feel the curves beneath. I supposed I should count my blessings that I got her to show off her God-given gifts on occasion. Despite the fact that I was furious literally 2 seconds before she walked into my office, her appearance was like a soothing balm. My blood pressure lowered and my temperature dropped. Ava was where she needed to be, which meant that I, once again, comfortably had the high ground. My gaze found her face and stared unyielding for a good 10 seconds, until she was just on the edge of squirming with unease. I figured she deserved at least that much for the way my morning had gone. "Well, good morning to you too." She finally tore her gaze from mine to stutter indignantly, marching across the room. When she dropped into one of the chairs before my desk, I was treated to a generous view of her cleavage, one she almost certainly hadn't intended, dressed the way she was. It made me bold as hell. "Come here, Ava." Raising a hand, I beckoned. It was idiotic, I knew. I'd just spent the past few hours convincing myself that I drove her off with my aggression, and now, here I was, falling back into my natural habitat. Pushing the boundaries. Part of me fully expected her to leave the way she came in, a large part of me. It was one thing to toy with a woman who knew she was playing with fire, but Ava had no idea. Her gaze locked on my hand for a moment before rising to my impassive expression. I hadn't asked her. I was giving her an order. And she surprised the hell out of me when she complied. After a moment's hesitation, she rose from the chair to round my desk. She was oddly obedient, yes, but cautious. She didn't come any closer than the edge of the desk, shifting from one foot to another uncomfortably. It reminded me that I needed to get her a pair of heels, expensive ones that would show off those lovely legs of hers. "Closer." I turned to face her in my chair. Ava took a visible breath, slow and steady. Reaching up, I tucked a stray strand of blonde behind her ear. "In the future, you call me if you're late." Her mouth pressed into a tight line as I watched her struggle with rebellion. She was cute as hell when she pouted, and I could see her mind working furiously to compare the pros and cons of submission. "Fine." She uttered the single word softly, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her gaze. "I'll call." Damn, I liked that. Having Ava at my beck and call was something I could definitely get used to. "Can we start discussing the next few weeks now?" Her words, rather than caustic, were tentative. She was all but begging for me to let her take the reins again and dictate my schedule like hell. With an almost angelic smile, I gestured to the flat surface of my desk before patting it in invitation. "Certainly. Have a seat." The next week was a test of self-control. There was a large part of me that wanted nothing more than to push Ava to the breaking point. That hour that she was late had been pure hell. It took me back to a place I didn't want to be, and the only way to reassert my dominance was to ensure that Ava would never take me there again. Easier said than done. Despite any assumptions I had, messing with Ava had just as profound an effect on me as it did on her. I was long used to control in the bedroom. But this was something different. I couldn't just grab Ava and drag her to my bed. If just my hands had overwhelmed her to the point that she needed a moment to come back to herself, then taking her to bed was something I was going to have to work my way up to. After Laura, I swore to myself that I would never chase after another woman. The only thing I put a ton of time and effort into was my company. I didn't want to get beat up again, chasing after another woman. All that wasn't for me. And yet here I was, working my way past Ava's defenses like I had all the time in the world. I tried to keep myself busy enough that I didn't give it too much thought, But every time I reveled in the way she yielded to me, something prickled at the back of my mind. Ava fell into a role of obedience more easily than I'd imagined. All the self-assured confidence she wrapped around herself in her profession seemed to melt away the moment I issued her a command. Mind you, that didn't mean that she obeyed immediately. She squirmed, she hesitated, and she danced around the subject with a skill that both amused and somehow further heightened my need for her. Every day after the first, I insisted that she perch on my desk when we spoke in person. While the first and second days had her sidling into position after a few minutes of discomfort, by that Friday, she took her position almost as soon as I asked. Around Wednesday, I told her I didn't want to see her in anything that didn't do her body justice for the remainder of our contract. She blushed, stuttered, and protested until I convinced her that it wasn't only for my sake. She was doing herself a service as well. Beauty like hers deserved to be appreciated. Maybe it was the compliment, and maybe it was the tone, but the next day she wore one of my dresses. And I was a cat in cream. Of course, all of this was building to the make or break. After I bought her a pair of Louboutins, she took them without complaint, though with a glare that might have dropped a lesser man on the spot, and I knew I had her. Have dinner with me. She meant only to drop into my office for a few minutes to deliver the script for an upcoming interview, but that Saturday morning, I kicked things into high gear. Ava merely stared at me, the schedule held in the sparse space between us. She wore a deep emerald V-neck top that made her body look like heaven, and a pencil skirt that might have been illegal in a few states, both items I picked for her. Topped off by the Louboutins, she was a vision. And I wanted her in my clutches for far more than a few minutes. I have some errands to run today, she finally provided, not quite meeting my gaze. I only came to dinner, I repeated firmly, taking both the file and her hand in a firm grip that booked no argument. Take all the time you need to run your errands. I'll send the car for you at 8. She opened her mouth as if to protest and then closed it, swallowing thickly as my thumb stroked over her wrist leisurely. I had all the time in the world, and I fully intended to keep her there until I got what I wanted. After a long beat, Ava sighed, a soft, helpless sound that I reveled in. Okay. Fine. I smirked, a predatory gesture ingrained in me from years of getting what I wanted. Hope you like French. I sent her scampering from the office a few minutes later, no doubt glad to have escaped. When I resumed my work, however, I found it hard to concentrate. Not because I could still see Ava's glorious ass teasing me as she sauntered away, but because I now found myself faced with the prospect of a date. A date. Damn, when was the last time I'd ever taken a woman anywhere but to bed? Did I even remember how to go on a date? I was pretty sure that no amount of money or influence would keep me out of the tabloids if I did the unthinkable to her right there in the middle of the restaurant. I would have to contain myself. If I had done it for a few weeks, I supposed one more night wouldn't kill me. Hopefully. The afternoon crawled by at a snail's pace. Though I gave my paperwork and conference calls the attention they were due, it was a near thing. Ultimately, I ended up chiding myself over what my pop would think if I let myself backslide for the ambitions of my body. I could all but see him shaking his head with that disapproving frown set firmly in place. It was enough to make me straighten up pretty damn quick and force myself down the straight and narrow, if only for a few hours. Once I was focused, 8 o'clock rolled around pretty quickly. I took the half hour before to change out of my preacher clothes. Ava hated it when I called them that, and slipped into a suit. I may not have been wearing them with as much frequency as I used to, but I still kept them dry cleaned and ready. I felt far more comfortable in Ferragamo than the nice boy getup, and besides that, it was worth the look on Ava's face when I walked into the restaurant. Her eyes widened as she quickly scanned the establishment to ensure that no one else was staring the way she was. I thought we agreed to wholesome, she hissed by way of greeting. I merely returned her hungry stare. She wasn't wearing a dress I bought her, but if I'd known Ava owned a sensual, strappy black thing like the garment that currently clung to her, I would have demanded to see it sooner. Relax, Ava. No one's going to be judging me here. You're my publicist. What harm could I possibly do? Her glare told me very poignantly exactly how much harm she thought me capable of, and the evening had barely started. Taking her outrage in stride, I took the seat across from her with a comfortable grin. Do you like the restaurant? She glanced around the elegant, gold-decorated decor, briefly before relaxing somewhat. It's beautiful. I've never been anywhere this nice. You'll get used to it. I gestured to the waiter, ordering us a 20-year Cabernet Sauvignon that I knew to be particularly exquisite. I know I have. Ava arched a brow inquisitively. Frequent this place? My mouth curved into a firm smile. I came here for a celebratory dinner with some of my investors after I made my first million. It has a certain sentimental value. So, you've been coming here for almost 10 years. I was surprised that she knew the numbers, and it must have shown on my face. Ava smiled, sweet and lovely. You were 22 when you made your first major acquisition. No, 23. Someone did her research. I chuckled, offering both of our glasses to the waitress to fill. Is there a file somewhere with my name on it? All my most intimate secrets and deepest shame wrapped up in a nice little package. She laughed softly, the light from a chandelier catching in the gold waves that tumbled down her back. She was so damned beautiful, it took my breath away. Something like that. So, in short, you know everything about me, and I know nothing about you. Have I got that right? Her cheeks flushed as she took a nervous sip of her wine. You know I work for you. I rolled my eyes, taking up my own wine glass. Come on, Ava. Throw me a bone. I've kept all your rules, haven't I? That much was true. All the limitations and rules she'd set for my appearances and behaviors had been followed rigorously. I'd toyed with her a fair amount, but I hadn't kissed her again. That wasn't breaking any rules, was it? At least, not flagrantly. She played with a strand of her hair, twining it around a slender finger, and I shifted uncomfortably in my chair. I would have liked nothing more than to cover my hand with hers and take a handful of those glorious waves, but we were supposed to be having small talk. Aries, compared to yours, my life is boring as all get out. It's not really scintillating table talk. Leaning across the table, I locked eyes with her, my expression suddenly serious. Why don't you let me be the judge of that? The way she hesitantly tugged her lower lip between her teeth had me struggling to remain a gentleman. After all, I did actually want to know what went on in her life when she wasn't trying to mold me into an altar boy. Which was odd, as I had never cared about any of my other babysitters. Ava took another sip of her wine, and I could all but see the cogs in her brain working as she decided how much she was actually going to reveal. What do you want to know? She shouldn't have given me carte blanche. Hell, I wouldn't have given me carte blanche, but this was hardly the time to exploit that. What do you do in your free time? She laughed at that, shaking in disbelief. Eat. Sleep. Sometimes I jog in the park. No hobbies? Anything secret and kinky I should know? Unless 4-mile circuits are kinky, no. Hate to disappoint you. I smirked. She had some snark in her, and I liked that. I more than liked it. Maybe I'm working you too hard if that's all you have time for. I do other things. She hurried to reframe herself, stroking the side of her wine glass absently. I do some writing and sketching. I like learning about wines, and I'm thinking about buying a place in Manhattan by the end of the year. Now we were getting somewhere. Where in Manhattan? Lower East Side. Her eyes lit up the moment I asked. It's a newly renovated building, but they still have all the exposed brick. It's a gorgeous duplex with a sleek modern design, 2 bedrooms, and plenty of space. The units won't be move-in ready for another year and a half, so I can get it for a steal. Sounded like the perfect investment piece. Apparently, publicity wasn't her only talent. Know the name of the development company. Her cheeks turned that pretty shade of pink I like so much. I think it might be one of yours, actually. No big surprise there. But it pleased me more than it should to think that Ava might soon be living in one of my buildings, within my reach. Well then obviously, you're getting a good deal. I can't deny that. You may be in need of a little cleaning up, but no one would dare deny you're good at what you do, Aries. It's easy to be good at something when you like it. Like intimacy. You're the same way. Anyone with eyes could tell that you love your job. Ava ran a hand through her hair, dropping the waves down her back with a small, prideful smile. I do. Who wouldn't enjoy helping someone turn themselves into anything they wanted? Or needed? I chided playfully, making her chuckle. Well, your case is a bit different. She chided, taking a refill on her wine. I had no idea how well Ava could or couldn't hold her liquor, but she seemed to be relaxing, and that was what I was after. And what's so different about my case? Ava arched a brow in the inquiry before telling me to point blank. Usually, I'm building people up, helping them make a name for themselves. You, Aries, I have to dial down. Way down. Those suits and that demeanor draw people's attention away from your business accomplishments. I hadn't ever seen anything particularly wrong with this, but when Ava framed it that way, the notion gave me pause. I decided that I didn't particularly like where this conversation was going, and flipped the script. Well, you're remolding me, aren't you? A neat little feat, considering you're far from playing yourself. Her eyes widened in shock as I continued. You like to hide beneath a few extra sizes and a professional demeanor, but you wear lacy underwear and have dresses like that one in the back of your closet. I gestured to her alluring get-up. You try to deny it to yourself, but the fact of the matter is that you're well aware of just how gorgeous you are. Ava blushed from her temples down to the enticing line of her cleavage. Makes me think no man has ever shown you properly. She opened her mouth, obviously floundering for words, a moment before she took a desperate gulp of wine. Since we're talking about ourselves, Ava, I'd very much like to know about the men in your life. Ava stared at me as if I'd grown an extra head. Excuse me. At this point, however, I was ruthless. I'm curious. Do you have a boyfriend, Ava? Is that why you resist me so stubbornly? Some man you've got at home waiting for you. Her green eyes dropped to the table as she stared into her glass of wine, as if it would answer for her. Or, don't tell me I've been fooled this entire time. Are you really some seductress trying to test my willpower? Because I'll break, Ava. I'm running a very thin line here. She stared at me for a full minute, her expression caught somewhere between anxiety and hesitancy. This wasn't, I realized, something I could push her into. She either would tell me, or she wouldn't. And I needed to know.
Chapter 5. Ava.
It had all been going so well. At the very least, Aries and I were having a conversation without a blanket of physical tension stretched taut between us. Considering how the past week had gone, the last thing I expected was for him to go easy on me, but he surprised me. Which was, perhaps, why I now contemplated telling him what he wanted to know. It was all very confusing, at least for me. Aries probably knew exactly what he was doing, if all the smug orders he gave me were any indication. My mother and sister always liked to tell me I was timid, that I didn't assert myself enough. I always wanted to prove them wrong, but this was something entirely different. Aries' orders weren't challenging my authority as his publicist, at least no more than usual. Every time he ordered me to do something, there was something inside me that flickered. Ignited. At first, I fought it. I knew full well the man was the devil, and I didn't want to be in his clutches. At least, I didn't when I had my wits about me. But there was something in his demeanor. The way he stood over me when we were together, the way his eyes met mine and all but demanded that I submit, I wanted to give into it. By all that was holy, I wanted to lay the entirety of my being, slathering, at the man's feet. It scared the ever-loving hell out of me. Even as I fell into the habit of doing as he told me with little to no hesitation, I wondered if there wasn't something wrong with me. No woman in her right mind gave in to a man without question, did she? The moment the tone changed from pleasant dinner conversation to interrogation, I wanted to run for the hills, though whether I was running from him or myself, I wasn't exactly certain. My love life was none of this man's business. He was a client, and I was his publicist, and damned if I didn't see this for exactly what it was, just another way for him to worm his way into my psyche. Besides that, there was nothing for me to tell. Absolutely nothing, because I had literally never been with someone. How was I supposed to tell one of the world's most notorious womanizers that I had never been with a man? He would probably laugh me right out of the freaking restaurant. And yet, part of me felt compelled. Maybe once I revealed my secret, he'd back off and realize he was toying with someone who didn't really know how this whole cat and mouse game worked. Or maybe I'd just have the satisfaction of having given in to his whim. A little shiver slid down my spine at the thought. Ava. Aries' low, commanding tone jerked me back to the present, where his stormy eyes stared me down from across the table. Answer me. My womb literally clenched at the command. It was the oddest, most breathtaking sensation of my adult life. It took everything I had not to squirm in my seat. It took me perhaps 10 seconds to come to a decision, and when I did, I straightened my spine and raised my head to look the man full in the face. Even as butterflies slammed violently through my stomach, I managed to get the words out. I don't have a boyfriend, and I don't have anyone waiting at home because I've never actually been with anyone, Aries. Under any other circumstances, his reaction would have been hilarious. Aries' smug smile fell away, and his eyes widened to roughly the size of saucers. Without a word, he filled his wineglass to the brim, and proceeded to down half of it in one tremendous gulp. At no point during this entire affair did his gaze leave my anxious expression. It was probably the first time Aries had ever been so damn quiet that it scared me. This was the opposite of what I imagined he would do. I chugged my wine before desperately reaching for the bottle. Aries beat me to the punch, batting my hand aside with surprising gentleness to refill my glass for me. After topping off his own, he folded his hands together on the table, seemingly regaining his composure. In the space of 2 seconds, his expression changed from flummoxed to completely calm. He still hadn't said a word, and I was on the edge of demanding one when he finally spoke. The other night, when you told me you'd never had an O, have you ever even messed around with another man? My face burned at his crass inquiry. Not that it's any of your business, but yes, I have. I messed around plenty in college. With idiots. He deadpanned. Who were clearly single-minded. It riled me how easily he hit the nail on the head. When I was still in school, I managed to convince myself that boys mattered less than getting my degree, and that if I turned my back on a sloppy makeout session, it was simply because I wasn't ready. I certainly hadn't been ready for Aries to touch me the way he did the previous week, and that hadn't inhibited my ability to go off like a rocket. I don't need a romantic partner, I finally insisted, grateful when the waiter finally arrived with our food. Eating meant I wouldn't need to say anything for at least a few minutes, a godsend at that particular moment. In hindsight, I should have known better. This was Aries Wolf we spoke of. If the man wanted something, he wouldn't stop until he got it. I had a delicate bite of escargot halfway to my mouth before he spoke again. You need to be shown what it's like, Ava. To lose yourself completely. Lower your voice for God's sake. I tried for a commanding whisper, but I could hardly get the words out. My heart stuttered in my chest as my fork dropped from my fingertips to clatter against delicate porcelain. I couldn't ever remember my throat being so dry, or my body so warm. He was joking. He had to be joking. And yet here I was, trembling at the power of mere words. I wanted exactly what he promised. To be burned from the inside out, until I couldn't possibly take any more. But the man was announcing it in a public place. It took me a moment to remember how to breathe, but when I did, I realized that more than one person was staring at us. I couldn't do this, not with him, not in public. It was too overwhelming, and a larger part of me was desperately afraid I'd do something I'd regret. I need to go. I started to rise from my chair, startled to find that my legs had all but turned to jelly. Sit down. Aries didn't miss a beat, and I dropped back into my chair almost without thinking. Have your escargot, and we'll get the check. His words were innocent enough, but his gaze devoured every bare expanse of flesh it could find. Slowly, I took up the fork again and ate. It was delicious, despite the strange mix of nervousness and acute arousal churning in my belly. My suspicions that somehow Aries would find a way to keep me at the restaurant were assuaged when, miraculously, he did call for the bill as soon as we'd finished the appetizer. Thankfully, by that point, everyone who'd been eavesdropping on our conversation seemed to have lost interest. Finished, Ava? I'd never been so grateful to leave a public place. Aries, to his merit, played the gentleman, opening doors for me as I rushed from the establishment. Before I could raise my hand to hail a cab, however, Aries took firm hold of my wrist. But not too firm. If I wanted to pull away, I could. His goal was to get my attention, and he had it the moment he touched me. I could feel the heat of his palm against the pulse feathering in my wrist, and I swallowed thickly. Come have a drink with me. Damn it. The man was attractive, and he sure as hell knew it. Why couldn't he cut me a break? I should go. I've got some paperwork to go over tomorrow. One drink, Ava. His thumb slid over the delicate skin of my inner wrists, and I couldn't swallow the hitching, indulgent little breath that escaped me. I promise I'll be on my best behavior. I knew better. The smart choice would have been to refuse him. To yank my wrist from his hand and catch the next taxi that pulled up at the curve. However, my sense of self-preservation went out the window when Aries touched me. And 10 minutes later, I found myself in the back of his Rolls-Royce once more. He didn't crowd me, didn't try to get close or touch me. He didn't have to. Just being in the car with him was enough to remind me of what happened the last time we rode together. How he'd lifted me into his lap with such ease, and his hand wreaked havoc between my thighs. Truth be told, even watching the man hold a freaking pen made me uncomfortable these days, simply because I knew what those dexterous fingers were capable of. The man must have been a mind reader, because the next thing I knew, he was drumming said fingers on the gleaming leather seat between us. I caught my breath, pressing my thighs together at the breathtaking ache that bloomed between them. And he hadn't even come near me. I was so caught up on reining in the effect he had on me that I hardly noticed where we were going. When the car stopped, however, and Aries held the door open for me, I immediately tensed. We had arrived at the last place I needed to be, in my current condition. As his publicist, I knew where Aries lived. I made it a personal point to avoid even the neighborhood when I could, but here I was, right on Central Park East. Aries owned the building and several others adjoining it, and he'd allocated the top 2 floors for his personal penthouse. I opened my mouth in an attempt at blatant protest, only to have the man steer me into the lobby before I could even say a word. By the time we were in the elevator, his private elevator, I whirled on him, wrapping my arms around myself defensively. You said a drink. I did. I have a 36-year-old Macallan that just might convince you to actually like whiskey. I merely glared at him suspiciously. One drink, Aries. One. He couldn't possibly think I was drunk enough to fall into bed with him after only 2 glasses of wine. Of course, I admitted to myself that I was inebriated enough to ogle the man behind as he stepped out of the elevator, but no more than that. However elaborate I'd expected Aries' penthouse to be, his decorative tastes surprised me on all fronts. The furnishings were sleek, minimal, and modern, from the sofas to the elegant fireplace, still burning in the heat of summer. Another thing that surprised me was that the man didn't seem to have a staff on hand. The only presence in the immense 2-story penthouse was ours, which only made me more nervous. Make yourself comfortable, he said. I draped my coat over the back of a streamlined leather couch in the living room before situating myself as primly as I could. A low sound of surprise escaped me when Aries knelt in front of me. My breath catching, I wiggled back against the sofa in a bid to escape, only to have the man chuckle softly in amusement as he plucked one of my feet from the marble floor to extract my foot from the sky-high Louboutin heel. As lovely as these are, Ava, I'm sure they're not very good on your arches. I watched, completely nonplussed, as he slipped my other shoe off before placing the pair neatly next to a nearby coffee table. Better? At his inquiry, I could only nod breathlessly, my feet and ankles buzzing with a strange sensitivity where he touched me. A low sound of approval escaped Aries before he disappeared down the hall, in the direction of what I assumed was the kitchen. While he was gone, I forced myself to take a few deep, steadying breaths. My presence in his house didn't have to mean anything. I said one drink and I meant to keep my word. Which was hard when I was smack dab in the middle of his domain. His scent permeated the air, and his bold personality was apparent in everything from the shapes of the furniture to the artwork on the walls. The Aries represented here was by no means the wholesome businessman I was trying to mold him into, and the contrast made me squirm slightly. Here. Try this. I jumped as the man's voice came, low and silky, against my right ear. Somehow, he managed to avoid spilling the drink he held out to me. The liquor was a clear honey hue, and I could smell its potency even from 2 feet away. I made a face. I don't know if I could ever like whiskey the way you do. Of course not. It's in your nature to like sweet things, Ava. I jazzed it up a bit for you. Try it. I took the glass from him with extreme reluctance, lifting it to my lips to take the tiniest sip. A soft sound of surprise escaped me as the burning sweet heat coated my tongue. It's sweet. And warm. Aries chuckled, the sound heating me almost as much as the drink. Added a bit of honey for you. Acceptable? I took another sip, indulging in the delicious rush of alcoholic euphoria. It's delicious. See? Told you you'd like it. He dropped into an armchair across from me, looking every bit the international symbol I was trying to breed out of him. Those dark eyes alone were enough to make my heart pound. Mixed with alcohol and the man's raw allure, there would be trouble. The question was, did I want trouble? I assume yours doesn't have honey, I commented in an attempt to soothe my own jangled nerves. Aries shook his head with a smug smile. You know how I like it, Ava. I swallowed thickly, my toes curling against the cool, smooth floor. I'd certainly heard enough of his exploits to assume, but I suppose I knew how he liked his whiskey too. You know, it's still a bit hard for me to wrap my mind around the idea that you've never been with a man. I immediately stiffened, caught completely off guard by the sudden change of subject. I should have known he wouldn't let such revolutionary information go so easily. I am, I finally answered with what I hoped was a fair amount of gusto. And I have absolutely no issue with it. I do, he replied almost immediately, making me stare at him in incredulity. It means that no man has ever taken the time to make you feel good. Not the way you deserve. I couldn't think of anything to say, so I remained judiciously silent, taking another sip of my honeyed whiskey. You're good at your job, Ava. Extremely good. And beneath all that vim, you're sweet, innocent, good, and just all around beautiful. That's something a man can appreciate, and should appreciate. With his loyalty, his mouth, and his body, and everything else there is. I was used to being in a near constant state of arousal around Aries. Used to tiptoeing around him while trying to maintain some semblance of authority. But this was completely new to me. The man was talking about something intimate, but he wasn't growling threateningly like he usually did. He wasn't promising to take me to bed. He was complimenting me. In his own unique way, of course, but I could swear the man was looking at me with something very much like admiration in his eyes. Thank you. It was all I could think of, and I only hoped it was the right thing to say. At that point, I was more comfortable with Aries' aggressive come-ons than his compliments. Every time I saw him, I struggled to contend with a hard-assed playboy who didn't take lightly to being told what to do. He thrived far more on giving orders than taking them, and was rabid when it came to getting what he wanted. So what was this? Aries was suddenly acting almost considerate. The revelation warmed me in a way that, strangely, had nothing to do with lust. So, of course, I immediately changed the subject. You have a couple of appearances in the next few weeks. Anniversary stuff, celebrating your firm's incorporation. It's been what now, 10 years? 12? Something like that. Thankfully, he seemed receptive to the new line of questioning. Aries was always open and willing to talk about his business. It was his pride and joy, the one thing he never took for granted or neglected. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Anniversaries mean parties. Do we need to go shopping for you again? I rolled my eyes but couldn't keep myself from smiling. For a notorious womanizer, Aries had a weird proclivity towards pampering me. He always paid for any meals I had while we worked, insisted on footing the bill for anything I needed, and was still trying to revamp my wardrobe. Deep down, a part of me liked it. But he would never know that. How did you even get into real estate, if you don't mind my asking? I suddenly found myself genuinely curious. While I had done a hell of a lot of research on the man before I signed the contract, I knew next to nothing that didn't occur before his business took off. Any fear that I might be prying was assuaged when Aries merely smiled fondly, taking another long sip of his whiskey. That, he revealed good-naturedly, would be my grandfather. I was a troublesome and misbehaved child, but I always behaved for him. He made me feel comfortable, wanted. When he died, it was like I lost a piece of myself. He left me a pretty nice inheritance. Shocked the hell out of me. I never knew the old man was squirreling all that away. Aries had shucked his suit jacket and kicked off his shoes, settling back in his chair comfortably as he spoke. It was perhaps the most relaxed I'd ever seen him, and it felt surprisingly intimate. And then there was what he was saying. I didn't want him to stop talking, so I didn't interrupt, utterly riveted. After he died, I didn't know what to do with the funds, but I knew I didn't want to blow them. The old man would never forgive me for that. So I looked into housing. My father was a builder, so I knew a thing or two, but he was also a drunk who didn't know his butt from his elbow, so I couldn't depend on him to teach me. What about your mother? The words escaped me before I could stop them, and I immediately flushed in embarrassment, worried he'd stop talking. While Aries scowled, he continued after only a moment's pause. She died having me. My stomach twisted in sympathy, and I found myself setting my whiskey glass aside as I straightened. I'm sorry, Aries. He shrugged, but it occurred to me that I'd never seen that pensive look on his face before. Not your fault. He took another drag of his whiskey. Pretty sure my dad thought it was mine. He never liked me very much. My fingers curled around the edge of the expensive couch as I felt my heart twist in my chest. If that was the case, it would be no wonder he didn't want to talk to anyone about his father. It wasn't, I said. I was no therapist, but somehow, I couldn't stand the idea that he might think so. Of course, it wasn't. His reply was far too casual for me to believe that the idea had never crossed his mind. Tragedies happen. But tragedies and alcohol and years of resentment mess things up. He raked a hand through his dark hair, and some of the looser strands fell around his sharp features, softening them somewhat. In the end, I had a difficult time and my dad drank himself to death, so we were both worse off for it. I swallowed thickly, my hand rising to my throat as I carefully contemplated my reply. I didn't know if it was the drink or if Aries was simply telling me out of a need to divulge. Either way, this flood of information deserved a proper answer. Not that I think I'm an expert on the matter or anything, but families can be difficult sometimes. I bit my lip slightly before continuing. Everyone has their own agendas, wants, and needs. And sometimes they superimpose those onto you, and everything gets messy. I blew out a breath, remembering my last meeting with my own mother with a pang of guilt. Speaking from experience? Aries arched a dark brow, and I repressed a groan. Don't get me started. My mother's a top surgeon in her field, and my sister is a high-powered attorney. Both of them are convinced that I went into the wrong field. They never forget to remind me of it. I exhaled a long sigh. Family can suck. No kidding. He finished the rest of his whiskey before setting his empty glass on the table between us. What's your dad have to say about all this? I sighed, rubbing my arms self-consciously at a surge of unexpected grief. It had been 10 years. I kept expecting the heaviness in my heart to lift, but a small part of it remained. Always would remain. He died when I was 14. Cancer. Aries winced, frowning slightly. I'm sorry. In his eyes, I saw genuine empathy, something I'd often wondered if he was capable of. I rubbed my arms to ward off the sudden chill of grief. Not your fault. He was suffering. In the end, it was better to let him go. I exhaled a long, shuddering breath before reaching forward to down the rest of my drink. The last thing I needed was to go all emotional in front of the man I worked for. You all right? I could feel his eyes on me as I finished the whiskey in 2 massive gulps, not predatory or seductive, but concerned. Perhaps he wasn't as bad as I'd pinned him to be after all. I smiled, meeting his gaze reassuringly. Fine. A little tipsy maybe, but fine. The corners of his mouth quirked upwards in amusement. You can hold your liquor, Ava. I respect that. My heart did an involuntary little flutter in my chest, and I felt my face heat. Sensual, overbearing Aries was one thing, but caring, relaxed, relatable Aries was, somehow, all the more intimidating. I made a great show of checking my watch, eager to escape before I did something stupid. Geez, it's 10. I should probably get going. I expected him to stop me. To snap back into his old behavior and bear down on me, all demands and sultry promises, but Aries did no such thing. He merely stood, stretching that tall, powerful form of his lingeringly for a moment before his eyes met mine once more. Of course. I'll walk you out. Before you go, Ava, there's actually something I wanted to show you. With no further explanation, he turned to make his way down the hall behind him, and I grabbed my shoes before hurrying to catch up with him. The penthouse was even bigger than I thought, and we passed a spare bedroom and 2 bathrooms before he led me into a space with high ceilings and bookshelves lining the walls. His home office. Aries led me to the opposite wall, where I found myself faced with a portrait about 2 by 2 feet square. It was him. Or at least, a man that looked very much like him. Upon closer inspection, the man in the painting looked very much like I imagined Aries would in 20 years or so. Same rugged handsomeness, same gorgeous, slate-colored eyes. The lines on his face made him look wiser, and a slight smile lent him a kindness I seldom saw on the face of his doppelganger. It took me about a moment to realize why Aries led me here, but when I did, my eyes widened slightly in surprise. Your grandfather. He nodded wordlessly, staring at the painting as if he expected to find some unexplained wisdom in it, a key to a puzzle he sought to unlock. It's beautiful, I said. And it was. The talent of the artist was apparent in every loving stroke on the canvas. Who painted it? Aries exhaled a long breath before turning to face me, something very much like hesitation in his usually confident gaze. I did. For a split second, I forgot how to breathe. Aries put his grandfather to canvas. Was he the artist? My brain could hardly fathom it. This man was most comfortable behind desks in well-tailored suits, giving orders. He reveled in watching people bow and kowtow to him. The artist responsible for the piece in front of us had poured his heart and soul into the work. It was like seeing a memory laid bare on canvas I should know. I swallowed thickly, my heart thundering in my chest. Why would you show me this? Aries' hands slid into his pockets as he glanced back at the painting. When he spoke, his tone was careful, as if he expected me to lash out or judge him. Maybe I wanted you to think better of me, wanted a little something to convince you I'm not the grand jerk you think I am. I immediately scowled. I never called you a jerk, I said, casting another glance at the portrait. The artwork was truly remarkable, and the fact that Aries had painted it blew my mind entirely. Beyond that, it made my body heat in ways I hadn't even begun to anticipate. When I looked back at Aries, there was a gleam in his eye that I recognized. Hunger. Physical need. But there was something else there that knocked me completely flat, a softness and genuine vulnerability that took my breath away. When he bent his head to kiss me, I let him. My hands went to his shoulders as I rose onto my toes to press my mouth to his, hungry for the taste of him. But this wasn't like the kisses he'd given me before. Aries wasn't all over me, and his hands weren't searching for the hem of my dress. He was just kissing me, and it was absolutely glorious. I knew from the first time in the dressing room how well the man could disarm with a single kiss, but that didn't mean I was any more prepared for it. Aries? Dear God, was that breathy sound me? Under any other circumstances, I might be embarrassed, but at that moment, I felt as if I might die if he stopped kissing me. I didn't know the layout of the man's penthouse, but I had an inkling of where we were going. By the time Aries set me atop the cool, silken sheets of an immense bed, there was a profusion of thoughts running through my head. I wanted to flee. I wanted to tug him down on top of me, to feel the length of his body against mine. I wanted to kiss him until I forgot how to breathe, and I was terrified of what might happen if I let him give me pleasure, anything like what he already had. Ava. Aries pulled me from my thoughts with a single word, tipping my chin up so I was forced to meet his gaze. Let me have you. I want to make you feel so good that you lose yourself. His words were both sensual and almost pleading all at once, and my heart stuttered in my chest. I swear I won't hurt you, just let me. His hand trailed down my throat and over my shoulder, where his fingers curled under the strap of my dress. His touch was like fire, and despite the careful way I'd lived my life up until that point, I wanted to be burned. Reaching up, I cupped his face with both hands and drew him down to me for another soul-searing kiss. And I let go. Shortly after. When he kissed my forehead, I couldn't help the smile that curved my lips. How are you? I didn't hurt you. I shook my head slowly, pressing myself flush against him. In the few fantasies I'd had of Aries before this moment, I had never imagined him capable of this sort of tenderness. He seemed very much like the type of man who thought with his lower head just as much as the one on his shoulders. But now I couldn't say that. Despite what he'd promised, Aries could have taken advantage at any moment. He could have said any number of pretty words to get me exactly where he wanted me, but he hadn't. Instead, he'd given me an experience I was almost certain would ruin me for every man who came after him. Aries was, well, he certainly wasn't simply what the tabloids made him out to be. He wasn't just a playboy, but an enthusiastic, attentive man who explored every inch of my body. He wasn't merely a vapid, single-minded businessman. His father had hurt him, very much like my family hurt me, and the pain the man caused Aries was evident when he spoke of him. On the flip side, there was love and adoration. Aries idolized his grandfather and owed him everything. He still carried the man with him today, so much so that his image left Aries' shockingly creative fingertips in the form of a portrait that absolutely floored me. Artist, romantic partner, and vulnerable, real man. I had never thought of any of these things about Aries until tonight, and now, I realize that my mental image of him has completely changed. Despite the history we had of jumping down one another's throats, now in his embrace, I felt safe and warm. Cherished as I had never been. My entire life, I was trapped in a bubble of purity, doing whatever I could, whenever I could, to please a family that didn't understand me. I'd played by a set of rules that guided my every action, and I didn't realize how much they restrained me until that exact moment. In Aries' arms, I worried about pleasing no one. The opinions of any and everyone were none of my concern. I was free. Content with that thought, I pressed a warm kiss to his neck, smiling as he grunted and tugged me even closer. It was easy to slip into an exhausted slumber, and easier yet to dream of the man who had turned my world on its head.
Chapter 6. Aries.
I don't usually sleep through the night. I toss and turn like crazy, business ideas and nightmares swirling around my head, until I'm forced to get up for a nightcap. To add insult to injury, Laura had been creeping into my dreams lately, which made sleep even less inviting. It was a godsend to get a good 7 hours of sleep after being with Ava. Better rest than I'd had in a good long while. When I woke, I was groggy and disoriented. I slept so deeply that for a good 5 minutes, I wasn't even sure where I was. When a small warm body shifted against me, I frowned slightly. After a good night's sleep, I hardly wanted to deal with an unwanted houseguest. And then I caught sight of a few blonde tendrils draped across my chest. Everything came rushing back. Last night, Ava let me be her first. Damn, the way she looked at me. The way she raised those big, needy green eyes to stare at me. She was mine. Mine. I'd been her first. I wanted her again. I suppose I'd known that the moment I woke next to her. It would take so little for me to slide her onto her back, to kiss and tease and ease her into wanting me again. If I had my way, I'd spend all morning in bed with her, and if she were anyone else, I would have. But this was Ava. Ava, who had trusted me. The woman I had fallen into conversation with about some of the darkest things in my life with little reservation, simply because I had seen no judgment in her gaze. Damn, had that thrown me for a loop. I had every intention of bringing her back to my penthouse and seducing her, but that had all changed at the sight of her so prettily seated on my sofa with her glass of honeyed whiskey. How many times had I faced women in the exact same position? Women who fixed me with bedroom eyes and hearts so full of greed, I could practically see them salivating. But not Ava. She was nervous, tucked into herself, gazing around the penthouse as if she had never seen something so lavish. She didn't come from the world of facades and faces put on just to make a quick dollar. She was genuinely shocked, discovering all of this for the first time. She wasn't conniving, and she had no hidden agenda. Despite myself, I opened up to her. Maybe it was the alcohol, or maybe it was because she just looked damned gorgeous in that dress of hers, but I talked. I spoke with Ava, and I spoke to relatively few people. I might have spoken to my grandfather if he were still alive. And when I showed her my painting, the look on her face. It was a whim, really. A stupid damn impulse that I began to regret the moment I led her down the hall. No one cared that I painted. There was little creativity involved in what I did now. It was all numbers, figures, and projections, and I was perfectly fine with that. But sometimes I needed an outlet, and for me that outlet was painting on canvas. I stroked gently over Ava's plush lower lip, my own mouth turning up slightly at the corners. She liked it. More than that, her eyes lit up when she saw the damn thing. When I told her I painted it, you could have picked up her jaw from the floor. I liked surprising Ava. Catching her off guard was quickly turning into my favorite hobby. All at once, I frowned, remembering. This wasn't the first time I'd felt this way. Carefully, I extricated my arm from beneath Ava's sleeping form, rolling over to sit on the opposite edge of the bed. When I first met Laura, all I wanted to do was make her smile and hear her laugh. I would have done anything to make her happy, anything in the entire damn world. And where the hell had that gotten me? For the moment, just the barest moment, I'd forgotten what Laura did, how she destroyed me. That was dangerous. If I forgot, that meant opening myself up to vulnerability again, and I'd be damned if I would go through that hell one more time. No. Ava was sweet. She was innocent and kind, intelligent and ambitious. But she wasn't enough to make me forget myself. No woman was. Ava and I had great chemistry in the bedroom, perhaps more than Laura and I ever had. But that just meant that I'd have to take advantage of it, as much as I could. I would have her whenever I could, but that was all. Anything else was dangerous for both my company and myself. With a long exhale, I glanced over my shoulder at her slumbering form. For now, I'd let her sleep. She had to be exhausted, and after last night, she deserved a good lie-in. I needed to tend to my demons. In a punishment of sorts, I put myself through a grueling workout. When I bought and remodeled the penthouse, I sank a good $30,000 into the gym, and I used it every day. I lifted weights until my muscles were screaming, and I was sure I was going to have issues lifting a pen the next day, but the burn was better than thinking about the blonde goddess in my bed. After a long hot shower, I almost felt normal again. While I listened to the bevy of messages that had come in overnight, I made breakfast for both Ava and myself. Despite the fact that the penthouse was more than big enough for 10 people, I lived alone with no in-house staff. Once or twice a month I called in someone to do a deep cleaning, but I preferred solitude to being waited on hand and foot. After all, I wasn't born into money. When I was in the middle of combining ingredients for an omelet, Ava shuffled into the kitchen. She was absolutely adorable, her eyes still half-lidded from sleep, hair pulled into a messy bun atop her head, and wearing my shirt, and nothing else I strongly suspected. "What time is it?" she murmured tiredly, leaning against the counter. I actively fought the smile that threatened. She was cute, and it was a danger to my health. "Close to 9 in the morning. I'm making breakfast if you're hungry." Starving. So was I. Less for food, more for her. I knew that if I didn't make up an excuse to get away, I'd end up making a fool of myself. As Ava slid into one of the stools at the kitchen island, I cleared my throat. "I've got an emergency client meeting to get to in a bit, so I'm going to take my breakfast on the run." I didn't dare look back to see her expression. Whatever she felt, it would have had far too profound an effect on me at that particular moment. I needed to be out and about. Being in close proximity to Ava ratcheted my already ridiculous randiness through the roof, and beyond that, it made me acutely uncomfortable. There was a decided lack of control that festered and turned my stomach slightly, and I needed an escape route. "Okay." Her answer came tentative and accepting. "Should I get ready to leave when you do?" In the past decade or so, I hadn't given a lot of thought to kicking a woman out of my house when I was tired of her. They may curse me 7 ways to Sunday, but I didn't care. When I wanted my privacy, I wanted my privacy. Where Ava was concerned, however, I felt like a gigantic jerk for even suggesting she leave. "Take your time. You can just turn the lock when you're ready to go. I'm not worried about it." This was wrong. I should have said something more. Damn, she'd just given me her V-card the previous night, and now I was telling her to lock up when she left. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. I was beginning to see the truth in some of those trashy tabloids. "Okay. Sounds good." Ava's tone was falsely cheerful, and I swallowed the urge to reassure her. She'd been beautiful last night, a goddess. There was nothing I wanted more than to take her to bed and show her just how much I appreciated her giving herself to me. But all that would have to wait until I was sure I wasn't going to divulge something I shouldn't give, something I'd sworn never to give again.
Chapter 7. Ava.
I lounged around the penthouse for much longer than was warranted and almost certainly overstayed my welcome, but Aries wasn't there to prevent me from doing so, so I explored. The space was much larger than any apartment I'd ever been in before, with 2 stories and a total of 10 rooms. It was, in my mind, hugely grandiose for a single person, but Aries had certainly worked for his fortune, and so who was I to judge where he decided to live? I spent the most time in Aries' bedroom, lounging on the bed as I replayed the previous night in my head over and over again. It had been perfect. I couldn't have imagined a better experience for the first time. Aries, in typical un-Aries fashion, had been attentive and patient with me, had treated me like there was something between us. Of course, I knew better. If ever I had doubted that we were anything more than publicist and client, I was disavowed of that particular notion when he left the morning after with barely a word. I supposed I had to be happy with my lot. The man had given me a mind-blowing first time, which was more than most women my age could boast. I should simply take the boon with a smile and get back into the swing of things. Of course, that meant leaving the man's penthouse to face the light of day. Somehow, around noon, I managed to do that. Ruefully, I realized that last night's jaunt was probably the first and last time I'd ever see the inside of Aries' apartment, and now I had to contend with that. The sobering thought was enough to keep me from going home, where I dreaded being alone with my own thoughts. Luckily, the office was open on Sunday, and there was always work that needed to be done. I made my way uptown, glad for once to keep busy. Maybe once I got to my desk, I'd take a look at the application for my Manhattan townhome and remind myself exactly why I was doing all this. When I stepped off the elevator on the 10th floor, however, there was a totally unexpected surprise waiting for me. Ava. I froze in the walkway between cubicles as my mother stepped out to meet me, her smile warm and inviting. I let her pull me into her embrace because there was little else I could do. I had no idea what she was doing in my office. Perhaps, if I was very lucky, she just wanted to see me. But I knew better. I'd long found that when dealing with my mother and sister, it was best to treat every situation very cautiously. However well-meaning they might be, the appearance of either of them didn't usually represent anything enjoyable or welcome. "Hi, Meredith." I smiled tiredly, hoping against hope that this would actually be a pleasant encounter. "What brings you to my office?" "Oh, darling, I do wish you'd address me properly." She wanted me to call her mother, but that was a stretch. In the wake of my father's death, Meredith did the best she could to parent me, but what actually happened was more like the molding of a pedigreed puppy. She wanted my life to be identical to hers, a prospect that threatened to make me utterly miserable. I'd never been the type to cling to numbers and medical jargon, which meant that being a surgeon was completely beyond me. Additionally, law had always bored the hell out of me, which meant I wouldn't be following in my older sister's footsteps either. Much to the disappointment of my mother. "I went to your apartment to find you, but you weren't home, darling. I suppose this was the only other place you could be." "Well, congratulations," I sighed, brushing past her to enter my cubicle. "You hit the jackpot. I can't imagine the life you must lead, to work on the weekends." Meredith shuddered, grimacing as she flipped her perfect blonde hair. Considering that she was a bottle blonde in juxtaposition to my own natural blonde locks, her color was far more full-bodied than mine. Oh, the wonders of an expensive salon visit. "I like my job, Mother," I replied in exasperation, booting up my desktop. The way she talked about my company, you might think they were the city's top reprobates instead of a highly ranked publicity firm. If she wanted something from me, I hoped she would just come out and say it. I was already having a hell of a day, and I didn't need her degradation to add to the mix. "I don't mind coming in." "Of course you don't, dear. Anything to earn a few extra pennies." She picked at a few imaginary specks of dust on the partition of my cubicle. God forbid anything should muss her impeccable Prada suit. "I just came to see how you were doing. I haven't heard from you in a while." Of course, she hadn't. We had a gigantic argument when I decided to work for a publicity firm instead of going to law or medical school, and since then, I've been reluctant to speak with her. It was hard enough for me to make ends meet already. The last thing I needed was my mother peppering me with criticisms and "I told you so." "Everything's fine. I'm doing well." "Are you?" I suppressed a groan. I should have known I wasn't getting off that easy. Meredith leaned over me, plucking last month's evaluation from where I'd left it near my monitor. Though I attempted to snatch it back from her, she was far too quick. "According to this, your numbers are some of the lowest in the company. You keep taking on these small-time clients, Ava. They're doing nothing for your career. At this rate, you're going nowhere fast. Weren't you saving up for a townhouse?" "Darling, the down payment is $200,000. "Yes, Meredith." I yanked my report from her hand, almost ripping it in the process as my face burned in humiliation. You might think she'd wait to give me a verbal undressing in my own home, but no. That was too much to ask of my mother. I'm well aware of how much the down payment is. I only looked at the paperwork every day, all but salivating with hope. "Well, there's no need to get snippy, dear. Meredith turned up her nose, obviously offended at my interjection. It's not my fault you're here. I would have chosen a career with more financial security for you. All I've ever wanted is for you to thrive. Right. All she wanted was a perfectly coiffed little debutante to show off to all her friends, and I had long eclipsed the age where I was willing to play into her machinations. I am thriving, mother, I argued with her, my voice terse. I'm happy here. I have my own apartment, I pay my own bills. I'm perfectly self-sufficient. Sweetheart, be honest with yourself. At this rate, you'll be 50 before you can afford a decent apartment. Beyond that, how do you ever expect to make a name for yourself if you can't even choose the proper clients? Fuming, I turned to her, doing everything in my power to keep my tone civil. For your information, Meredith, I just signed $1 million contract a few weeks ago, so I think my townhouse will be a reality far sooner than you give me credit for. Really? She was suddenly bent over me, eager for the information. When do you get paid? Who's the client? When will you be introducing me? I knew what her reaction would be. Oddly enough, the knowledge only further encouraged me to scandalize her. My head held high, I looked my mother straight in the eye. I'm working for Aries Wolf. I might have gotten the same reaction if I'd physically struck her. Meredith staggered into the far wall of my cubicle, her face slack with shock and outrage. Aries Wolf? By this point, her routine had everyone in the office staring, and a pounding headache had started at the base of my skull. Dear God, Ava, have you lost your mind? That man is an absolute degenerate. He's in the tabloids every single day, fighting, gambling, you name it. He's worse than a dog. He's changing, Meredith, I argued, my tone taut with irritation. I'm helping him change. It's the only reason I even agreed to be his publicist in the first place, to tame that image. You don't tame the devil himself, Ava. Lord above, the man wouldn't know the straight and narrow if you beat him with it. You're to drop him as a client immediately. I won't have my daughter consorting with such a man. If Meredith had pulled this same routine 2 months ago, I would have agreed. That was the way of things. My mother demanded, and I weakly hung my head and obeyed. It had been that way for as long as I could remember. But I was tired of the status quo. Meredith went through the trouble of coming to my office to humiliate me. She made demands of me and plans for me, as though there was no need to listen to anything I said. Above all, she implied that she still knew what was best for me, as if I were still a child. Enough was enough. No. At my quiet, firm refusal, Meredith's mouth dropped open in shock. She began to shake her head, but before she could continue, I beat her to the punch. You don't have the right to demand anything of me, Meredith. You don't pay for my welfare anymore, and you've no right to govern my life. If I want to run publicity for Aries Wolf, I'll do as I damn well please. Slapping my hands against my desktop, I stood, seething with years of pent-up oppression. I am good at my job. Regardless of if you agree with the path I've chosen, I'm here, for better or for worse, and I'd appreciate it if you stopped trying to mold me in your image. I'm not Lila and I'm not you. I'll never be you. I'm keeping my client and my job, thank you very much. Now, I glanced toward the elevator bay in a clear dismissal, my heart pumping with adrenaline. If you don't have any other favors to ask, I think it's about time you leave. The entire office had gone so silent you might have heard a pin drop. Even if people weren't staring, they had long since stopped pretending to work in favor of eavesdropping on our conversation. My mother gaped like a damn fish as her color rose higher and higher, suffusing her face in a bright, embarrassed blush. I couldn't even feel sorry for her. It was about time she felt what I felt. Turnabout was fair play. Ultimately, however, Meredith's mouth snapped shut as she drew herself up to her full, albeit diminutive, height. Fine. If that's what you want, I'll leave. I don't think I had ever wanted something so badly. Meredith turned on her heel to leave my cubicle in a huff, but she could never let well enough alone. Halfway to the elevator, she turned back to face me, hands on her hips, stance stubborn. You will be at the hospital's charity gala in a few weeks, won't you? There she went again, demanding things of me, but at this point, I was willing to say or do just about anything to get her out of my office. Yes, fine. Whatever. Meredith's eyes narrowed in distaste. It's not whatever. It's the biggest event of the year, and I'm being honored with an award. I expect to see you there with bells on, young lady. Your sister's bringing her fiancé and 5 of her coworkers. Great. My sister's boring future husband and a gaggle of lawyers. Sounded like a party in the making. Great. See you there. I've lined up a date for you, Ava. A fellow surgeon in the field. He's a remarkable young man who does wonderful work. His name is Hamilton Carmichael. The name alone was enough to make me cringe slightly. He probably came from money and had never had to work for anything a day in his life. Not my ideal dinner date. As I was on a roll, I didn't mind letting my mother know exactly that. I'll be at the gala, Meredith, but I don't need a date. When the woman opened her mouth to protest, my gaze narrowed in warning. I'm not going with him, and if you're going to make an issue of this, don't bother asking me to come at all. That was enough to shut her up. Her eyes went frosty, and my mother finally turned to take her leave. I found myself holding my breath until she was safely contained in the downward moving elevator, at which point I slumped against the edge of my cubicle, my heart in my throat. Geez, I was insane. I just told Meredith off. Me. I'd been letting the woman come at me for decades, belittling and pigeonholing me into doing exactly what she wanted, and then, just like that, I snapped. Damn, Ava. That was your mom? Stephen, from the cubicle next to mine, popped his head out to grin up at me admiringly. Nice. It was as close to a compliment as anyone in the office had ever have given me, and I accepted it with pride. Now that my mother was actually gone, I felt a curious elation filling my chest. I stood up to her. I no longer had to allow her to dictate my life for me, not now or ever, and I'd never felt so free. I felt like I could tackle anything in the world, up to and including the meeting I had with Aries the next day. After all, who cared what had transpired between us? I could certainly be grateful to the man for rocking my world so completely while continuing to work with him professionally. No problem. I had this completely under control. I suppose, in retrospect, I completely got what was coming to me the next day. I went to Aries' building, budding with confidence from telling Meredith off, convinced that we could go back to the way things were. I was his publicist and he was my client, and now that we'd finally fallen into bed together, all that tension would have melted away. That last notion in particular was proved wrong the moment I entered the man's office. Good morning, Ava. When he looked up from his paperwork to grace me with a small, sensual smile, my stomach did a little somersault. Still, being faced with my own suddenly insatiable appetite seemed like a small price to pay for being on top of my game once more. You're looking very chipper. Someone spike your coffee? I merely rolled my eyes, unable to keep from smiling at his jest. A bit early for that, Aries. Though that would explain why you're always desperate for your morning cup. The dark-haired man chuckled, setting his paperwork aside to lean back in his seat and stare up at me. Whatever awkwardness had been between us the previous morning seemed to have faded, and Aries had no problem giving me a very leisurely once-over. I was, in my own opinion, dressed in one of the most respectable of the outfits he'd forced on me, but if the man's expression were any indication, he was most probably imagining me naked. I wouldn't dare. You'd kill me. I rolled my eyes with a smirk. Since when did you start caring what I might do to you? Since I'm trying to change my image. I've been nothing but the picture of a good boy, haven't I? I supposed I couldn't argue with him there. And just like that, the night came roaring back. How could I suppress it with Aries sitting right there in front of me, eyeing me like some kind of decadent dessert? Let's talk about this week. I forced myself to perch on the edge of his desk as I leafed through the schedule of events. I straightened my spine to bolster myself, trying to regain the confidence of the previous day. I told Meredith off. Told her off. I could do anything. I was invincible. There it is again. I snapped to attention at Aries' comment, low and amused. The man was eyeing me with a smile of his own, not a smirk or a cutting sneer, but a genuine smile. It reminded me of how the man smiled when he reminisced about his grandfather, and something warm filled my chest. That gorgeous smile. You look quite pleased with yourself. You going to reveal your secret? This time, when I blushed, it wasn't in embarrassment but pride. Clearing my throat, I drew myself up to look down at him. Not that it's that big of a deal, but I told my mother off. She was trying to embarrass me in the middle of my office, and halfway through her tirade, something in me just snapped. I shrugged, still grinning like a loon. I decided I didn't want to deal with her nonsense anymore. I still couldn't believe what I said to her. It felt so good to unload. I'd probably be riding the high for another few months, or at least until I was forced to show up at her boring charity gala. Well, well. Aries chuckled, his look one of admiration. Look at you. My rebellious little girl's growing some claws. Though I wanted to be upset at the term of endearment he used, instead, I found myself preening. For the first time in my life, I was rebellious. I was sticking it to my mother, and coming out of my shell. I was taking what I wanted. Was it really so wrong for me to let Aries own a part of me? After all, I had given the man my V-card. Tell me what happened. I didn't even second-guess his command. Slipping into a state of subservience where Aries was concerned had become second nature. It felt right, and at some point, I'm not sure when I stopped fighting it. I divulged to him, telling him how my mother demanded that I drop him as a client, and how she had always badgered me to pursue a more profitable career. I told him how I had all but shamed her from the building, refusing to attend her gala with some stranger she handpicked. Knowing her, I mused with a frown, he's probably boring and vapid. I'd rather pull an all-nighter for work than spend 1 minute with him. Aries seemed even more amused now that I'd let him in on the entire affair. His smile was still firmly in place as he leaned back in his chair, resting his head on his arms. Good to know. Not like I would have allowed you to see him. No one touches what's mine. My eyes widened at his profession, even as a flare of heat ignited in my lower belly. I was his. I don't. It's not a matter of allowing, Aries. I had to at least pretend to keep a semblance of my pride. If I fell apart all over the man at this juncture, I'd just embarrass myself. I'm my own woman. Of course you are. And that woman belongs to me. You're mine and no one else's. Damn him, this was far too much like the old Aries for my taste. Brash, dominant, and demanding. The man was all over the place, at some points tender and caring and others completely overbearing, but I couldn't tear myself away. And it had nothing to do with the paycheck. Lifting my chin, I eyed him directly, my body burning with want I hadn't even realized had been accumulating. I'd been craving Aries again since the moment I left his penthouse, and now, my physical desires were threatening to overhaul my rational brain. And so, I took a chance. I stared down my nose at the glorious man sitting before me, and I baited him. You can't tell me what to do. In the space of a single second, his expression changed from humoring to predatory. Aries rose from his seat to round his desk, and I shrank back, almost falling off the edge. But the man didn't approach me. Instead, he stalked across the length of the room to pull his office door closed and lock it with a condemning click. When he turned back to me, I knew I was in more trouble than I might have ever imagined. His gaze never leaving mine, Aries reached for his tie and unknotted it, taking the silk length between his two hands to fist menacingly. Slowly, I began to shake my head, both horrified and more turned on than I'd ever been in my entire life. Get up, Ava. His low growl rolled over me and I shivered, a moment before I slid from the edge of the desk to stand on somewhat unsteady legs. Aries approached me, step by tortuously slow step, until mere inches separated us. The scent of his cologne enveloped me, and my breath hitched as he took one of my wrists, and then the other. I was drenched, embarrassingly so, my own slickness beginning to slide down my inner thighs. At the sight, Aries growled possessively. "You don't want me to own you, Ava? Then why does Y0 body show me the opposite?" This was unorthodox. Everything about it screamed wrong. We were in an office building, for God's sake. His office building, in his office. Atop that, there was a row of damn floor-to-ceiling windows staring us in the face. But somehow, incredibly, I didn't protest. Subsequently, I was glad that Aries, at least, knew what after what we had just done. Aries was smiling, wide and indulgent. I was even more profoundly satisfied with myself than I'd been the previous day. I pleased him. I was his good girl. And damn if it didn't feel good. "Think you can make it to the bathroom on your own, sweet?" I forced myself to meet his eye despite that knowing, predatory smile that threatened to buckle my knees. "Yes, I should be fine." "You were already quite fine," he smirked, lowering his head to press a brief kiss to my lips. "Now get." It wasn't until I was halfway to the bathroom across from Margaret's desk that I felt the slight sting of the dismissal. Part of me wished there had been a bit more between us in the aftermath of our mad rutting, despite the fact that it was the middle of the day, and we had probably given someone one hell of a show. I wanted him to kiss me and hold me to stroke me as I came down and comfort the tremors that still ravaged me, but I suppose this would have to do. As I washed up as best I could in the bathroom, I could feel my thought process begin to kick into overdrive. What I'd just done, what I felt, it could only spell trouble for me. Sandy had once suggested that a raunchy affair might be just what I needed, but I was quickly entering territory that had less to do with intimacy and more to do with, well, more. Pausing mid-action, I gazed at myself in the mirror. What the hell was I getting into? My own reflection seemed to judge me, a mixture of pride and worry etched deeply on her face. I was flush-cheeked and well-satisfied physically, but to let him do that to me, to be hurt by something so trivial as a light-hearted dismissal. No. I shook my head slowly as something very much like panic turned itself over in my stomach. Aries was the antithesis of what I was looking for in a man. Though he certainly had his moments, and I was willing to admit that there was far more to him than brash selfishness, that didn't mean that my developing any type of feelings for him was justified. At all. I might be able to change his outward behavior, but at heart, Aries was still the playboy everyone knew him to be. There had never been any evidence that I could see that he was even capable of staying with a woman for more than a few weeks. The fact that he'd decided that I was his, well, that just meant that I was his next flavor, didn't it? The realization stung more than I would have liked to admit. Of course, I hadn't gone into this expecting Aries to fall head over heels for me. I wasn't trying to fix him for my sake. It was all for his investors, whose millions depended entirely on how much Aries could charm. This, I reassured myself, had nothing to do with my feelings. The moment the thought entered my mind, I winced. Now I was lying to myself. Wonderful. Why him? The words slipped from me into the gratefully empty bathroom before I could stop them. Aries wasn't and could never be my type. I wanted to start a family someday. I wanted a man who could love me the way my mother never had, who could support and bolster me through thick and thin. I wanted someone I could trust to want me until both our brains were jumbled and senile. I'd be lucky if Aries stayed interested until the end of his contract. Whatever this was to me, it wasn't the same thing for Aries, and I had to come to terms with that. Which was perfectly fine. Or at least, I'd make it fine. I was an adult, and I'd been through far worse straits than having a handsome billionaire lavish me with attention. So I'd just have to enjoy it while it lasted. After going over Aries' schedule with him, I found myself with a rare afternoon off. I planned to spend it going over my finances for the townhouse, but my mother was so convinced I couldn't afford it. Sandy called me and saved me from an afternoon of reflection. The chick flick she invited me to see wasn't necessarily at the top of my list, but I was willing to entertain any excuse to see my best friend. I'd be lying if I tried to tell myself I wasn't anxious to tell her about being with Aries, and the new turn our working relationship had taken. I gratefully changed out of the clinging dress and heels the man required for our meeting, and into jeans and a t-shirt. A glance at my image in the mirror, however, gave me a slight pause. I'd grown so used to seeing myself in Chanel and Prada over the past few weeks that the cheap denim and old V-neck suddenly seemed somehow wrong. I hesitated for only a moment before finding a pale blue button-up, which I matched with a silk Miu Miu skirt. I'd recently splurged on a new pair of shoes, nude kitten heels, which I figured I could wear for both work and play, and on they went. All in all, the outfit was much more figure-flattering and polished than jeans and a t-shirt. Aries would have been proud of me. Before I could dwell much more on what Aries thought, I hurried from my apartment and toward the movie theater where Sandy was waiting. Though the buses were running slowly, I managed to make it with 20 minutes to spare, and the dark-haired woman spotted me the moment I stepped into the lobby. She waved me over with a grin before enfolding me in a warm hug that managed to momentarily melt away all my troubles. "Look at you." When Sandy pulled back, she was beaming. "I barely recognized you." "You look gorgeous, Ava." My face burned at her compliment as I embarrassedly did a little 360 at her direction. "Don't tell me that's one of the outfits Wolf bought you?" "Just the skirt," I rebutted in my own defense. "The shirt and shoes are mine." "Hot damn, girl. Now that you've discovered your inner fashionista, we're going to have to go shopping sometime." I couldn't help but laugh at the prospect. While I certainly liked looking polished, Cassandra Banks was the queen of retail. I wouldn't even know where to start if she dragged me along. "So tell me, how are things going with your top client?" "I want to know everything." As we took our places at the end of the line for tickets, I braced myself. There was a crap ton to tell, and I could only imagine how Sandy might react to a good majority of it. I knew she wouldn't judge me, and that knowledge made me far more comfortable with her than I was with anyone else, but that didn't change the fact that it was time for me to divulge everything. We stood in line for about 12 minutes while I spoke, and Sandy didn't interrupt me a single time. Of course, there were certain junctures during the conversation when her mouth dropped open, and I was fairly sure I was going to have to help her pick her jaw up off the floor, but there was nothing much more extreme than that, thankfully. By the time we had our tickets in hand, I didn't know whether we were actually more interested in the latest rom-com, or if, perhaps, a bar nearby might have been a better choice. We lingered outside the theater for the last few minutes before the movie started, choosing to gossip in low voices in favor of getting snacks at the concession stand. "So all the stories are true," Sandy mused, her expression both disbelieving and admiring at the same time. "My hat's off to you, Ava." I groaned, shaking my head. "The rumors are true. The man is the ultimate playboy. He screwed me in his office, for God's sake." Sandy didn't seem nearly as abashed about that particular detail as I was. When I mentioned it, she grinned cat-like. "But it was good?" I didn't even need to hesitate. "Yes. Life-altering, even." Sandy laughed. "Then I see no reason to complain." "Ava, trust me, I understand your concerns," Sandy cut me off before I could voice much of a protest. "But seriously, I don't think you're giving yourself enough credit here. Yes, the man is a certified rake, but look at you. He keeps coming back again and again. He's not the only one with the power here." She took my shoulders, her smile all but glowing. "If you really want the man to be straight up about what's going on between you, just confront him, for the sake of his state of mind and yours. I'd be willing to bet money that if you're conflicted, there's at least some part of him that's conflicted too." At that hypothesis, I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Clearly, we're not talking about the same man here. Aries Wolf? Multi-billionaire? Slept his way through the roster of half of the world's most beautiful women? You among those women, Ava. Sandy frowned, punching my arm lightly. "What you fail to realize is that if the man chose you, you're among those ranks. Not that that's any surprise to me." She smirked secretively. "I've been watching Stephen and Jones ogle your ass for the past 2 years." My eyes widened in shock. "You liar." I refused to believe it. Stephen and Jones were some of the only guys in the office I felt comfortable talking to, because I was sure they weren't objectifying me. Cross my heart. Sandy laughed, shaking her head. I'm not saying they don't respect you, they just think you're attractive. And why shouldn't they? I thought that Aries had a monopoly on making me blush, but it seemed I underestimated Sandy. Ducking my head, I looked away, torn somewhere between pleased and incredulous. So, are we seeing this movie or what? Sandy sighed long-sufferingly. I suppose we paid for the tickets, but bar after. This discussion isn't over. I should have known I wouldn't get out of it that easily, and part of me was glad. After being emotionally oppressed since my father died, I was lucky to find someone like Sandy, who not only understood my inherent shyness, but helped bolster my confidence. She was my diamond in the rough, and when I was with her, if only for a few hours, everything was right with the world. Ava. Before I could turn to enter the movie theater, Sandy caught my hand to squeeze reassuringly. I hope you know that nothing you're doing is wrong. It might be complicated to be wrapped up in a man like Wolf, but this experience is good for you. Coming out of your shell, exploring your sexuality, it can't hurt that you're having these experiences with a man who knows how to make your experiences memorable. So don't guilt-trip yourself, okay? I had to force a smile. Guilt-tripping myself was habitual. Much as I loved Sandy, it was going to take more than her simple suggestion to kick that habit, and I didn't know if I was up to the task. Spending the evening with Sandy did me a world of good. I finished the night up tipsy, with more on my mind than my dalliance with Aries. My numbers were up in the office by simple virtue of having the most profitable client of all the employees. My townhouse was almost in reach, and there was little, really, that I could complain about. At least until my high wore off when I returned to my apartment, kicking off my kitten heels. I planned to head straight for the shower and pamper myself with half an hour-long session. Before I could escape to the bathroom, however, my phone rang. Assuming it could only be the office or Sandy at such an hour, I picked the device up to check the caller, and immediately frowned. Why the hell would Lila be calling me at 11 at night? For a moment, I contemplated. In her line of work, she was in the office at 7 every morning and was religious about her sleep schedule. If she wanted to call and speak to, or lecture me about something, she usually did it during her break or on the weekends. Late night was a bit of a stretch for her, which meant that one of two options was on the table. 1, it was an emergency, or 2, my mother had put her up to it. If I was carrying a little more of the moxie I'd found over the weekend, I might just have ignored the call altogether, but with Sandy gone and the guilt creeping back in, I found myself answering, even as I wondered what I was getting myself into. Hello? Ava. Are you still awake? My sister called me so rarely it was strange to hear her voice. Growing up, we had been worlds apart. She Meredith's prized show pony while I struggled to make her proud for even a few minutes. Lila had always been her mother's daughter. I clung to Dad even after he died. We were polar opposites, which made it only natural that we drifted apart after we left the house we grew up in. Hi, Lila. I'm awake. I kept my tone carefully neutral as I sank down on the couch. I find it weirder that you're awake. Yes, well. She hesitated for a moment, making me even warier. I was worried about you. Oh boy. This couldn't bode very well. Now, I was almost certainly sure that Meredith had put her up to something. Geez, my day had been going so well. What's there to worry about? I inquired lightly, leaning back against the sofa as I did my best to remain civil. Her call had already put me on the defensive, but there was no need to jump the gun. Meredith and I had a bad enough relationship that I wanted to at least try to preserve what might be between Lila and me, even if that hope was a dim one. Aries Wolf. I winced at his name on her lips. I might have known. I heard about your contract, Ava, and I suppose that some congratulations are in order. For a moment, I wasn't sure I'd heard her correctly. Congratulations? Wasn't she calling to chew me out like our mother had? I'm sorry, what did you say? Lila laughed softly. I want to congratulate you. $1 million contract is no mean feat. I understand it's your most profitable to date. I'm proud of you. My emotions had been running a wild gauntlet since taking Aries on as a client, but this by far was the strangest turn of events I'd seen. My sister was congratulating me. This was the woman who had once told me that there was no money in publicity, that I would make a better surgeon and should have followed in Mom's footsteps. Lila had even preened when our mother compared our paychecks, humiliating me in front of more than a few family friends. And now she wanted to congratulate me. I honestly didn't even know what to say. Thank you. I've always known you had the drive, Ava. I'm sorry if I'm not the best at showing it, but I was hoping that maybe things could get better between us. Despite how wary I was of some kind of plot involving Meredith, I couldn't deny that Lila had me intrigued. When I was growing up, my father always told me that the bond between sisters was closer than anything in creation. He insisted that Lila should be taking care of me, and I her. When he died, however, everything had changed. Better, how? I probably sounded like a freaking parrot, but I couldn't come up with anything more eloquent. My rational and instinctive brains were in conflict, trying to come to terms with one another. Until they did, I was stuck with one-liners. I haven't always stood up for you when I should. I know it's been hard for you. Mom can be kind of overbearing sometimes, but she has good intentions. Yeah, like driving me up the freaking wall. Despite Lila's oversimplification, I forced myself to keep listening. And I just wanted you to know that landing a contract with Wolf, that's no small feat. I can't imagine what you have to go through to keep the terms. On that, I had no comment. At this juncture, things between Aries and I were less about keeping terms, and more about the thick vein of physical tension that permanently existed between us. But that wasn't something I was going to discuss with my sister. It's easier than you might think, I said. Things are working out well between us. Aries might be a handful, but I think I've got him well under control. Do you, Ava? I stiffened as Lila's voice came back firm and inquiring. I need you to understand, it's not that I don't have faith in you. You're good and sweet and innocent, and Wolf, he's just that. A wolf. He preys on those closest to him, and I can't stand the thought of you being caught up in that. I opened my mouth, then shut it, mulling over the proper response. Sweet. Innocent. That was the general consensus in my family when it came to me. Up until I met Aries, it had generally been true. I did the best I could with what I was given, and rarely ever stepped out of line. But all that had changed recently. I found that given my reputation, people could severely underestimate me, no one more than those in my family. Lila, I'm fine. The slight waver in my voice caught me off guard. I'd meant to say it with just as much steely frost as I'd used with Meredith the previous day, but it simply wouldn't come. The fact of the matter was that there was perhaps one person who underestimated me even more than my mother and Lila. And that was Aries himself. Really? You don't sound fine, Ava. Lila's tone was surprisingly kinder than I had heard it in a long time, and I found myself fighting tears. This woman wasn't Sandy, I reminded myself. She was on Meredith's side, and our mother had almost certainly told her to call, but she'd reached me when I was most vulnerable. Damn her timing. Well, I insisted. I've submitted the application for my townhome. I've got more money in the bank than I know what to do with, and my life is just peachy. Thanks for calling, but there's really absolutely nothing to worry about. There was silence on Lila's end of the line for a long beat before she answered. Ava, I just don't want him using you. You're so kind, so good. I can't see him being anything beyond a negative influence on you. You deserve better than that. She sighed as I clutched the edge of my sofa in a death grip, willing my heart rate to slow. I know Mom has a complicated way of showing it, but she loves you, Ava. She only wants what's best for you, and I think, deep down, you know that. It was guilt-tripping, pure and simple, and I knew if Sandy was there she would tell me so, but in the absence of my friend, I found my resolve weakening. No one could dispute that Aries was a dangerous man to get involved with. I could only guess how many women had offered up their hearts on silver platters, only to have their hopes dashed. I tried not to remember the way he'd all but fled his own penthouse to avoid speaking to me after our first night together, or how he sent me off to the bathroom with a pat on the head like I was some kind of favored pet after our little office interlude. I wondered if Aries really knew how to be intimate with someone. But beyond that, there seemed to be some barrier that I couldn't get past. I frowned. If only he could be the way he'd been that first night with me consistently. The way his face lit up when he talked about his grandfather, and how he'd built his business for a moment, I almost felt like I really knew him. But I didn't. I could make Aries play the good guy all I wanted, but I doubted I'd ever really know him, the way a healthy relationship required. And while we were on the subject of healthy relationships, what I was doing with Aries was the antithesis of healthy. Physical exploration was all well and good, but when business got wrapped up in the mix, geez. All at once I wondered what the hell I was doing. Just maybe Lila had a point. She and my mother had always been hard on me, but they wanted what was best for me, and clearly that wasn't Aries. Was Mom upset about the other day? I asked before I could stop myself, knowing I had just sealed my own fate, but in that moment, I realized that Aries wasn't and could never be permanent. My family was, and I owed it to them to try and make things work. She was. A call from you might cheer her up though. And just like that, everything was back to normal. I was the quiet, apologetic daughter who did just as her family expected. I felt awful for shaming my mother, even as my stomach twisted at the idea of committing myself to her control once more. By the time I hung up with Lila, the sheer liberation that had been driving my actions for the past few days had faded to something more rational and infinitely more necessary: self-preservation. Lila was right. What the hell was I doing trying to contend with a man like Aries Wolf? He was far out of my league, and beyond that, the way things stood threatened to ruin our business relationship. Maybe this entire affair had been a mistake after all. I made myself a cup of strong coffee before returning to my place on the couch. I had always been a safe person, a sound thinker. Yes, I was different from my mother and sister, but that didn't mean I had to push them away. At least I was familiar with their brand of manipulation. Aries, he was something entirely different. One moment he was sweet and caring, and the next he was manipulative and exploitative. He confused the hell out of me, in a way that had nothing to do with client-publicist relations. And that meant that the most rational thing to do would be for me to end the entire thing.
Chapter 8. Aries.
While I prided myself on running a tight ship, there were inevitably times when the firm ran into difficulties. Usually, it only happened once every 6 months, but hell if I had been prepared for it to happen right after my office tryst with Ava. The terms of a deal I signed a year ago with some prominent Japanese developers had changed, and now I stood to lose about $10 million if we couldn't find some common ground. The crunch period that followed included a 4-day trip to Tokyo, an obscene amount of paperwork, and some choice words in the direction of the lackey I'd put in charge of the deal. After 2 weeks of running around like a chicken with my head cut off, I was exhausted as hell. Atop that, I hadn't seen Ava once and I felt her absence sorely. That wasn't to say that I hadn't followed the schedule she set for me. I found myself itching to please, even when she wasn't around, which was something that both irked and entertained me. In keeping with the chaste image we were building, I did a few radio shows, made a handful of TV appearances, and even made a public donation to a new homeless shelter they were building downtown. I was surprised when handing over a cool $100,000 gave me a fuzzy feeling in the pit of my stomach. I had never been a big charity guy, not because I didn't want to, but simply because there were other things on the docket. It felt good enough that I caught myself seriously contemplating donating again. My sweet little publicist was really turning me around doing the impossible. I'd have to thank Ava for turning me onto the straight and narrow if I ever saw her again. Every interview and appearance she arranged for me was an amalgamation of small talk designed to promote my new image, and my libido viciously reminding me how gorgeous she'd been beneath me when I bent her over my desk. Part of me wondered if it was pushing too hard, too fast, but Ava had taken the rough treatment like a champ, and I couldn't wait to give her a second helping. I found myself with an overwhelming desire to have Ava in my arms, but getting to her was easier said than done, even in the wake of the Japanese fiasco. It might have been easier to slake my lust with another woman. After all, I was surrounded by them in the office, and I'd met several in Tokyo who all but propositioned me, but for some reason my libido had very recently hit a brick wall. Since Ava, there had been no sleeping around, no tabloid headlines, and no retribution from women spurned. As uncharacteristic of me as it was, I found that I liked the peace and quiet, and it only made me want Ava all the more. It had been almost 2.5 weeks when I broke. I was at the penthouse in the study, finishing my review of some last-minute finance documents, when I just stopped. It took everything I had to refrain from scattering my papers on the floor like a petulant child. I wanted Ava, needed her. Scowling, I extracted my cell phone from my pocket, hesitating for only a moment before I composed a text. Need to see you. Emergency. I purposely left the details vague so she would take the bait. Sure enough, I barely had to wait 5 minutes before I got a text in reply. I'm not in the office. Caught up in something at home. Can you give me a few hours? Hell no. I'd given it 2 weeks already. Give me your address. I'll come to you. This time I waited almost 10 minutes for her to answer, and each second was literal torture. I live in Brooklyn. It's far. I almost groaned aloud. At this point, I wouldn't care if she was in China. Address Ava. Now. It was probably a bit forceful, but if our last time together was any indication, Ava liked things a little rough. After another minute or two, she sent me her address, and I was up and out of the penthouse in the next 5 minutes. I chose to drive myself in favor of going through the trouble of calling the driver for the rolls, and within half an hour, I was pulling up outside of her apartment complex. The neighborhood she lived in was neither amazing or terrible, but the apartments had been through the mill. On sight, I could tell the entire block had been redone a good 4 or 5 times, and the units inside would have suffered for it. It was no small wonder that she wanted a townhouse in the city, and I was proud that my contract would allow her to do it. To my knowledge, it was now a simple question of getting the ball rolling. I didn't bother dwelling on where Ava was going to be for very long. At this moment she was here, 4 floors up, and the very notion made my heart swell. I reached the 4th floor in under a minute, and knocked on the door with enough force to wake anyone who might be listening. Hopefully, no one was still sleeping at this hour. In the 2 minutes that passed before Ava opened the door, an entire bevy of possibilities crossed my mind. She'd given me the wrong address. She didn't want to see me. She'd gone to the office just to spite me, and then, all at once, there she was. Her green eyes were wide, and her hair was wrapped up in a towel. It was obvious from the dewy glow of her skin that I'd caught her in the middle of a shower. That, and the damp silk robe that clung to her curves. She wasn't wearing a stitch of makeup or real clothing, and she was absolutely mouth-watering. Aries? She exclaimed, surprise evident in her voice. That was quick. What route did you take to get? I cut her off by stepping into her apartment as I swept her into my arms, pressing my mouth to hers. All I wanted was to continue kissing her until one or both of us remembered that we had to breathe. When I pulled back to gaze down at her face. However, the flush of want I'd expected was absent. Instead, Ava stared up at me with a kiss-swollen mouth and a wary expression. It was enough to douse my fire somewhat, and I shut the door behind me before I confronted her. Don't tell me you weren't expecting that. When I reached for her again, Ava backed away slightly, her expression unreadable, and I scowled. Under normal circumstances, she all but fell into my arms. She wanted the pleasure I gave her, but it was obvious that something major had changed in the past 2 weeks. "Ava, what's wrong?" "Nothing." She replied far too quickly for the word to mean anything. "Nothing's wrong. You said an emergency. I thought you wanted to talk about an appearance or something." She turned away from me to busy herself rearranging things that were already tidy. For some reason, she didn't want to look at me, and I didn't like it. 2 weeks is a long time. I came up behind her, wrapping my arms around her slender waist to press a heated kiss against the damp hairs at the base of her neck. "Let me." She shuddered when I scraped my teeth against her throat and busied myself undoing the ties of her robe. She smelled like heaven, and I needed to be inside of her as quickly as humanly possible. Before I could get very far, however, her hand stayed mine as she attempted to pull away from me again. "Aries, I don't." "Come back here." I tugged her against me with a low, demanding growl. She might be trying to escape me, but it wasn't because she didn't want me. "Let me have you, Ava. God, I need you." Her expression was so indignant, and I found myself staring at her, utterly nonplussed. "What the hell?" "Don't do that," she demanded breathlessly, her green eyes shining with something that looked awfully like tears. "Don't boss me around." "Geez, Aries, you know what you do to women. You hardly have to order me to do what you say." My stomach clenched at that particular line as I ran a hand through my hair. Damn. I hadn't meant to upset her. Sometimes it was easy to forget that she'd never been with a man. She just looked so scrumptious and fresh. "Can you even be with a woman without bossing her around?" Ava demanded, cutting off my mental tangent abruptly. "If you want me now, Aries, it has to be on equal terms. I'm not going to just bend over for you." For almost a full minute, I merely gazed down at her minute form. Ava was all but trembling in indignation, something I had inadvertently caused. If she had been any other woman, the drama would have sent me from her apartment in a huff. I didn't do demanding or whiny or petulant. If a woman didn't want it on my terms, I didn't want her. But that was before Ava. I sighed heavily, shrugging out of my coat before tossing it over the back of a nearby sofa. I took a moment to gaze around the small living room, taking in the muted colors, ornate sofa, and small trinkets that spoke volumes of the woman that stood before me. There was even a little fireplace, dark and unused, as the season was just coming upon us. Ava wanted something slow and sensual. She wanted what I gave her our first night together, and I needed her so badly that I would take her any way I could have her, even if it wasn't mine. Pointing at the dark stone fireplace, I finally spoke. "Do you have a starter log for this thing?" My question seemed to shock her from her anger. "For the—" "Oh." Ava dropped her arms from where she'd crossed them over her chest protectively, exposing the delicious V of her cleavage. "Yes." "Why?" "It's barely fall." "Where is it?" Ava scowled, crossing her arms and plumping her cleavage up tantalizingly. Somehow I suppressed a groan. "Aries, I'm trying to have a conversation with you, damn it." "And I'm trying to romance you," I rebutted with equal fervor. "So where's the damn starter log?" Ava's mouth snapped shut as her eyes blew wide once more. "You're what?" I couldn't help but smirk at the speed with which the ire fled her expression. "Starter log. And I assume you have wine. Where's the kitchen?" Ava merely pointed, first at the pile of 4 or so starter logs in the corner near the fireplace, and then off towards her tiny kitchen. I stepped forward to pull her into my arms again, and this time there was less resistance. When I kissed her, a soft, contented little sigh escaped her, and I quelled the predator in me that wanted to take her right then and there. Instead, I merely lifted her bridal style to lay her on the couch before raising my mouth from hers. "Sit here," I murmured against her ear before remembering that I was supposed to be on my best behavior. "Please." Ava didn't protest, which I took as a green light to carry out my hastily organized plan. In 10 minutes, I got a small fire started in her fireplace and rummaged through her kitchen until I came up with a half-full bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon. I'd known Ava was a red wine girl, but the name on the bottle only furthered my respect for her. She only had 2 glasses, but both were clean, and so I filled them before returning to her. Placing the wine on the coffee table, I took a seat on the floor before the fire and tugged her down into my lap. I had never been, and probably never would be, a romantic, but I had to admit this was nice. Ava blushed as she settled atop me, and the firelight illuminated her face beautifully. With a small scowl, I tugged the towel from her hair, sending damp blonde strands tumbling down her back. "What did I catch you in the middle of now?" She laughed, and it was the most glorious sound I'd heard in a long time. "Deep conditioning." I chuckled. Am I not more entertaining than deep conditioning? Ava rolled her eyes, reaching for her wine. "You're a lot more complicated than deep conditioning." Am I? I edged the hem collar of her robe down over a bare shoulder to massage it slowly with a single hand, until she sighed, her head falling back against me. "I thought I was simple." Playboy seeks top model for sensual dalliance. Spends 100 grand on new sports car prototype. Ava frowned. "You're not all bad." She took a sip of her wine before offering the same glass to me. The gesture was unexpected, humbling in a way, and I took a long sip, so long, in fact, that she had to steal the glass away with a small, amused smile. "Still an alcoholic, though." I swallowed, rolling my eyes. "There's very little in this world I'm actually addicted to, Ava." "Oh, is that a fact? Do tell." She set her wine aside to eye me skeptically, and I took in every feature of her face, from her slightly slanted eyes to her pixie nose and her full lips. When I answered, my words came from the core of me. There wasn't a single iota of untruth to them. "I'm addicted to you." My words rendered her speechless for a moment, that cute little flush working its way up from her neck to encompass her entire face. "Stop that." "I'm serious," I deadpanned, leaning forward to take her lips in a brief kiss. 2 weeks without you, and I came up with a diabolical plan to get into your panties." Ava tried in vain to hide her laughter, and failed horribly when it came bubbling out. "Aries, that's not funny." "But you're laughing." "It's not." I cut her off with another kiss, deeper this time. Shortly after. To her credit, it was a long while before Ava voiced even the slightest discomfort at my dead weight. The moment she did, however, I rolled off her with a sigh. I merely tugged her into my arms, holding her close as I brushed kisses across her forehead, nose, and jawline. Ava snuggled contentedly into my embrace, resting her head against my shoulder. For a while, I thought she might have drifted off. I took the opportunity to examine her living room with a curiosity that had eluded me before. I had come to her apartment with one goal in mind, and now I found myself hungry to learn everything I could about her. Being with Ava was mind-blowing, but I wanted to know her. I wanted to see that smile 24/7. To make her laugh like no one else could. I took in the real estate magazines on her coffee table. It was clear she'd done her research before jumping blindly into a deal on an apartment. A diploma from NYU hung in a place of prestige on her wall, and around it were over a dozen paintings of all sizes and subject matter. The raw emotion in each and every piece caught my eye, and I found myself examining them one by one. A few were landscapes, seasonal scenes in Central Park that depicted the everyday activities of people in the city. There were couples lounging in strawberry fields in the summer, people walking their dogs in the fall, and children playing in snowdrifts in the winter. There were still lifes, fruit sculptures, and a few household objects, each so realistic they seemed to leap off the page. Then there were a few portraits, one of a blonde woman who looked like she could be Ava in 30 years or so, though the turn of her mouth was far too sour to make her resemble Ava completely. There was another blonde with similar features, much younger than the first, and I supposed she might be Ava's sister. Like the woman before her, there was something closed off in her features, something cold that kept her from being as beautiful as her sibling. The third image, however, surprised me. A man with Ava's eyes held a child that couldn't be more than 3 or 4 years old, a little girl reaching out for the seeds of a dandelion he blew into the wind. I knew without a doubt that girl had to be Ava. Her smile was carefree, her brow unworried by the adult issues that would later darken her doorstep. In this world, she was just a girl playing with her father, and the image made my heart stutter in my chest. "What are you looking at?" When Ava murmured softly against my shoulder, I started slightly before looking down at her. "The paintings on your wall, did you have them commissioned? They're gorgeous." There was a slight pause before she answered me, raising her mussed blonde head until her gaze met mine. "I painted them." Her words were so soft that she meant no doubt for me to mishear them. But that would have been impossible. Immediately, my eyes went wide in shock as my stomach clenched. "You painted these? Why didn't you tell me that you painted?" Ava sighed, her eyes sliding closed a moment before she slipped from my embrace, reaching for the silk robe I'd discarded moments earlier. "I don't know." She pulled on the robe, before knotting the belt around her middle. Smoothing her blonde hair back into place as best she could, she turned to face me once more, her expression confused. "I suppose it's because I felt like that would be opening up to you on a deeper level, a more personal level." She reached for one of the glasses of wine at the edge of the table to take a long, steadying sip, as my brow furrowed. "And what's wrong with that?" I asked. Ava frowned, toying with the glass in her hands for a moment before she answered. "Aries, I don't want to make this out to be anything more than what it really is. We." She struggled for words for almost a full minute before she finally blurted what was on her mind. "This is a fling. A momentary, lustful little interlude that will end the moment you get tired of me." Ava exhaled a long breath before continuing. "I don't want to cling. I don't want to try to make you into something you don't want to be. God knows I do enough of that already. But geez, when we are together." Her eyes went soft and longing as she recalled our most recent bout of loving. "What the hell am I supposed to think? I'm so confused and I don't want to be." For a moment, words stuck in my throat. Damn, I didn't do emotions. I didn't do relationships, and I didn't do complications. I had sworn off all those things a long time ago and never looked back. But now, seeing Ava so conflicted made me want to give her more. If there were ever someone I would want to try to be with, it was Ava. She was intelligent and kind, and she was a shark in her profession. I respected the hell out of her and lusted after her all at once. But old habits die hard. Blowing out a long breath, I ran a hand through my hair before sitting back against the couch. I'd never been much of a talker when it came to my personal life, but if I didn't want Ava to get the wrong impression, I'd have to come clean. And I could do that. "Ava, what's between us, it isn't just meaningless. I couldn't just toss you aside. You mean more to me than that. I respect you. I have feelings for you that add up to more than just a simple one-night stand. I swear. But I can't do commitment. I can't do what comes after that. I knew how insensitive I must look. I can't meet you on that level. I need control. I can't lose it or else I'll self-destruct." My chest constricted as I remembered what had happened all those years ago. If Ava was going to understand, she needed to know. I couldn't look at her. I didn't want to see the disappointment or horror in her eyes when I divulged. And so instead I just talked. 10 years ago, before the firm and all the money, I was in a relationship. Her name was Laura, and she loved me despite the fact that I had nothing. Despite the fact that I was a rotten kid who had a rotten childhood and an even worse attitude. She was my everything. I raised a hand to my face to rub at the ache blooming to life in my temples. When my grandfather died and left me his money, I went crazy trying to invest it. I wanted to create a better life for her, for us. She deserved more, and I wanted to give it to her. I wanted to give her everything. I swallowed thickly, my expression hardening. But building a company takes time. All the meetings I had, the paperwork involved, hours slogging around the city looking for investors, and my first pieces of real estate. I spent more and more time away from her, and she started to resent me. Eventually, she didn't want to be near me even when I was around. And then one day I came home and she was gone, just like that. All she left was a note telling me that it was obvious that I loved the idea of money more than her. She didn't understand, couldn't understand. The most difficult part of my story stuck in my throat like a poisonous burr. I could have ended it there, could have pretended there was nothing else. But that would be doing Ava a disservice. She'd put her trust in me, and now I'd have to prove myself worthy. I eventually found out that she was pregnant when she left. About 2 months along. When she walked out, she got rid of the baby without even telling me. I turned around a month later and saw that she was dating my best friend, right in front of my face. She didn't want me, just like my father didn't want me. I cleared my throat, doing my best to purge the grief from my voice. I went to a dark place, Ava. All I could think about was the baby she denied me. The best friend who spat in my face. My father and his alcohol-fueled beatings, and the mother that died bringing me into this messed up world. I wanted to die, and if it weren't for my company, I might have. My drive was the only thing that kept me from doing something stupid, and once I was on top, I swore I would never be in another relationship I couldn't control. Never again. So here I am in all my messed up glory. I shrugged, finally raising my head to take in the woman across from me, my heart in my throat. I don't think I can ever really be what you want, and for that, I'm truly, truly sorry.
Chapter 9. Ava.
For a long beat, I merely stared at Aries in shock. I had listened to his entire tale without a single word, emotions churning so powerfully within me that they threatened to make me sick. It all made sense now, the womanizing, the playboy jaunts, the relentless spending sprees, even obsession with his company. It was all a bid to make him forget the pain of his past. Aries Wolf's greatest secret was that he was human, just like the rest of us, and being in control kept him from going off the mortal coil. I had asked him to give up that control more than once now, and I realized how difficult it must have been for him to do so. Guilt curdled harshly and sourly in my belly, even as my heart broke for him. What the hell kind of monster would rob him of his own child? I couldn't even begin to imagine what he must have been through. Slowly, I made my way through the mountain of cushions to his side to cup his face. The sorrow in those gray eyes of his made my chest tighten, and I lowered my mouth to press a chaste kiss against his lips. Aries, none of that was your fault, I finally spoke in a low, reassuring tone. Not one bit. No, his reply was intense, anguished. You don't understand. If I could have kept a tighter rein on her, if I could have changed the way she felt, if I could have been there for her, regardless of the breakup, I could have kept her from getting rid of the kid. I know I could have. Aries, there's no way you could know. My old man was a rat good for nothing, Ava. Aries cut me off softly, his eyes gleaming with quiet rage. I would never treat my child like that. Ever. A kid needs to be cherished, loved and spoiled and appreciated, and I want. Aries's words faltered as his eyes slid tightly closed, a single tear sliding over his chiseled jaw. Immediately, my heart swelled as I took him into my arms, holding him close. The man was twice my size, immense, muscled, powerful, and one of the most influential men on the planet. But in that moment, he was also one of the most vulnerable. Shush. I hushed him softly, stroking his hair as I fought my own tears. You're right, Aries. You're absolutely right. One day you'll have kids, and I know you'll be an amazing father. Look at you. You rose above your circumstances to get to where you are, that's no small feat. The man's burly arms wrapped around my waist as he held me tightly, his face pressed against my neck. There were no more tears, but the tension in his body spoke volumes of the grief he suppressed. This wasn't what I planned. I told myself I'd be with Aries one last time before I dropped the bomb, but now I couldn't. I wouldn't. He needed me, and after watching him open himself up to me the way he had, I wondered if I could really let him go. This man was more, so much more than anyone gave him credit for. He was sensitive, talented, intelligent, funny, and so human it stole my life from me. I wanted to be there for him. Maybe he thought he couldn't love again, but perhaps he could trust, and with time, who knew? If I kept him close and allowed him the control he sought every now and again, things could be intimate between us. things could be right. That was really all I could ask for. Aries ended up staying the night and most of the next day. Though he sobered soon after our discussion and insisted that he was all right, I knew better than to take his word for it. He was still hurting inside, and so I took it upon myself to take care of him. For a few hours, it wasn't about us being publicists and clients, or even a powerful man and his romantic partner. We were equals. I made him dinner with the bare bones ingredients in my pantry, and he insisted it was delicious, although I knew he had to be lying through his teeth. My bed was far too small for him, but he slept pressed up against me, his breathing deep, soft and even, and as I watched him, warmth filled my chest. Despite what I told myself about this man, despite all the warnings and promises I made, here I was, confused, hopeful and scared all at once. As long as Aries needed me, I would try to be there. He needed someone who understood, and right now that someone was me. Eventually, however, the real world intervened. Both Aries and I had to go to our respective offices the next day, and I never found it so hard to leave my bed as when Aries was in it. Ultimately, however, he rose as well. While I made him coffee, he hovered over me in the kitchen, stealing kisses. The only way I got breakfast made was by shooing him out of the kitchen, and then I only just managed. After we ate and before he left, Aries graced me with a long lingering kiss that said everything he couldn't, that he'd miss me, that he didn't want to leave. I kissed him back for as long as I could without wanting to fall into bed with him all over again, and then I let him leave. Despite the fact that he'd only been in my apartment for a single night, the small space felt somehow emptier without him. I got ready for work quickly, slipping into a Chanel sheath he'd bought me, even though I wasn't scheduled to meet with Aries that day. Dressing up reminded me of him, and how he looked at me when I stepped into his office, wrapped in designer duds. As I left my apartment, my phone buzzed, and I grinned, thinking it might be Aries. When I turned the screen on, however, I faced a text message from my mother. "Good morning, dear. Just a quick reminder that the gala is this weekend. Hope you're excited." I groaned inwardly at the very prospect. I was the exact opposite of excited. But I didn't have to deal with that now. I had an entire week of work ahead of me, and at least 1 or 2 meetings with Aries. That meant a whole 5 days of peace before I'd be forced to face the music. And I could certainly contend with that. Unfortunately, the week didn't play out as smoothly as I planned. As I'd officially been contracted with Aries for 2 months, and his stockholders were pleased with the overall revamping of his image, the company took their cut that Tuesday. I'd been so elated with my gigantic paycheck that I'd almost forgotten that the company was due 15%. When I checked my bank account the evening after the transaction, I cringed. I'd have to curb my spending a bit in the coming weeks if I wanted to make sure I had all the cash for a down payment on the townhouse. On Wednesday, I was scheduled to meet Aries downtown but got a text message from him apologizing, citing that he had to reschedule. Apparently, he was needed on site in Toronto, and he'd be out of town for the next 2 days, which meant that our next meeting was a no-go also. I hid my disappointment, wishing him a safe journey. During the next 2 days, whenever I wasn't occupied speaking with Aries stockholders or dealing with daily activities in my own office, I contemplated calling him. Aries had told me that he didn't do relationships, or at the very least that they were hard for him, which meant I shouldn't bother him, I shouldn't badger him, and I certainly shouldn't give him the impression that I needed him. While his contract did provide for me, I tried to tell myself there was nothing more I needed from him, and it would do well to have my behavior reflect that. When he wanted me, he would call. He would make himself available. So somehow I refrained. On Friday night, I perched on my couch, watching an appearance I scheduled for him on Rerun. While he looked amazing in a turtleneck and khakis, I missed those suits of his. The ones that clung to his body perfectly and made him look absolutely scrumptious. Damn it. I needed something else to occupy my time. It was hard enough to be all but sitting smack dab in the middle of the last place Aries and I had done it, but pining for him. That was uncharacteristic even for me. By late Friday night, I was looking for any distraction, any at all. I should have been more careful what I wished for. Lila called me around 10 in the evening. What was it with her and all these late-night calls? Certainly it was Friday, but my sister was downright predictable when it came to her schedule. She should be safely tucked in by 9:30. After the pleasantries had been exchanged, she immediately peppered me with questions about the gala. "Did you get a dress for the gala yet, Ava?" Sighing, I fidgeted with the hem of my nightgown. "Maybe." Lila exhaled an exasperated sigh. "You haven't, have you? That fancy new contract and all that money in the bank, and you can't even spare any for our mother?" I winced. It wasn't that I was avoiding buying the dress. I just had a busy week. The matter completely slipped my mind. "I'll pick up something tomorrow morning." Lila made a frustrated sound in the back of her throat. "Do you need me to come with you? The last time we let you pick your own dress." "I can find a dress, Lila." I cut her off, working hard to keep the irritation from my voice. "You might be surprised." "Lovely. Surprise me then." In the wake of the supposed heart-to-heart we had after my argument with Meredith, she'd gone back to being catty and difficult to deal with, but I told myself this was a single event. Once I made it through the following night, I wouldn't have to deal with them for another long stretch, until they needed me to make another appearance somewhere to remind their friends that I did indeed exist. I managed to get off the phone by promising that I would find a dress both proper and jaw-dropping before trudging down the hall to my bedroom. I spread out in bed, getting comfortable as I closed my eyes and willed myself to sleep. I didn't get very far. After 2 minutes of lying silently in the darkness, Aries was there. He was all I could think about. His name was on my lips, and the guilt kept me from sleeping for a long while. The next day passed in a blur. I woke early in hopes of finding the perfect dress well before noon, but the task was easier said than done. Macy's frustrated me, Saks intimidated me, and Century 21 seemed a bit lowbrow for what my mother and sister were obviously looking for. After no small amount of hesitation, I found myself back at the shop where Aries had first taken me to spice up my wardrobe. When I went inside, I half expected the clerk to treat me like chattel. After all, Aries was nowhere to be found, and I was dressed casually, in jeans and a baggy t-shirt. The redhead, however, greeted me like an old friend, and soon had me set up with an armful of dresses that took me half the afternoon to try on. When I finally found one I liked, the price tag made me swoon. I remembered how easily Aries had brought a whole handful of similarly priced garments, and agonized for a full half hour over whether or not to buy the dress before I decided to it. I didn't have time to be indecisive. The damned gala was in 3 hours, and I still had makeup and hair to do. When I prepared to check out, however, the clerk waved my card away. "No worries, Ms. Parker. I'll charge it to Mr. Wolf's account." My eyes widened at the very prospect. Oh no, I couldn't possibly. He called the store and instructed that if you ever come back, you should charge all your purchases to his account. She smiled mischievously. "You wouldn't want to get me in trouble, would you?" And just that easily, she slid me into a niche between a rock and a hard place. Still completely wary of the entire process, I let her charge the $1,500 garment to Aries' account, wondering how many ways he was going to kill me when he found out. That said, the dress was absolutely stunning. It was an emerald green that brought out my eyes. The back was cut low while the front was fairly conservative, revealing only a hint of cleavage. I rushed to the salon to get what I hoped was a fancy-looking updo, and then to a department store counter to get my makeup professionally done. By the time I got back to my apartment, there was a scant hour left before I had to be off to Tribeca, where the event was being held. I slipped into the dress and rummaged through my bureau to find some suitable jewelry. Eventually, I came up with a gold necklace hung with a tiny emerald, one of the last gifts my father had given me before he died. With a rueful smile, I fastened it around my neck before adding some diamond studs, and then I was on my way out the door. Of course, my taxi got caught in traffic. Under any other circumstances, I wouldn't have cared. I might have even enjoyed the leisurely car ride. Instead, I tried not to bite my nails as I imagined how pissed Meredith was going to be when I showed up half an hour late. Sure enough, when I arrived, I had barely stepped into the ornately decorated ballroom before my arm was taken in an iron grip, and I was steered off to the side. "You're late." Meredith didn't even bother with the pleasantries. She was dressed in a white gown that hugged a figure kept well in check by daily jogs and yoga classes. The rope of diamonds around her neck couldn't be described as anything other than ostentatious, and her hair was pulled back tightly from her face, making her look older than she was. "Come here, there's someone I'd like you to meet." As if I could refuse. I let her drag me along, smiling at everyone she told me to smile at, and greeting those who she couldn't afford to ignore. Ultimately, we ended up in a corner of the crowded ballroom where Lila waited with her snooty fiancé. While the man might have been handsome, he wore a permanent sneer on his face, making it look as if he'd always smelt something bad. He was clad in an Armani suit that hugged his slender form, and I couldn't help but compare him to Aries' tall, muscular body in my head. My sister was at his side. I had never seen them holding hands in public, and they weren't there anymore. In fact, I didn't think I had ever seen them even be remotely affectionate with each other. But I was fairly certain Lila wasn't marrying the man for love. He was a Wall Street hedge fund manager, and she was his arm candy. That said, she looked pretty damned gorgeous in a short blue cocktail number, with her hair draped long and sleek down her back. Standing next to them was a handsome man that I didn't know. His gray suit was obviously designer, and it complemented his blue eyes. Dark brown hair swept back from a wide brow, and his mustache and goatee were neatly trimmed. "Here she is," Meredith sing-songed, dragging me toward the man in question. "Thank you for being so patient. My daughter can be a bit scatterbrained sometimes." I rolled my eyes discreetly as she proceeded to introduce us. "Ava, darling, this is Hamilton Carmichael, the surgeon I told you about. Hamilton, this is my daughter, Ava." Before the man could take my hand to shake, I immediately balked, turning to eye my mother incredulously. "Mother, can I have a word with you? Somewhere in private?" This time, it was me who dragged her in the direction of the washrooms. When we reached the tiny marble alcove, I whirled on her, my face flushed. "I thought I told you I didn't need a date." "Oh, nonsense, darling." My mother waved the words off, as if they were so many annoying mosquitoes. "Hamilton's a charming young man, Ava. I know you'll like him." "Mother." I groaned, at a loss. I wanted to argue, to tell her that there were no circumstances that could coerce me into spending an already painful evening with a man of her choosing, but the look on her face gave me pause. There was hope there and desperation. Inwardly, I groaned. This was supposed to be her night. They were honoring her with an award, and it was her time to shine. Though my mother and I might not get along very well, it would be beneath me to cause trouble for her today. Besides, all I had to do was spend time with the guy. I didn't owe him anything else, despite what Meredith might have told him. Reaching up, I toyed with a small emerald around my neck, praying to my father to give me strength. Fine. I'll entertain him. But only tonight, and only until the event is over. Wonderful, darling. I wasn't sure she heard anything other than what she wanted to, but Meredith beamed, moving forward to envelop me in a rare hug. "I know you two will hit it off." By the time we returned, Lila and her beau had gone off somewhere to hobnob, and my mother was close behind them. This meant that I was immediately left alone with my super surgeon and my future husband, Hamilton. Reluctantly, I held out my hand. "Sorry for running off like that. I needed a little emergency powwow with my mother." To my surprise, he laughed softly. "I understand completely. Parents can sometimes be completely overbearing." "Right." My reply was faint and surprised. What would he know about overbearing parents? For all intents and purposes, he was probably exactly what his parents wanted. At least, that's the impression I got. "Your parents on your back about being a surgeon much?" Hamilton winced. "They wanted me to be a banker. You can't imagine the hurdles I had to go through to practice medicine. I wanted to help people, handling someone else's dirty money doesn't appeal to me. Now, I was even more surprised. Though my own mother was a surgeon, I didn't hear her talk much about helping people. She was far more concerned with taking prestigious patients and the paychecks that came with them. I suppose I shouldn't tell you that Lila's fiancé is a banker then. Hamilton rolled his eyes, the corners of his mouth turning upward in amusement. Guy's about as interesting as a piece of burnt toast. I couldn't help but giggle. That's about what his cologne smells like. By now, Hamilton was grinning. Shall we get some champagne and continue this conversation in the awards hall? I can't imagine your mother would like you missing her recognition for treating the mayor's heartburn. This night might just be better than I thought. I had never in a million years imagined my mother might choose someone compatible with me, but maybe, just maybe she had misread Hamilton, just like she misread me. As the night went on, my intrigue with Hamilton grew. He was funny and self-deprecating, two qualities my family wouldn't know if they were slapped in the face with them, and he seemed to genuinely care about making a difference. He was a pediatric surgeon, and dealt mostly with babies born with treatable defects. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't impressed when he spoke of performing open-heart surgery on a baby only hours old. That had to take guts and heart. Hamilton wasn't too bad on the eyes either. He was no Aries. He lacked the bristling bulk and the pretty boy air, but he was quietly attractive in a way that drew me to him. I saw other women looking my way throughout the night, and found myself silently pleased that they were envious of me. Was this what a real, functioning relationship looked like? When two people laughed and joked and drank together, and had a lot in common? I hadn't been on a date like this in all my adult years, and it was comfortable. It promised stability and staying power, something Aries would probably never be able to give me if I followed my feelings for Aries, who knew where I would end up. I was already pining for him when he was busy, wanting to call him when I shouldn't. I didn't want to turn into a clinging wreck of my former self. I'd be stuck waiting for the man to come to me on his terms, and if I was honest with myself, I could only see that fostering resentment further down the line. I didn't know Hamilton very well, but what he represented, easy banter, comfort, and companionship, that's what I wanted. Only very rarely did I get these things with Aries. Did I really want to spend the rest of my life waiting for them? Ultimately, Hamilton was so charming that I managed to banish thoughts of Aries from my mind, if only for a few hours. I genuinely enjoyed myself. I giggled when Hamilton secretly made fun of the pompous way my mother accepted her award, and when he did his best to feign interest when my sister's fiancé engaged him in conversation. By the end of the night, my mood was light, and I even agreed to let the man drive me home. His gleaming Lamborghini seemed a contradiction to his easy personality, and in hindsight, something about it should have tipped me off. However, I was a little tipsy and happier than I'd been in a long time, so I merely enjoyed Hamilton's company and even the allure of his fast, expensive car as we sped towards Brooklyn. When we arrived at my apartment, he walked me to my door, every bit the gentleman. "Thank you for letting my mother set us up." I beamed up at him. "I had a really good time." "I'm glad." Hamilton returned my smile with one of his own. "Maybe we can go out again sometime." I nodded, suddenly shy despite the way we'd been talking and laughing all night. "I think I'd like that." Then all at once, he was leaning in to kiss me. Almost automatically, I stepped back, surprised. That I hadn't been expecting. When the man eyed me reproachfully, I realized that I owed him an explanation. "I'm sorry, Hamilton. I'm in a difficult place right now, and I don't really think I'm ready for this." "Oh, come on." His good-natured smile was still firmly in place, and Hamilton winked at me. "We had an awesome night. Just a little kiss to seal the deal. You'll like it, I promise." With that, he took hold of my shoulders, lowering his head in a second attempt. This time, my hand came up to press against his chest, staying his advance with a frown. "No, Hamilton. Really, I don't want to." And just like that, the facade dropped. Hamilton's smile collapsed into an irked frown as he sighed long-sufferingly. "Geez, you are stubborn. just like Meredith said. My eyes widened in incredulous anger. Excuse me? When I tried to jerk away, however, Hamilton's grip on me only tightened. Ava, let's be honest here. I'm the kind of guy you need. I know all about your history, and you're barking up all the wrong trees. I was far too shocked by the baloney he was spouting to even attempt a retort, so I merely let him spew, each word making me more and angrier. You're the least successful in your family, and with your attitude, no one in our circle will be able to tolerate you for more than 2 minutes. I'm trying to be nice to you here, just give in. I'm the only chance you've got at making it in the world, and you should be grateful that I can even pretend to be amused by your little hippie act. I gaped, completely and totally nonplussed. What the ever-loving hell? So, this entire evening, every minute of it, had been a complete and total sham? My brain worked to process the notion for a good 30 seconds, before my fury brought me reeling back to the present. I jerked myself from Hamilton's grip sharply, glaring daggers at him. I should be grateful? Dear God, Hamilton, you're a two-faced snake. You should be grateful I spent an entire evening with you before realizing what you really are. Newsflash, I don't give a rat's ass what you or anyone else thinks of me. Do you want to define high society? Fine, let me break it down for you. With a mouth and morals like yours, you're about as affluent as a gutter rat and far less attractive. Now, I took a deep breath, my blood rushing in my ears. Get out of here. And don't ever contact me again. Ever. I turned on my heel to unlock my apartment, and a surprised cry escaped me when Hamilton grabbed my arm, jerking me back into his hard embrace. When I met his gaze, the anger I saw there made my blood run cold. Get the hell back here, you little snipe, he snarled, incensed. I'm not done with you.
Chapter 10. Aries.
A week. Had it really been an entire week? It always seemed like work swamped me after I had a revelation, and this week was particularly brutal because I knew Ava was waiting for me to make some kind of gesture. I was run so ragged that I barely got a chance to call her and cancel our meetings, and the few hours I got to sleep each night were spent reviewing the fantastic 36 hours I'd spent in her apartment and in her arms. It was Saturday by the time I got some breathing room, and though I called her several times, her cell went straight to voicemail. Though I assumed she must be busy with work, I couldn't quell the desire to see her. We'd been apart all week, and I needed her smile. I needed her body and her soft, reassuring voice in my ear. She'd turned me into a softie, and I was so absorbed in her that I didn't even care. I did my best to concentrate on something else. I worked out until I physically couldn't anymore, and half-watched one of my favorite TV shows until it went off. At about 11 in the evening, I gave in. After a shower and a change of clothes, I was off to Brooklyn, grinning at the prospect of surprising a half-asleep Ava. This late at night, there was little traffic, and I reached the outer borough within 20 minutes. When I killed the sports car's engine, however, something gave me pause. I could hear muffled yelling from the apartment building. I frowned, straining to hear the altercation. Let go of me, jerk. Take your hands off me, or I swear to God. You're gonna give me a taste of that sweetness, Ava. You're mine now, it's the best thing for you. Ava. I was out of the car, and up the 4 flights of stairs before my brain even caught up with my body. At the sight before me, my vision went red with anger. Ava was on the concrete floor, wrestling with some pencil-necked idiot who was trying to tear her dress off. Her face was flushed with anger and exertion as she fought him off, and the jerk just kept coming at her, finally slapping her in an attempt to subdue her. I was on him instantly. At my sudden appearance, Ava screamed, but I barely heard her. I tore her assailant from her and slammed him into the ground with enough force to knock the wind out of him. I hadn't gotten into a fight in at least 6 months, but my body still remembered the raw fury of conflict. I drove my fist into his face once, hard enough to leave him dazed. Yours. I snarled, focused on nothing but the figure in my hands. She's yours. You spineless sack of sewage. I hit him again and again, until his pleas for mercy became gurgles. Aries, stop. Stop it. Please. Dimly, I heard sirens in the distance as I became cognizant of Ava trying in vain to pull me from my victim. That's enough. Geez, that's enough. But it wasn't. He had his hands on her. As far as I was concerned, I could put the man 6 feet under, and he'd still deserve a beating. Whether by blessing or curse, the cops arrived before I could cave his skull on. With Ava looking on and rage still coursing through my veins, they cuffed me and read me my rights. It wasn't a first for me, but it was certainly the first time I'd been so completely, blindingly angry. I didn't know which was worse, seeing Ava with another man or seeing that man with his hands on her. Though both ideas made me want to destroy something, one hurt more than the other, and I didn't want to admit it to myself. I was compliant, as they admitted me to Brooklyn holding overnight. The guy the first beat up was in no position to press charges, but I had no doubt they were coming. He'd be eating through a straw for a while, and I was glad, but that didn't dim the pain of remembering what I'd come upon. Ava, looking like a dream in a gorgeous dress, with another man. I doubted some guy in a tuxedo had just happened past her apartment building and decided to assault her. That meant that she had been out with him. With someone else. The thought kept me up all night, not that I could have slept in my blood-stained suit on the hard material of the cell's cot. I was still brooding by the time the sun came up, wondering how long it would take for one of the high-ups to find out what had happened and come and get me. My wait actually ended up being shorter than I expected. Around 7 in the morning, the station head came to tell me my bail had been paid. His face spoke volumes of what he thought. In his mind, I had simply snapped back to my roots. A violent, pretty boy with too much money and violent tendencies. In one night, I had undone the image that Ava and I worked so hard to cultivate, and all because of what I'd seen. The irony was brutal. When I walked out of lockup, I expected to see Josiah, complete with disapproving frown and lecture, but instead, Ava stood there, still in her gown from the night before. The place where her assailant had hit her was already swelling into a deep, purple bruise. I couldn't decide what to feel at the sight of her. Part of me was glad that she was all right, and part of me was crumbling on the inside. Aries. She rushed towards me, her expression worried. Are you all right? Fine. My answer was cold, abrupt. I eyed her skeptically. Where the hell did you get $100,000 bail? Ava's face colored slightly. My townhouse down payment. Damn. Why had she gone and done that? The stockholders could have put it up easily. That was chump change for them. I almost told her so before I remembered the sick feeling in my gut that she had put there, and I thought better of it. The silence stretched, long and awkward between us, until she spoke again. I wanted to thank you for saving me. If you hadn't come, I don't know what I would have done. Right. Maybe bringing a stranger to your apartment wasn't the best idea in the first place. The caustic words slipped from me before I could stop them, but I didn't immediately regret them. She'd hurt me, and I let her. Ava's eyes went wide with shock before her color heightened. Geez, Aries. Hamilton was my mom's doing. She set up a gala date for me, and he was there when I got there. So, you spent the whole night with him? I pressed relentlessly. Invited him back to your house. You just started, Ava. Maybe you shouldn't be working on your numbers quite so soon. It was a low blow, and it came from a dark place, but I was too wrapped up to fight it. I was tired, my knuckles were split 6 different ways, and the last thing I wanted to do was talk about my feelings. Ava looked as if I'd slapped her. She hadn't even looked that hurt when her so-called date actually struck her the previous night. At that moment, I knew that whatever pain I inflicted went far deeper than what he'd done, and for a split second, I wanted to take it all back. Ava's large green eyes shone with tears even as her jaw trembled with anger. What the hell do you care who I sleep with anyway? She bit out, her stance rigid. It's not like you actually care about me anyway, right? You said it yourself. You're not capable of loving anyone, Aries, so spare me the man-spurned act. Her words sent me reeling, and it took all my physical fortitude to keep from collapsing into the nearest chair. But Ava wasn't done. She continued, determined to have her say. Look at us, Aries. Look at us. We're a mess. You're everywhere at once, and I was stupid enough to fall for you. Stupid enough to love someone who says he can't love me back. How sustainable is that, really? How long before it turns to resentment? Tears ran freely down her face as she blurted the words without filter, and my heart constricted in my chest. I'm sorry for what happened to you. You didn't deserve any of it, not Laura, not your father, and not your grandfather's death. But I can't do this. I can't spend my entire life waiting for you to throw me a bone. That's not living. Emotions assaulted me from every angle. Guilt, regret, anger, and something bigger. Something that filled the pit of my stomach and clogged my throat, threatening to undo me completely. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears, and Ava was staring at me as if she expected me to say something that would make it all better. But I didn't know how. I had never known how. I let one failed relationship eat me up for 10 years. I couldn't deal with my own emotions. How the hell was I supposed to deal with someone else's? Fine. My words came out hollow and flat, my face a mask of impassiveness. It was easier to draw in on myself, to numb myself to the crushing pain. If I let myself feel it, I didn't know if I could bear it. You want to live? Live. Be with whoever the hell you want. Ava's lower lip trembled as she opened her mouth to reply, but I cut her off swiftly. And considering the severe conflict of interest here, I think it would be best if we terminated our contract. Ava's hand rose to her throat as pain suffused her gaze. For a long beat, she just stared at me, fresh tears running down her face. You've been a great asset to me, I continued, deadpan and oh so professional. But I think we're done here. She choked back a soft sob that tore my heart in two. You know what I think? Her words came out in an anguished whisper. I think you're a jerk. With that, she turned on her heel to leave the precinct without another word. For a full minute after she left, I stood there, the emotions I tenuously held at bay threatening to overwhelm me. I took a deep breath, massaging my split knuckles so the fresh wave of pain brought me back to the here and now. I could get a handle on this. I could control it. I was always in control, and now that Ava was out of the picture, things could go back to the way they were. I needed things the way they used to be. That way, I wouldn't have to remember how she made me feel.
Chapter 11. Ava.
I felt like my heart had been ripped out of my chest. Despite growing up with a self-centered queen for a mother and a sycophant for a sister, I knew relatively little heartache growing up. When my father died, I was so devastated that I cried for days, until Meredith burst in and told me to get on with my life lest it pass me by. Only the death of my father came anywhere close to what I felt like now. Food tasted like ash in my mouth. I barely wanted to get out of bed, and all I could do was cry. I went through moods where I was angry with myself for being an emotional wreck, and then all at once, I was prey to those very same emotions and sobbed until I could barely breathe. I called out of work and didn't follow up, not even when the company came after me, demanding to know what had happened with the issuance of termination from the Wolf firm. Instead of answering the phone, I merely turned it off, stubbornly refusing to acknowledge the outside world. How dare he? How dare he? How dare I? Geez, the man had admitted to me that he had feelings for me. Even if those feelings weren't love, I should have respected them more. But then he'd gone and spat on my feelings, crushing my heart and my livelihood in one breath. Without the steady check from Aries' contract, I'd soon be back to barely making ends meet. The very prospect filled me with anxiety, and I did my best to shut it out. I didn't want to think about it. I didn't want to think about Aries, and I certainly didn't want to think about him crushing Hamilton's face to a pulp like an avenging angel. My gosh, what the hell was wrong with me? It was impossible that I was so wrapped up in a single man that his loss could completely devastate me. Maybe my family was right, I was too kind. Too good. Too trusting. Did that just mean I was destined for a life of heartbreak? The notion was too depressing to contemplate, even in my current state. On my 4th day of seclusion, a knock came on my door. It was gentle at first, and I had every intention of ignoring it. Then, slowly, the racket grew in volume, until I was throwing the covers off and rushing to the door, intent on giving the intruder an earful. When I yanked the door open, however, Sandy stood on my doorstep, a pint of ice cream in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other. She took one look at me and her face fell. "Oh, honey. Come here. Come here." I didn't even question her. With a soft sob, I collapsed into Sandy's welcoming arms, crying out my grief to the only person who had ever really understood me. She held me, uncaring of the neighbors that passed by, eyeing us like we were crazy. For at least 20 minutes, Sandy rocked me quietly, letting me sob against her until I finally regained the wherewithal to speak. When my sobs had finally quieted, she rubbed my back gently. "Come on, babe. Let's get inside and get you warmed up." Within a few minutes, she had me settled on the couch with a blanket around me, pulling me close as she coaxed me into telling her everything. And I did. Every little detail, from being forced to go to the gala. Tearfully, I recounted Hamilton's cruelty right outside my door, how Aries had come selflessly to my rescue, and how I'd betrayed his trust. Sandy listened to the entire story silently, absorbing every word I said. By the time I finished, my voice was hoarse from speaking, and I was emotionally and physically exhausted. I thought she might give me advice, might rail against Aries and try to convince me that I didn't need him anyway. Instead, Sandy merely stroked my hair and told me the one thing I needed to hear. "It's okay, Ava. Everything is going to be all right. I promise." It set off another fresh wave of tears, and Sandy took them like a champ. I loved her, and no matter what happened, she was always there for me. I had never been so grateful. That afternoon gave me some semblance of peace. I hadn't had a decent meal in days, but Sandy made me order a pizza and watched me eat 2 slices. She put on one of our favorite movies and pressed a wine glass into my hand, and for the first time since Aries and I had parted ways, I wasn't completely miserable. Around 8 in the evening, she announced that her husband was babysitting and she was spending the night. I didn't tell her how relieved I was. I wasn't looking forward to her leaving me alone with my thoughts after the first tearless hours I'd had in days. We were just breaking the pizza back out for dinner when another knock sounded through this apartment. This one skipped gentility and went straight for demand, loud and boisterous. Grimacing, I made to answer it, only to have Sandy push me gently back down on the sofa before going herself. Within moments the door banged open, and both Meredith and Lila paraded into my small living room, their expressions incensed. "Ava, I demand an explanation," my mother bellowed, her color high. "What's this news story about? I see that the police were at your apartment the other night, and your so-called client was arrested for brawling. Poor Hamilton's in the hospital, Ava. What on earth am I supposed to tell his parents? I can't believe you let that brute lay a hand on Hamilton." Lila was shaking her head in disbelief. "He'll be out of surgery for weeks." Oh my. Sandy had made it back to the living room at this point, and she was staring from one woman to the other in disbelief. "I've heard a lot, but you guys are even more unbelievable in the flesh." She gestured to me, her scowl angry. "Your daughter is in distress. She hasn't been to work in days, and you bust in here making demands. Priceless. Who are you, exactly?" Lila sniped, her eyes narrowing, but before she could start in on Sandy, I found myself standing, ready to shatter their perfect perception of Hamilton Carmichael. "Hamilton forced himself on me," I revealed, my resolve stronger than it had been in days. "He drove me home after the gala, and when I wouldn't let him kiss me, he tried to take advantage of me. Aries arrived and saved me." Meredith's mouth dropped open in disbelief, as Lila began shaking her head slowly. "Of course, he beat Hamilton to a pulp, and the police did their job. That's all." Seeing the shock on their faces imparted me with no small amount of satisfaction. Now, certainly, they would see it. Their precious little circle of wealth and prestige was far from what it seemed. They had to realize the truth. But when my mother finally spoke, her words floored me. There must be some mistake. She straightened, patting her hair into place as her color normalized. Hamilton is such a sweet boy, he couldn't possibly have done such a thing. Ava, I told you that man, Aries, could only be a bad influence on you. He's obviously warped your perception of what a proper man behaves like. Oh. My gosh. 1,000 thoughts and emotions swirled through my head, but before I could voice a single word, Sandy beat me to the punch. You tramp. She was gazing at my mother with pure, liquid hate in her eyes. I can't believe the words coming out of your mouth. Excuse me? Lila was immediately galled for Meredith, but by that point, I had found my words. This nonsense had gone on for long enough, and I wasn't about to take it anymore. How dare you? My words came out soft but perfectly audible. How the hell can you be related to me? I'm telling you that a man tried to take advantage of me. He hit me, and the physical proof is right here. I touched the still livid bruise on my cheek. What is wrong with you? What part of you is wired so wrong that you can't admit that something you set up turned sour? I'm your daughter. I turned to Lila, my every word growing in volume. Your sister. If you loved me even the tiniest bit, you'd care more about my well-being than landing a high-class husband. You'd listen to me, and you wouldn't treat me like I'm less than nothing just because I'm not like you. You have never, not once, listened to what I wanted. As far as I'm concerned, when Dad died, so did my connection with this family. Ava. Something very much like regret was beginning to show on my mother's face, but it was too little too late. No, Meredith. I'm done. With this whole charade, with you and with Lila. I need you to leave, right now. And if you ever expect to have any kind of relationship with me at all, both of you need to seriously reevaluate the way you live your lives. As things stand right now, there's no space in mine for people as toxic as you are. For almost a full minute, it was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Lila looked to be on the edge of tears, but considering how many times she'd driven me to the same state, I had no sympathy for her. Finally, Meredith nodded a single gesture of acceptance. Taking Lila's arm, she tugged my sister down the short hallway and out the front door. When it closed, I collapsed onto the couch, shaking all over. Oh my gosh, Ava. Sandy immediately enveloped me in a tight embrace. That was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I was shocked to find tears streaming down my cheeks anew, but this time there was no sorrow behind them, only a profound sense of relief. I was free. And even if I'd lost Aries, it was a step in the right direction.
Chapter 12. Aries.
Damn. There was a mountain of papers on my desk when I entered my office, and I fought the urge to rip them to shreds. The stockholders had never been very subtle about voicing their opinions, and in the month since I'd been arrested, the tabloids had devoured me. I was back to being the unhinged bad boy, and every magazine and news rag in the city had my picture on the front page. I didn't want to see any of it. I didn't want to hear it. If anything, my mood was so black that I was in the mood to make some more headlines. Worse, there was no publicist to run damage control. With my antics all over every media outlet available, the public opinion that I'd so painstakingly built up with Ava the past few months had plummeted so much so that the company had started to suffer. No one wanted to buy stocks. No one wanted to invest in real estate that had my name attached to it. The firm was operating in the red for the first time in 5 years, and looking at the ledgers made me sick to my stomach. On top of all this, I was frustrated. At myself, at the media, and at the memories that kept springing up, no matter how hard I tried to repress them. How Ava's hair gleamed in the sunlight. The first time, she teetered into my office in her new heels. We were over. If I never saw her again, it would be too soon, but somehow, I still pined for her. There was a gaping emptiness in my gut that made me grouchy and irritable. I complained at Margaret until I drove her away in tears, and someone from HR came up to slap me on the wrist, hard. Everything was so incredibly messed up, and there was nowhere I could turn. After clearing the papers from my desk, I sat down and attempted to do as much damage control as I could. If I diverted certain funds to other accounts, I could keep us afloat for the next few months. But if we kept bleeding money the way we were, the firm was finished. I was finished. So I didn't expect to be blamed when a knock on my door earned a barked warning not to enter. Josiah had never been much intimated by me. He was one of my first and most loyal investors, and despite the fact that he could be one of the most annoying, he was always by my side. So when he let himself into my office, I did my best to keep him from biting his head off. "You look worn pretty thin, Aries." I merely glared at him, looking back down at my paperwork and determined to ignore him. Deep down, I hoped against hope that he wasn't about to tell me he wanted out. I heard that prospect was being discussed among several of the other stock leads, and the notion was enough to make me lightheaded. "I think it's time for a new publicist," he said. "No," I snapped immediately. I was still smarting from the last publicist, and I felt selfish in my gut. I didn't want anyone filling the spot that belonged to Ava. That used to belong to Ava. No more publicity. Josiah sighed, raking a hand through graying hair. "You need something positive to turn this around, Aries. If you don't, we'll be in deep crap and you know it." I tossed my pen down, sitting back in my chair with a black scowl. Just the mention of a publicist only made me think of Ava, and before I knew it, I was asking the question I had managed to repress for the past 5 weeks. "Where is she?" Josiah's expression softened into something that resembled pity, and my throat tightened. "There's been news that she resigned her position with the publicity firm. Beyond that, I'm not sure." Just when I thought I couldn't possibly feel any worse, my heart plummeted. She quit her job, which meant that even if I wanted to contact her to demand that they reinstate her contract, I couldn't. Just like that, I'd lost my last tenuous hold on her, and damn if it didn't hurt worse than I could have imagined. "Think about the publicist, Aries," Josiah coaxed softly, squeezing my shoulder in reassurance. "It could be what you need." After he left, I stared at my desk despondently. Josiah had to know I wasn't budging on this. We'd have to come up with another way, one that didn't involve anything that reminded me of a certain stubborn blonde-haired whirlwind. Completely alone, I shook my head slowly. She had been all that was good in my life. She tried to make me better, tried to love me, and I pushed her away. I was such a fool. It took the board a few more weeks to come up with a solution to our problem that didn't involve any more publicists. By the time they pitched their idea to me, I was so desperate to save my company that I might have agreed to take a naked dive in the Arctic if it got me the confidence I needed to raise my numbers. But it turned out their idea was nothing so extreme. They wanted to run an art charity auction with the proceeds going to some good cause or the other. At the charity, I would issue a public apology, and hopefully, it would go a long way to regaining the trust of the public. It was as good an idea as any, in my opinion, and I didn't issue a single protest. Thankfully, the announcement of the event seemed to warm the hearts of the people who had so recently thrown me under a bus. Tickets sold like hotcakes, and we raised $50,000 in a single afternoon from placeholders alone. When the night of the actual charity came, I lingered in the car before I made my appearance. I knew this was the right thing to do. It was something Ava might have thought of, something clever and humbling. But underneath everything, she would still humor me. She knew who I was, and after the giving, bowing, and kowtowing was over, she'd laugh with me, knowing that she could never completely rid me of my lascivious ways. Damn, I missed her. I'd give anything to see her just one last time. There was a red carpet outside the venue, and anyone who was anyone had managed to claim a ticket to the event. It was a media nightmare, but I made myself smile for the photos. I knew they could make or break me, and public perception was more important now than it ever had been. After a good 30 minutes of making nice with the people who happily skewered me on a daily basis, I finally made it inside. Thankfully, Josiah was the first person I ran into, and he quickly pulled me aside, his smile hopeful. "Bear with it, Aries. Just one event, and we could turn this thing around. Now, he gestured towards the hall where they were storing the artwork for the auction. You need to meet with the appraiser just to make sure everything's on the up and up. Sure. My heart wasn't in it, but my gut certainly was. This night was everything, so I'd be on my very best behavior, even if it killed me. I stepped past the velvet ropes that cordoned off the art storage space and stepped past the curtain where time stopped. For a few precious seconds, I knew I had to be dreaming. Ava stood there, clad in some godly silver confection of a dress, as she looked over a clipboard before carefully checking the details of a vivid watercolor. At the sound of my footfall, she straightened, turning to face me. My heart leapt into my throat. My pulse thundered in my ears, and I was pretty damn sure I forgot how to breathe. She was beautiful, a living work of art herself, and I pinched myself hard. Hi, Aries. When she spoke soft and hesitant, I knew it wasn't a dream. You look well. Ava. My voice was hoarse with disbelief. What are you doing here? She graced me with a small, shy smile, and my heart stuttered in my chest. I'm your art appraiser. I've only been at it professionally for a few weeks, so go easy on me, okay? Right. I croaked. What? How did you? I'll be honest with you, Aries. Thankfully, she saw fit to save me from my floundering. I arranged to be here tonight. When I saw the agency posting for your appraiser, I bent over backward to get the position. I need to talk to you. She placed her clipboard on a nearby table, and I noticed a slight tremor in her hands when she turned back to me. One rose to toy with the ponytail she wore, and I remembered that was a sure sign that she was nervous. My heart swelled. I'm sorry. When she said the words, her gorgeous eyes gleamed with moisture, and I felt a rush of emotion like a punch in the gut. That night with Hamilton, and in the precinct after, I was horrible and insensitive, and it was completely out of line for me to speak to you the way I did. I never meant to betray your trust. Ava. I took a step towards her, swallowing thickly, and she took a shuddering breath, holding up a hand to stop me. Please let me finish. Her voice trembled slightly. I was selfish and awful, and if there's any way you can forgive me. Ava, I groaned, closing the space between us to sweep her into my arms and crush my mouth to hers. She tasted so damn sweet. She was everything I wanted, everything I needed, and I'd be damned if I let her slip away again. Don't you dare apologize. I drew back to smooth stray strands of blonde from her brow, my gaze fierce on hers. I'm the selfish one. I clung to the past so hard that I wouldn't let myself accept the way you changed me. I was hurting myself more than you ever hurt me, and that's on me and me alone. I was a mess when I met you, Ava. Bitter and callous and everything in between, you healed me. I have no clue how, but you did. I searched her open, hopeful features and knew I had to say what I'd known for weeks. What I was terrified to admit, but I knew it would save me just as surely as Ava herself. I love you, Ava. I can't be without you. Forgive me. I'm begging you. Tell me it's not too late. In response, Ava merely laughed, tearful and ecstatic all at once, before tugging my mouth down against hers again hungrily. I love you, she murmured desperately between kisses. There was only ever you. There will only ever be you. When Josiah found us 10 minutes later, we were still locked in the same embrace. A quick clearing of his throat had me lowering Ava's skirt back into its proper place, as I growled at him possessively. Josiah merely grinned, clearly amused, and I had to wonder how big his part had been in Ava and my reunion. Apologies, Aries, but you're needed in the atrium. The auction is about to start. The damn auction. I had all but forgotten about it, but I knew better than to skip it entirely. Too much was riding on it. I looked down at Ava's flushed face, and she laughed coyly. Go ahead. I'm not going anywhere. Damn straight you're not. I stole another quick kiss before my expression softened to one of pure adoration. I love you, Ava. She turned cherry, obviously embarrassed by my show of affection in front of Josiah. I love you too, you deviant. Now go. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can come back. She had a point. I didn't think I'd ever gotten onto a stage so quickly in my life, and all the while thinking of what waited for me after all the glitz and glamour had run its course. The auction seemed to last forever, but when the last guests had finally taken their leave, I found Ava. She was making sure the art pieces all found their proper homes, and I reassigned Josiah to the task before spiriting her away. With the media focused on the front entrance, we managed to sneak out the back, strolling the few blocks to a dark Central Park as I caught up on the few weeks I'd missed. When Ava told me how she'd finally told off her mother and sister, I couldn't help but drag her into my arms and against a nearby tree. Our kiss quickly turned heated, and to my surprise, Ava was the one to break it, drawing away to gaze up at me through long lashes. "Hey, have you ever done it in a park before?" I stared at her for a long moment before a wicked grin split my face. "No. Are you suggesting something?" Ava giggled. I was on her instantly, thanking God that the park was dark enough to hide our delinquency. "My naughty little girl, I like this side of you. Show me more." Ava rolled her hips enticingly against mine, and I briefly saw stars. "Anything you say, Aries. Anything you say."
Epilogue. Ava.
6 months later. The best thing that ever happened to you. At my suggestion, Aries merely rolled his eyes, choosing to pillow his head on my body rather than answer me. "Come on," I teased with a grin, running my fingers through his mussed hair. "You know I'm right. You're the best thing that ever happened to me." We were supposed to be up hours ago, but due to Aries' ravenous appetite, we were still in bed around noon. Not that I was complaining. In a bid to get him to actually let me up, I brought work into the equation. It was a no-fail methodology. Sandy's a close second. She's worked with dozens of high-profile clients. Everything she touches turns to gold. Aries merely grunted before looking up at me. He reached up to drag a thumb over my kiss-swollen lower lip fondly. "I only hired her because you recommended her. And she's single-handedly saved your company." Aries tugged me into his arms in an unexpected move that made me squeal. "Not single-handedly. I have a pretty kick-ass charity chair." At that, I rolled my eyes. "I'd get more work done if you weren't coming down to my office to bend me over my desk every lunch break." At that, he chuckled darkly, his hand drifting up to take my messy ponytail in hand. "Hush. You love it." No matter how exhausted I thought I was, and how run-ragged I was working for the man, Aries always found ways to renew my hunger for him. Sometimes I fell at his feet like a compliant little puppy dog. Other times he brought me to tears with his tenderness. But it was all him. All mine. "We should get up," I murmured breathlessly even as his mouth descended onto mine. I was even more exhausted than usual this morning, and strangely sensitive all over. Aries, of course, exploited the hell out of this, driving me wild with his kisses and caresses. "We will," he promised huskily. "After." I sighed impatiently, eager for what was to come. "After." Yes. After. I expected that he might roll me under him and slide home. Why not? There was almost never any resistance. The man kept me in a constant. Instead, however, he rolled off the edge of the bed to open a bedside table drawer. Almost immediately, I attempted to follow him. Whenever Aries opened that drawer, it meant that things were about to get wonderfully kinky, and I was always curious as to what he had in store for me. As always, however, I should have known better. Aries merely pushed me back onto the bed before I could catch a glimpse of what he meant to retrieve. "On your belly." With a delicious shiver of anticipation, I followed his order, rolling onto my stomach to glance over my shoulder at him. Aries met my expectant gaze with a wicked grin. "No peeking." I immediately faced forward, training my eyes on the headboard that had become my lifeline over the past few months. "Close your eyes." Every command Aries gave me flowed through me like liquid heat. He had taught me just how good it could be to obey, or to not obey. This time I heeded his words, shutting my eyes automatically. Instantly, a strip of cool silk slipped around the upper half of my face, and a low groan of excitement escaped me as Aries knotted it at the back of my head. When I couldn't see, every sensation was heightened tenfold, which meant that the man I loved very likely meant to kill me. It would be a death story for the ages. Now, Ava, tell me. Do you want to be my good girl?
Aries.
I'd grown to like charitable work. It wasn't my forte, but Ava was helping me learn the ropes, and every donation made me feel a little more like I was worthy of my billions. After all, there was no way in hell I was going to spend all that money. Better it went to someone who needed it. After a particularly trying week in which I watched Ava jump through several hoops despite a stomach bug that was plaguing her, I put on my biggest event of the year, a dinner to benefit New York City's thousands of homeless. Every penny we brought in went directly to shelters around the city. Ava had worked tirelessly to make sure not a cent of it would be mismanaged. In the wake of the charity auction's success, the occasions got bigger and bigger. Along with Sandy's expert management, public perception of me and my company had changed almost overnight and stayed steady for months. In a way, Ava was right. Sandy was one of the best things that had ever happened to me. But she had only happened because Ava brought her to me. Yet another thing I owed her. As I gave a speech about the importance of charitable giving from my position on stage, I glanced at the woman who stood next to me. As usual, she was breathtaking. There was a glow about her, a flush that came from sheer happiness, and I knew that now was the time. It's times like these when we reflect on those who influenced us, I finished with a genuine smile, and contributed to a future where others can give of themselves as selflessly as we have, and as lovingly as one woman in particular has given to me. When I turned to face Ava, her face flamed. I caught her completely off guard, and I grinned in triumph, even as my heart hammered in my chest. Ava Parker, you taught me what it's like to truly live. To give everything of myself, and to receive everything in return. To let go, and to let the light in where I never expected it to shine. When I went down on one knee, her eyes widened, filling with tears. You're my light, and I can't imagine my life without you. So I'm asking you, Ava. I'm begging you to be my wife. For almost a full minute, you could have heard a pin drop in the immense ballroom. Ava had covered her mouth with her hands, and I could tell she was trying not to sob uncontrollably. As long as those tears were happy ones, I didn't mind being the cause. I could do it forever. I would do it forever. Yes, she finally gasped on a hitching breath. Gosh, yes. Everyone assembled, erupted into cheers. I pulled the velvet ring box from my pocket to slide a slender diamond band onto her finger before pulling her against me. It had taken an entire decade for me to rediscover what it was like to love, and now I'd cling to it. Cherish it. Nurture it until it flourishes. Which, I found, would be far sooner than I might have imagined. In the aftermath of the proposal and hearty congratulations from both Josiah and Sandy, Ava pulled me aside, still sniffling. Are you all right, sweet? I brushed my lips across her forehead. Your eyes are all red. And your mascara's long gone. Oh, hush. She slapped my shoulder playfully before drawing away to twirl her finger through her loose curls. Aries, I have something I want to show you. My ring glinted on her hand, filling me with pride. Show me, honey. Ava took a deep breath before reaching into the rhinestone bag at her side to draw out a single photo. When she handed it to me, it took a moment for me to process what I was seeing. The image was blurry, black, white, and gray, with a tiny concentration of pigment in the center. And then all at once it clicked. My eyes flew wide as I looked from her to the image and back again. Oh my. I reached to tug her into my arms, struggling with the words as excitement threatened to render me illiterate. It's a baby. You're pregnant. Ava laughed, sobbing anew. I was feeling off, so I went to the doctor. Surprise. A baby. I kissed her fiercely. We're going to have a little baby. Ava, a baby. So, good news then. She tried, breathless with anticipation. Amazing news. Gosh, I love you. I kissed her again, vowing to be everything I could be both for her and the child. And I'll love our baby. You can never imagine how happy this makes me, Ava. How happy you make me. Squeezing her close, I knew that after a long 10 years, I had finally found my heaven. I was home.
The end. We hope you enjoyed listening to Blindfolded by Ellen Lane and Michelle Love. Now please listen to a sneak peek for Rush by Ellen Lane and Michelle Love. Rush, a billionaire second-chance romance. Prologue. This was wrong. Rhett knew he should have been packing to leave, but he couldn't concentrate on the empty boxes before him. He kept glancing out of his bedroom window and down the street towards the last roof on their lane. He knew she was home. Around this time, she'd be coming home from her part-time job to either take a nap or fight Jeb for the remote and catch the latest nature documentary. The thought was enough to make the corners of his mouth twitch for a moment before he remembered what he was supposed to be doing. Packing to leave. With a groan, he shoved aside the mess of clothes on his bed to collapse there, face down. What the hell was wrong with him? He should be happy. Ecstatic even. He was finally getting out of the hellhole he'd had the misfortune to call home for his entire life. If anything, he should be all but rushing to get out of his room, out of this tiny nowhere town and into the real world. But he wasn't. There was something holding him back, making him wonder if perhaps Stanford wasn't the best idea after all. There was no question that it was the best way out. The school was without a doubt a one-way ticket to changing his life. But if it meant he had to leave her behind, was it really the best option? Geez, he was being stupid. Rhett rolled onto his back to stare up at the same cracked, leaking ceiling he'd fallen asleep to for what seemed like an eternity, and reminded himself how much he wanted to get out of here. Georgia held a wealth of bad memories for him. This was where he lost his family, where he lost everything. Not that he'd ever really had anything. The only thing that had ever truly belonged to Rhett was, well, crap. This wasn't how he'd planned to spend his last day here. He was supposed to be celebrating, sneaking the Carter's wine from the porcelain cabinet downstairs without a care in the world. If he were any other 17-year-old boy in the entire world, he would be overjoyed at the life that awaited him. Instead, he was pining over a girl. That was all it was, Rhett reminded himself, if Cecily Warner was just an ordinary girl. He didn't know how any ordinary girl could stand having someone like Jeb for a brother. While he and the older boy had been close when they were kids, Jeb had grown spiteful and a bit too cruel for Rhett's tastes as they grew older. As he and Jeb lost touch with one another, Rhett and Cece grew closer. Ultimately, he ended up using Jeb as an excuse to see her every time he made his way to the Warner household. Cecily was everything her brother wasn't: kind, patient, funny, and bright. When she was knee-high, he'd been annoyed by the way she followed Jeb and him around like she was their shadow. He couldn't count how many times he'd saved her from breaking her neck or drowning when her brother could have cared less. But then something profound happened. Cece grew into a woman. It was like Rhett just looked up one day and there she was, all curves and dark brown hair framing that perfect heart-shaped face. Sometime in the past decade, she'd shed the glasses that made her look bug-eyed for contacts, and started wearing clothing that drew the eye to certain interesting places. She was gorgeous, and her brother knew it. Jeb did everything in his power to keep any and every guy in the neighborhood away from Cece. It was one of the many ways he liked to lord his power over other people. Cece, however, refused to stay under her brother's thumb, and was constantly finding ways around him. Gradually, they had come together. Even if their relationship wasn't quite as physical as Rhett wanted, he found himself content to simply be in her presence. When Cece smiled at him, he forgot about his shitty home life. He forgot his troubles, his woes, and everything else in between because, damn, she was beautiful. Just being in the same room as she made the world a better place. Or at least it had. When he got accepted to Stanford, everything changed. Of course, she was happy for him. Cece refused to let anyone see her upset. Even when she was mad at the world, she still kept a smile firmly in place. The moment he told her he'd been accepted, she was over the moon. There was never a question of his not going. With a full scholarship and dreams of a better future, Stanford offered him everything he could ever need. Everything that was, except Cece. She told him he was going, that there was no chance of her holding him back from his aspirations. Though Rhett had tried to come up with any other excuse than her for staying in the suburb where they'd grown up, in the end, all he could do was agree. The way she'd smiled, insisted that it would be the best for him, how could he say no? He was supposed to be leaving tomorrow, and all their goodbyes had already been said. Nothing left to do but pack and go. So why the hell was he leaving his room? Rhett was up before he could stop himself, headed downstairs and out the front door before his foster parents could demand to know where he was going. In the last few days of summer vacation, every kid in the neighborhood was doing their best to enjoy the nice weather and relative freedom of the neighborhood. Someone had pried the cap off of a fire hydrant, and at least 10 munchkins were playing in it, leaving a hairy trail of dark footprints across the pavement in their wake. Parents too overheated to run after their kids lounged on lawns in need of watering, and the sun blared down from a cloudless sky. Typical Georgia summer weather, the kind he and Jeb used to love to make mischief in when they were young and fearless. Now he had no idea how Jeb was staying in school. He skipped every other day, his aspirations swinging wildly back and forth between the unobtainable and the purely fantastic. Even Cece had to roll her eyes every time her brother came up with a new get-rich-quick scheme, but if there was anything Jeb hated, it was when he found them putting their heads together to talk about him. The fact of the matter was that they both worried, no one more than Cece. She worried that he was going in a dangerous direction, and argued with him every time he tried to lord their 3-year age difference over her. Rhett could only hope he got his head on the right way soon, if for nothing else other than to stop chasing guys away from Cece. She deserved to be happy, to have her chance at a summer fling or even a more serious romance. Even if it wasn't him. That wasn't to say the thought didn't make Rhett's gut churn with jealousy. At the end of the block, Rhett stopped. Jeb and Cece lived in the last house on the left, and if the light in the living room window was any indication, they were watching TV. He knew it would be suicide to actually talk to her, but a last glimpse of Cece couldn't hurt, could it? Feeling a bit like a stalker, he crept past their front gate and around the side of the house. Less than 10 seconds, and he was right underneath the living room window. Holding his breath, Rhett took a chance and popped his head up above the sill. To his surprise, Jeb didn't seem to be home. Cece lounged by herself on the couch, watching what looked like a nature documentary. For a good 5 minutes, Rhett merely stared. She was wearing a thin white camisole and the tiniest pair of shorts he'd ever seen. The entire expanse of her tanned, long runner's legs was visible, along with an inch or two of her flat tummy. It was clear she didn't expect a single person to see her this way, and that alone was enough to take his breath away. He'd always remember her like this, engrossed in something that she loved, so effortlessly beautiful that she couldn't have any idea what she did to him and his 17-year-old libido. The first woman he'd ever loved. Chapter 1. Cece.
12 years later. It had been a long day. Not only had I been called into work early for revisions on an article that I thought I'd finished a week ago, but I had also been forwarded 2 other articles from my department to look over to ensure my own wasn't too similar to be printed. Never mind that I turned in my article first. Shoving back from my desk, I gazed around the office. It was Friday afternoon, and the minutes were literally dragging by. Everyone had to be just as restless as I was. I did my best not to look at the clock. Instead, I concentrated on the positive things. It was a method my mother had instilled in me since I was little, and even now, with her 8,000 miles away, I could still hear her chiding me. You should be grateful for all the good things in your life, Cecily. You have a job, a roof over your head, food in your belly, and a boss who was literally trying to kill me with every additional mundane article he heaped atop my already overflowing workload. Luckily for me, I didn't really have to think when I wrote something for the burner. It was all gossip and how-tos made by a young woman for young women. And it was killing me. I swallowed a groan before forcing my gaze back to the computer screen. My article, How to Win Him Back When You Think You've Lost Him, was still staring me in the face, taunting me. I'd been through about 10 versions at this point, and I didn't know whether Jim would like this one any more than the last one. In the past 3 years that I'd been working for the burner, the irony of having a man head a women's magazine had occurred to me more than a handful of times. Hell, it occurred to me nearly every damned day. Not only was Jim a man, but he was also a fairly ignorant one. Every time I suggested putting something substantial in the burner's scandalous pages, he talked me down in a condescending voice that made me want to off myself. We must keep the material consistent, Cecily. The gossip columns and how-tos are what our readers know us for. It's what they know you for. You wouldn't want to ruin the reputation you spent so long building, would you? Oh, he had no idea. I would very much like to demolish the entire structure of what I'd built over the last 3 years, and start all over. But that, unfortunately, was out of the question. According to my mother, I should be thankful that I had a job, and I was. My position at the burner was to put food on the table and pay for my apartment. But that didn't mean I had to like it. After all, I hadn't gotten a degree in journalism from Emory to be a gossip columnist. I'd always planned to be a reporter. A real reporter who worked on real stories. I interned at CNN, for God's sake. With the recommendation I was given, I should have been able to work anywhere, but dreams don't often go the way we plan them. A year after college, I was so desperate to be out on my own that I took the first job I was offered, and now here I was, still taking it. Frowning, I looked over my article one last time. I didn't think I'd be able to stand it if Jim sent it back to me again, so when I sent it, I turned my computer screen off and made my way to the break room for a cup of coffee. I certainly needed it. Unfortunately, I couldn't even have my daily dose of caffeine in peace. The moment I opened the break room door, I paused in the doorway at the sight of Jim taking the last bit of coffee. After watching this little routine for 3 years, I knew better than to think that he would dump the filter and refresh the pot. He was far too self-absorbed for that. The tall man tilted the coffee pot vertically to get the last few drops out, before setting the empty vessel back on the coffee maker. I had about 2 seconds in which to frown, before he noticed me watching him. Ah, Cecily. Just the woman I was looking for. I had been looking for coffee, but I managed to arrange my mouth into some semblance of a smile. Afternoon, Jim. Did you get the final copy of my article? At least, I hoped it would be the final copy. I just got back from lunch. He sipped at my coffee with an indulgent sigh. So, I haven't had a chance to look through all the submissions, but I'll get right on it. After I let you in on your next brilliant assignment. It took everything I had not to turn tail and run. I was still trying to deal with my last assignment, and the next issue wasn't even due until the following Wednesday. I'd hoped to get through the rest of the day without anything else to stress about, but Jim obviously had different plans. Do tell. I moved past him to start brewing another pot of coffee. That at least would keep my fingers from straying towards the man's neck to strangle him. Come to my office when you're finished with the coffee. He looked around the empty break room, as if it were somehow bugged, before winking at me conspiratorially. I want you to be the first to hear. I waited until after he left to sigh forlornly. If experience working at the burner had taught me anything, it was that Jim's excitement over a project usually meant hell for me, The last time he was so excited about an article was when he sent me to a strip club to get a top 10 list for ladies orally pleasing their men. The very memory made me shudder. It wasn't that I had anything against clubs, but Jim must have sent me to the seediest place in Atlanta. About a month after my article was published, it was closed down for health code violations. This had better not be a repeat of that incident. I gave myself a good 10 minutes to prepare, just long enough for the coffee to finish brewing. No sooner had the pot topped itself off than I filled my mug and took a long swallow. The caffeine was like nirvana, so good I wondered how I'd made it through the morning without it. Oh yes. That's right, I'd been called in early. No time to brew my own. Scowling, I stalked back through the office, making my way past my cubicle and to Jim's corner office. It took me another 2 minutes of standing outside to force my expression into a placid one before I knocked on the door. Come. I tried to be in Jim's office as little as possible. He hoarded the few awards the burner had won in its short 10-year existence, regardless of who'd won them. The way he lorded the damn things over us, you might think we were the New York Times. You're going to want to have a seat, Cecily. This news will knock your socks off. Geez, if he told me I was getting on a club stage, one was going to die. Right then and there. Spontaneous combustion. I sank down into one of the hard chairs before his desk and waited with bated breath. For perhaps a good minute longer than was necessary, Jim kept me waiting. Then he spoke 2 tremulous words. Rhett Wilder. For a moment, I merely stared at him. While the name certainly surprised me, it wasn't for the reasons he might have suspected. Memories I thought I'd long forgotten rushed over me, and I found the corners of my mouth quirking upward in a small smile. Rhett. Geez, it had been ages since he'd last crossed my mind. Thinking about him reminded me of better times, carefree times. When I escaped Jeb, he snuck out of his house so we could meet in the woods at the edge of the neighborhood to see who could climb higher into the tallest pine. I'd broken my leg once, in 2 places, falling out of that damn tree. It hurt like a SOB, and I'd been certain I'd lose the leg, but Rhett had somehow laughed, even though his color was pale, and assured me that a one-legged me was out of the question. Then he'd stolen my first kiss. Gosh, how had I forgotten that? Well? I was jerked back to the present by Jim's expectant inquiry, and found him looking at me as if he expected me to fall to my knees and kiss his ratty leather loafers. Rhett Wilder, I repeated, the name rolling off my tongue. What about him? Jim grinned. I'm glad you asked. He reached into the first drawer of his desk, gray eyes gleaming, to withdraw a magazine cover and slap it onto the surface between us. On that magazine cover, larger than life, was Rhett. I'd know his face anywhere. So much had changed in 12 years. The 17-year-old boy I'd been so smitten with grew into a man, and dear God, what a man he turned out to be. Every time Rhett came on TV or the news, I made an excuse to leave the room or change the channel. It reminded me that I'd chosen to give him up, so he was none of my affair any longer. Unfortunately, such a thing was easier said than done, especially when Rhett was everywhere. Stanford had done him well. He was now one of the richest men in the country, if not in the world. The magazine atop Jim's desk was Forbes, and it wasn't the first time Rhett had graced its cover, or any number of other magazines for that matter. He was known not only for his money, but for the particular brand of adventuring that got a lot of people killed. When he wasn't in his office, he was climbing Everest, trekking through rainforests, and base jumping off skyscrapers. He was just as intrepid a daredevil as he was a businessman, and it only made him a more titillating public figure. But that wasn't all that struck you about Rhett Wilder. He was, by any woman's estimation, enough to take your breath away. The man wore tailored Armani suits like they were weapons of mass destruction, his dark blonde hair combed back carefully from a wide, handsome brow. He always sported a neatly groomed 5 o'clock shadow that lent him a rugged allure. That, coupled with the confident gleam in deep blue eyes, was enough to make anyone salivate. If you weren't one for a man's looks, then the fact that he was worth a cool 10 or 15 billion would do it for you. Rhett probably had every woman on the planet with a pulse after him. Every woman except me. I'd already had him, once, a lifetime ago. We've been looking to do an exclusive with him for years, and we finally got through. Do you have any idea what something like this will do for our ratings? I'm assigning you to the article, a series of interviews all about the mogul and his home life. I can see the headline now. I can't. The words were out before I could even think about them, but they were the stone-cold truth. You have to get someone else, Jim. No way I can cover this. My boss's mouth snapped shut as he stared at me in genuine surprise. It's the story of a lifetime, you know that, right? Not for me, I replied almost immediately. I knew how Jim operated. Unless I put my foot down and hard, he'd try and wheedle me into doing his bidding. Well, he wasn't going to succeed this time. Get Paula or Sam on it. They'd both eat it up. Despite either woman's propensity for gossip, the column had landed square on my lap. Jim argued that I was a better writer, and he was right. I just didn't want to write trash. He leaned back in his seat to eye me warily. You going to tell me why you won't take it? I swallowed an aggravated groan. It was really none of his business, or anyone's for that matter. But I knew Jim wasn't going to let me out of this one without a valid excuse, and I had never been a very proficient liar. It would be. I struggled to find the right words. A conflict of interests. I used to date him. A long time ago. I had to make sure to clarify that last bit, lest Jim decide that he wanted to take this article in an entirely new direction. For a man, he had an ungodly talent for knowing what kind of gossip women gravitated towards. Surprisingly, Jim didn't act as if my news was a revelation. Instead, he merely crossed his arms over his chest as he assessed me for a long moment. Please, just let it go. Just this once. What would you say if I told you Wilder knew you were the one on the story, and that he's perfectly fine with it? I was pretty sure I hadn't heard him right. Had he already arranged this with Rhett? What in the seven hells was that supposed to mean? Rhett said he's all right with me interviewing him. My tone was about as dry and skeptical as it was humanly possible to be, but Jim was far from put off. Perfectly. I'd say he seemed positively enthusiastic about the prospect. Somehow, I doubted that. I inhaled a deep breath, prepared to absolutely refuse. Jim, What about a bonus? My boss interrupted me before I could even get started, and I stuttered to a halt. 2 months' pay upon completion of the article? Damn it. The man was playing hardball. I tried to tell myself I didn't need the money. I was good with budgeting. I had plenty of savings, and I was living perfectly within my means. But the moment he mentioned a bonus, I was already thinking about what I could do with an extra 2 months' pay. The possibilities were endless. But I'd never been an overly materialistic person. The prospect of a vacation, or even a few thousand towards the car I'd been saving up for, wasn't enough to send me into the belly of the beast. It would take something else. Unfortunately for me, Jim knew exactly what that was. And a good word with the higher-ups. The man's dark gaze was crafty as he continued. I hear there's an opening upstairs with the Atlanta Gazette. Would that be something you'd be interested in? If looks could kill, Jim might have been 6 feet under. I had only been asking him for 3 years to put me onto real stories, but the fact of the matter was that the burner didn't deal too much in real news. The Atlanta Gazette, however, they'd faint at the idea of a romance column finding its way between their hallowed pages. Exactly the kind of publication I wanted to work for. I could finally use my wasted writing chops on something I could really sink my teeth into, but I had to do this assignment first. My mind was already made up. I hated that Jim knew me so well, that he could all but wind me around his little finger. If it meant he'd put in a good word for me at a real news publication, there was no way I could refuse. I looked from my boss to the magazine cover on the desk between us. What had it been, 12 years since we last saw one another? I'd refused to watch him leave our neighborhood, telling myself that chapter of my life was over. This didn't have to change that. If Rhett was all right with me on this assignment, he probably wouldn't even remember me. That anonymity could offer me at least a little bit of protection, even if I wasn't sure what I needed to protect against. Fine. Excellent, Cecily. You have no idea how happy you've made me. You're going to be the one who turns this publication around. I didn't even have to look at Jim to know he was grinning triumphantly. The man had all but entrapped me for what he perceived to be the good of the magazine, as was his prerogative. But a promise was a promise. If I delivered what he asked, it might mean my ticket out of here. I was willing to do almost anything for my chance to rise above the burner, even if that meant confronting my ex. Will that be all, sir? I managed to look him in the eye when I said it, the confident gleam there irking me more than a little bit. I needed to get back to my desk so I could start mentally preparing myself for this assignment, if there even was such a thing as preparing oneself to face one's high school sweetheart after an uncertain split and a decade of distance. I just need you to sign some paperwork for me. The man pulled out a stack of forms that fairly boggled the mind. These are nothing, really. Just an agreement that you understand the terms of the interviews. You'll be staying in the guest suite at Wilder's mansion, for convenience's sake, and it should only take about a month to get the goods. No big deal. I don't think I actually processed the information until I had signed the papers, and all but been booted out of the man's office. By the time I returned to my own desk, however, I'd sorted everything out in my head. The guest suite at Rhett's mansion. I was going to be staying on the same premises as him. Sleeping under the same roof? Dear God, what on earth had I agreed to? The notion, I insisted to myself, was hardly proprietary. It wasn't like I had any machinations on the man. I just wanted to do my job and be done with it. I couldn't imagine what people would think when they caught wind of this, though. The famous Rhett Wilder, boarding a reporter at his mansion? I didn't believe it even when I heard it. Of course, it didn't help that Rhett's reputation preceded him. He was something of a womanizer. Every week he was headlining with a different woman. Models, prima ballerinas, fashion icons, there was no one beyond his reach. After all that, I could only imagine that having me in his house would be rather dull. I could hardly be as excited as an Italian opera, with an award-winning soloist, or skydiving over the Andes Mountains. I sank down in my chair, running my fingers through my dark hair to loosen it from the strict ponytail I'd chosen that morning. I was starting to get a headache. The less stress on my scalp, the better. A quick glance at the clock told me that half an hour had passed since I got up. That confirmed it. Today was officially crap. A quick roll of my finger across my mouse cleared the screensaver from my computer, and I found that I had 2 new emails. One of them was a coupon for a sale at a nearby mall, and the other was from Jim. How the hell had he read my article that fast? It was humanly impossible. I opened the email to find that he'd requested that I cut the article by 200 words, and had to take a few deep breaths to keep from internally combusting. Positive. Think positive. Jim had given me an assignment that had the power to put me on the career path that I actually wanted. This was the opportunity of a lifetime. With any luck, I'd only have to deal with him for another couple of weeks. That was what would have kept me going. I wouldn't think about Rhett or our past history, only the future. You little tramp. I nearly leapt out of my seat when my coworker Anita's hands came down firmly on my shoulders to squeeze almost painfully. She spun me around to face her, and I found her exotic tanned features gazing at me with a mixture of longing and jealousy. Rhett Wilder? How the hell did you manage that? Shit. How'd she find out? I only just found out. I didn't. Honestly, Jim just mentioned. Cece, you sly little dog. Beth popped her head into my cubicle before I could even begin to defend myself. It was just my luck that the biggest gossip in the office overheard my conversation. Rhett Wilder, all to yourself. I'm jealous enough to keel over on the spot. And she wasn't the only one. Word traveled around the office fast, and within the hour, every female on the floor was crowding my cubicle, demanding how I'd pulled off an assignment with one of the most eligible bachelors on the planet. It was a butt-ton of attention that I didn't need. After all, I had an article to edit again, and a decade's worth of mental preparation before me. In the middle of all the interrogation, the prospect sunk in, really sunk in. I was going to see Rhett for the first time in over 10 years. And I was terrified.
Chapter 2. Rhett.
No. It was a simple word, monosyllabic and perfectly clear in my opinion. But you wouldn't know it by looking at the expressions of the men sitting around the table I headed. They had just laid out the terms for a business deal that was blatantly unfavorable to my firm, and they had to be out of their damn minds if they thought I was touching it with a 10-foot pole. Mr. In, from Vietnam, was the first person to try to ingratiate himself. Considering I'd been sitting in this meeting for damn near 3 hours, I wasn't really in the mood to entertain him. Mr. Wilder, if I may, there are several aspects of this projection that I think we're overlooking. You've been over the projection no less than 4 times in the last 2 hours. I cut him off blandly. I think I have a pretty thorough understanding of it. Then you understand that the budget cuts to certain departments would only be temporary. Now it was Leon's turn to chime in. Being my Southwestern Division manager, you'd think he might have known better. I don't consider 5 years temporary, not when people's jobs and livelihoods are on the line, I returned brusquely, looking to each man in turn before addressing the table in its entirety. Does anyone else have any valid arguments they'd like to make? The other 3 at the table were suitably silent, a boon for them, considering that I was just pissed enough to snap if someone unearthed another pathetic attempt to push this plan past me. I thought not. My answer is final, it's a no. I slid the manila folder across the table, in disgust. I'd like to meet back in a week with an applicable projection. I expect preliminary figures on my desk by Thursday morning. A murmur of agreement made its way through all assembled a moment before my tone softened somewhat. Come on, guys. We can do better than this. I have faith in you. With that, I rose from the table to shake hands with each and every man. I wasn't lying. I did have faith in them. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have hired them. That wasn't to say I wasn't disappointed that they'd try to take a shortcut with the next 5 years' budget projections. Of course, I wanted growth, but not at the expense of letting 50,000 employees go. I headed back to the top floor with an ache starting to form between my shoulders. It was barely noon, and I was already exhausted. There was nothing I'd like more than to shirk off my duties for the rest of the day and take off. But I knew better. When I stepped onto the top floor, everyone stood up a little straighter. Not that there were many people on my office level, a secretary, an assistant, and the few clients I had meetings with that afternoon. One of them was a drop-dead gorgeous blonde by the name of Melinda Kraft. She'd brought a sheaf of paperwork for a deal I needed to look over, though I wouldn't mind looking her over as well. Her sultry gaze caught my own for the briefest moment, and I had to force myself back to the matter at hand. Any messages for me, Cynthia? After a long line of distracting assistants, I'd hired Cynthia. She was almost old enough to be my mother, and I found that she was far more absorbed in making sure I got to all my appointments on time than sending sensual glances my way whenever I left my office. As such, my productivity over the past few months has increased dramatically. Mr. Takamoto from Japan called. He wants to go over the purchase his company made last week. The mayor wants to know if you're still attending the ribbon cutting next week for that new hospital downtown, and the tour company for your spelunking trip in Mexico called to confirm your reservation. Also, there's a message from Miss Felicia Burns. She says she left something important during her last visit. Another reason I loved Cynthia was she didn't stop passing judgment or giving me the evil eye when I got calls from women on the job. I was a little too old to be reprimanded for who I spent my time with, and luckily enough, she understood that. It was a good thing, too. I took the papers from Cynthia and made my way into my office. She knew to give me a good 20 minutes to compose myself before calling in the first appointment, and I took the time to appreciate the view over Atlanta. Really appreciate it. It seemed like just yesterday I had come home with $100 in my pocket, wondering if I was crazy, a visionary, or some weird mix of both. I had already started to make my fortune in California before deciding that Atlanta was the place I really wanted to be. The Southeast hadn't yet been saturated with alternative energy firms, and it turned out that my ideas were just what the doctor ordered. 7 years later, here I was, on top of the world. The city had changed so much, it was almost unrecognizable. 2 new shopping malls popped up in the neighborhood where I was born and raised, and the metropolis was fast becoming a haven for up-and-coming businessmen and entertainers. I built my skyscraper smack dab in the middle of the city after I made my first billion, and things had only gone up from there, literally and figuratively. Now Atlanta was spread out before me, a peach ripe for the plucking. Despite the fact that I'd been all over the world and seen things that most people only dreamed of, this city was still my home, even if I didn't necessarily understand my attachment to it. I glanced at the clock on the wall and frowned when I realized I only had about 5 minutes before Cynthia sent the first appointment in. I'd have to send Felicia a text about her missing item, confirm the Mexico trip, and get back to Mr. Takamota in short order. I was pulling out my phone to call him when it buzzed in my hand. I'd gotten a text message from Jim Thompson, editor-in-chief at The Burner. What was I doing corresponding with the head of Atlanta's #1 gossip rag? Let's just say I had my reasons. The message was short and sweet, everything settled with Cecily. The words were enough to make me swallow thickly as apprehension rose in my gut. I set my phone down, opening up my laptop to take a look at the last page I'd been perusing, an employee list for The Burner. I typed Cecily's name into a search engine on a whim, garnering my surprise when I actually found her. My gosh, she'd grown up. The little girl I'd run through the streets with was completely gone. She wasn't even the slip of a teenager that had stolen my heart. 12 years later, Cecily Warner was something much more than that. She was an absolute bombshell. I'd spent a good deal of time over the last 24 hours looking over the image next to her name on the website. She still had the same small upturned nose and bright hazel eyes. The same smattering of freckles and delicate features. But her hair had grown out and framed her face in riotous waves, and her mouth was suddenly full and sensual. She filled out the white blouse she wore, and her alluring smile did more than a little for my constantly voracious libido. She was a classic Southern beauty, just as I thought she'd be. Not that I'd ever admit just how much I'd thought of Cecily over the past decade. After I moved to California to start school, I concentrated on my future for a good long while, but she was never far from my mind. Mind you, I did all I could to purge my memories of her during my 6 years at Stanford. While the girls back home thought I was charming, in Cali, I was a novelty. A Southern boy with a sweet accent and dashing good looks. I could get any woman I wanted, upper or lower class, and for a while I did just that. Eventually, however, the rush of a new conquest wasn't enough. When I began to make my money, I turned to more dangerous thrills to occupy me. Traveling to new countries and scaring the piss out of myself did wonders for my confidence, and widened my view of the world significantly. It was good for me to come out of the shell that had surrounded me my entire life. I'd grown up thinking I was pretty much the scum of the earth, unless the situation involved Jeb or Cecily, and my bout in California taught me that was far from the truth. 7 years of West Coast living helped me build up the sense of self-worth that had been torn down over years of being shuffled from foster family to foster family. I'd never, for a moment, regretted hiding all of that from Cece. Of course she knew my parents died. She'd even come to the funeral. But my home life had never been much to speak of, even when they were alive. I was always careful never to invite any of my classmates to my house after school, And even after my parents had died, and all the violence and conflict of my childhood seemed to be over, I stayed out of my house as much as humanly possible. I, of course, had been a pretty unique case for the state of Georgia. When my parents died, they willed me our house, and so it was a package deal. I came with the house for any family willing to try and take me in. The offer attracted all the worst kinds of foster families, and I had suffered all the more for it. At least when I wasn't with Cecily, while Jeb had been friendly enough to give me a bit of a break from the atrocities that waited for me at home, it was Cecily who really made life worth living. At least, that had been the case 12 years ago. Now, I had to wonder if she even remembered me. Fortunately for me, that wondering wouldn't last too terribly long. Once I found out where Cecily worked, I pulled some strings to make sure the burner got exclusive interview opportunities I'd never given to any publication before, but only under the condition that Cece was the one who conducted the interviews. The stipulation had worked like a charm. Now, I just needed to figure out what the hell I was going to do with this opportunity. Even I knew I wasn't the same kid I'd been 12 years ago. In that time, heavens and earth had all but moved. A poor white trash boy was on top of the world and had hundreds of thousands of employees to show for it. Not to mention a woman in every city that I operated in. You'd think that little tidbit would make me an even more efficient businessman. When you never had to worry about where your next lay was coming from, you were very rarely physically frustrated. I'd had the pleasure of being with some of the most gorgeous women the world over, and it had never fulfilled me. Sometimes, I felt like a world-class idiot. Lying in bed after tumbling a gorgeous ballerina or model, as the heat of our bodies cooled, and wondering what the hell I was doing. It wasn't as if I didn't care for them. There were a couple who had been truly genuine people, and fantastic lays, but none of them were ever the person for me. I always wondered if, perhaps, I'd given that up when I left Georgia. Certainly, I was a difficult person to attach myself to, traveling for 200 days out of the year, busy more often than not. When I wasn't out of the country for work, I was usually finding new ways to try and kill myself, and I hadn't yet encountered a woman who was as enthusiastic as me when it came to swimming with animals 20 times my size and jumping out of planes. Any woman who stuck around for more than a week or so quickly discovered that I didn't wriggle my way out of as many relationships as the tabloids claimed. Plenty of women walked out simply because they were fed up. It was evident that I cared more for my business than I ever had for any of them. And why not? The business wasn't going anywhere. I built it from the ground up, poured my blood, sweat, and tears into it. It would remain steadfast, even if I didn't buy extravagant gifts and fawn over it at every available opportunity. Women were difficult. Business has always come easy to me. Almost as easy as things had once been between Cece and me. Sure, I'd never slept with Cecily. We were too young, and though my 17-year-old self had wanted the hell out of her, I had far more respect for her than that. Cecily was a girl who demanded every iota of respect a man possessed. She filled your soul, opened you up, and made you a better person. Or maybe I was just bathing her memory in golden light because it had been half an age since the last time I saw her. Either way, we were now stuck together. I'd signed a contract giving the burner exclusive rights to a series of interviews, and she would have signed the agreements with an understanding that she was to stay at the manor while the interviews were conducted. The thought was enough to make my hands tighten into fists atop my desk as my body heated. My perfectly tailored slacks were suddenly all too tight as I realized just how close I would be to the only woman I'd ever had genuine feelings for. But that, I reminded myself, didn't mean that I'd be so susceptible to her again. This would be an experiment, one that, luckily enough, I had the resources and the courage to execute. Cecily Warner had seduced me once, with her innocence, beauty, and enthusiasm. Now I'd be the one to seduce her. Being under the same roof as Cecily gave me the opportunity to finally put an age-old question to rest. I would conquer any remaining feelings I had for her before they could conquer me, and that would be that. When my office phone rang, it provided a much-needed reminder that I still had an entire day of work ahead of me. I picked up Cynthia's businesslike reminder. "Sir, your 1 o'clock is waiting. Shall I send him in?" I glanced up at the clock. Right on time as usual. "Go ahead, Cynthia." Business would monopolize me for the rest of the day, after which I'd finally get back to Felicia and remind her to come by to pick up her swing. Though maybe, after a hard day, it'd be best if we tested it a bit, made sure that it was still in perfect working order. The smile that I greeted my appointment with came as much from my own fantasies as it did from the genuine enthusiasm of a new business deal in the air. I had indeed come a long way in 12 years.
End of sneak peek for Rush by Michelle Love and Ellen Lane. Thank you for listening to this preview of Rush, a billionaire's second chance romance. Please like and subscribe to support this channel. It helps more than you know. Don't miss out. Click the button below, and you can sign up to receive emails whenever Michelle Love publishes a new book. There's no charge and no obligation. https://books2read.com/r/b-a-qqcc-tfqhd. Connecting independent readers to independent writers.